Alrighty, folks. Radio check, loud and clear. Hopefully, you guys can hear me. And thank you for tuning in to the live stream and welcome along to coverage for testing day 3 here in Bahrain. We have got 18 drivers set to drive for us today, and 10 cars as we've had for the last 2 days testing as well. All right. Currently up on the screen, we've got the timings at the end of day 2. Carlos Sainz topping day 2 by 31 milliseconds, and then Lewis Hamilton being in second place with Charles Leclerc's teammate half a tenth back. Nice and fun for the past couple of days. All of the drivers have had a lot of fun, and yeah, we'll be underway for some testing very shortly. Thank you everyone for tuning in. If you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. It does help out the channel. Yeah, in 27 minutes time, we will have all of the drivers. Well, not all of the drivers. 10 of the drivers making their way out onto the circuit. Hello, F1 Gamer. Hello, Musa. Nice to see you here. Hello, Ryan. What happens to notice on the track map? This is the track map from yesterday. The data, I think I turned the stream off or something while Norris was still lapping around, so that's what it's frozen on. And yeah. No, Norris hasn't crashed or anything. Testing for day 3 hasn't even started yet. We are 26 minutes away from the start of testing. Alright, yeah. So folks, let me know what you thought of testing yesterday. Unfortunately, we didn't get any soft tyre running. There are only 2 teams that have soft tyres to begin with, really. Williams has some softs, and so do Ferrari. Everyone else is running, does not even have any soft tyres. They'll just be using the C4s, which are really the soft tyres made for Bahrain, so there's no need to worry about that. However, with slightly lower track temperatures than what we normally get in Bahrain, the drivers can get away with driving on the C5s or on the C6s rather than just the C4s, which is the typical tyre used as the quote-unquote soft tyre for Bahrain. Okay. Will Alpine finish in front of Aston? I don't know. Maybe in testing they will. Yeah. I'm not sure about the races. Aston Martin teams tend to start out the season pretty well, so I suspect they'll be doing. Yeah, I suspect they might be doing better than Alpine at the start of the season, but maybe towards the end, Alpine will catch up to them. But also, you've got to take into account here, Aston Martin normally start off the season well and then get worse as the season progresses because their upgrade packages just never seem to work as well as everyone else's. However, this season, with the regulations changing next year, a lot, and pretty much not a lot, pretty much every team is going to switch focus to 2026 quite early, and because of that, their upgrade packages in 2025 are going to stop. And given that their upgrade packages stop, then Aston Martin isn't going to get that much worse throughout the whole season progression because there are just less upgrade packages less upgrade packages for the competitors to speed up and get ahead of them. So yeah, this could be a good season for Aston Martin. For the past, ever since they've existed, since 2021, they have been very good at the start of the season, not so much towards the end, but this year could be a turning point. Alright, except driving on the circuit more than Hamilton, Leclerc. More than Hamilton, Leclerc could still not be ahead of him. Does that mean Leclerc is not comfortable in the car? Other teams going on soft today? No, Leclerc just did his laps in the morning. Hamilton did his laps in the... Leclerc did his laps in the morning or in the afternoon. It's just that the conditions weren't as good when Leclerc was doing his laps. I think Leclerc was doing his laps in the afternoon and just didn't push as hard. yeah, that's about it really. Like they have different run plans, and if one of the drivers wasn't pushing particularly hard, then they're not going to go out and get on top. So Leclerc's more than comfortable in the car. Um, Hamilton, he's very happy as well. He says that the start to his career at Ferrari could not have gone any better. So yeah, I'm sure that he's very, very happy with that. Um, Norris has said he expects there to be tough competition with him between himself and Max Verstappen this season. So that'll be interesting to see how that competition plays out. I suspect he is correct. Um, with a lot of competition going on between those two drivers, we'll just have to wait and see which driver comes out on top. Okie dokes. Yeah. All right. What else have we got going on? Will Alonso get a race win? Yeah, maybe. Why not? Um, it really depends on all of the other factors and how quick that car really is. Um, if it isn't that much quicker, then I don't think they're going to be getting any sort of race wins. But we'll just have to wait and see for that. Can you reset the scoreboard and the map and please update the lineups? Yeah, that'll get done once the testing data comes through in about 15 minutes time. That's when I can do it. Otherwise, the screen will just go blank for the next 15 minutes. Yeah, 15, 20 minutes. Alright, yeah, what else have we got going on? Not too much else really. RB19 or W11, what is your preference? Um, I would go with the I don't know, the W11 looks pretty stable, so and it's probably more stable than the RB, so I'm just gonna go with that. If I had to drive one of those cars, it would be the RB. Oh no, the W11. Um, all right. What else have we got to chat about then? Well, a lot of upgrades and stuff have happened over the course of the winter break. Um, some teams just going for evolution on their current design. Some teams going for totally changing things up. Like Ferrari, they have moved from a push rod to a pull rod suspension. They've modified their side pod geometry as well, just to mimic Red Bulls from last year. Red Bull have of course gone and changed uh, their side pod design from last year, but um, yeah, it is still quite similar to what they had last year, and Ferrari have gone and copied it because, if it works for Red Bull, it's probably going to work for their car, and then they can, hopefully get some upgrades without having to, design the whole thing. They can, obviously they still have to design the part, but they don't have to at least come up with the initial idea. They can just look at Red Bull's version of the idea and just make their own plans based off that, which is pretty handy. There's a red flag because it's from yesterday's test session. The session was they were testing out all of the systems. They had a virtual safety car deployed, double yellows deployed, a full safety car deployed, and then they had red flags deployed. So they were just testing out all of their systems, and that is why we have a red flag currently on the screen. Yeah, the session hasn't started. Lando hasn't crashed. We are just, as you can see on the screen, testing still hasn't begun. Yeah. No crashes yesterday. It was just that I happened to turn off my laptop while Lando Norris was still making his way back to the pit lane. Could Ferrari win the World Constructors' Championship at least? Yeah. Well, see, this is the thing now. At the top 4 teams, there's only 2 teams that have driver lineups that don't contain rookies. So McLaren, of course, have Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri, great driver lineup, and Ferrari have Charles Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton, probably an even better driver lineup. And then Red Bull and Mercedes, you've got Verstappen and Lawson, and then you've got Russell and Antonelli, and you've got 2 rookies there. Most likely they're not going to hit the ground running. They're not going to be able to score. They're not going to be able to get into. Well, they probably will be able to get into Q3, but they won't be able to compete during race pace. And so for the start of the season at least, they're not going to be able to deliver as many points as the team would like, and hence I think the constructors' championship is much more likely to go the way of McLaren or Ferrari, because I'm suspecting this season is going to be super duper tight, and there's going to be basically nothing between the drivers. And if there is nothing between the drivers, then you do need, yeah, well, you're going to need drivers that can deliver week in, week out, no DNFs, super duper consistent, and you're just not going to find that with rookies. So I am going to guess that Ferrari and McLaren, if I had to place a bet, it would be on those two teams rather than Red Bull and Mercedes, because of their lack, well, because the fact they have rookies. Yeah. Okay. Did you watch F1 75? No, I did not watch it. I knew it was going to be a little bit cringe and a little bit pointless, so I just decided not to watch it. I saw all the clips afterwards, and I wasn't wrong really. Yeah. And if you were invited to work for a team, what position would you take except the driver? I think race engineer would be pretty cool. Strategist would also be pretty nice. Or I could just work, as in their social media department and just do race commentary on behalf of a Formula One team. That'd be pretty cool. Just instead of trying to get a job with like Sky Sports or with Sky, F1 TV, just get a job with one of the Formula One teams and do commentary on their respective social media channels. That would be pretty nice. Yeah. All right. We are now 16 minutes away from the start of testing. We have got Max Verstappen driving all day today, and we have got Alex Albon driving all day today. Apart from that, all of the other drivers will be taking turns driving. Some drivers in the morning, some drivers in the evening. You can currently see on the screen once it scrolls by which drivers will be driving when. We do actually have dry conditions today expected in Sakir. No chance of rain, or at least a much lower chance of rain compared to what we had yesterday. And yeah, that should be good, because the drivers don't really want to be driving around in the wet conditions. They do want to have some sense of grip, and well, dry conditions will give them that. Yeah, air temperature as well is going to be a lot higher, and it is going to be clear blue skies as well. So track temperature is going to go up a lot compared to what it was yesterday. We had a much lower track temperature, and air temperature is also going to be higher. So, yeah. Also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. It really does help out the channel. Yeah, hope you guys will enjoy the coverage once we get underway. There is nothing really happening on the circuit. It's just that there's nothing happening on the circuit. It's just the data from yesterday. That is what is coming up on screen as the red flag and Lando Norris being on track. Everyone else is fine. Lando Norris is fine. Nobody crashed their car yesterday, and Norris will be taking part in the session as normal. All right. In fact, he'll be driving in the morning. So Lando Norris driving in the morning. Charles Leclerc driving in the morning. Then we have Verstappen as well. He'll be driving all day today. I think Lawson got up to 91 laps yesterday. He had quite a few issues actually. He had water pressure issues with his engine that caused him to sit in the pits for quite a while yesterday. But today, everything seems to be going fine. We have Kimi Antonelli driving in the morning, then Stroll in the morning as well. That's good, because that means we get Alonso towards the end of the day when we're going to have the hot laps. Jack Doohan driving in the morning, Oliver Behrman driving in the morning, Isaac Hadjar driving in the morning, Albon and Bortoletto as well. Albon driving all day, so nearly all of the rookies taking the morning session. I think they want the experienced drivers to be doing the quali runs, just in case something goes wrong. It's much better to have experienced drivers taking part in the quali session, in the quali runs towards the end. Yeah, not a single rookie taking part in the afternoon session, because the teams don't want to have the cars crashed, and yeah, that about sums that up. All right. Morning, folks. Yeah, morning, Grey Wolf. Third day straight, indeed, third day straight. And today I'm really lacking on sleep. Did not get to sleep early last night. And I am on about 5 hours. Yeah, 5 hours of sleep. So today might be a bit of a struggle. My brain function might deteriorate towards the end of the day. And I might make a few mistakes in my commentary, but should be manageable. Hopefully. Yeah. What team would you work for as an engineer? Well, I'd like to work for a championship winning team. That would be awesome. If it's not a championship winning team, then I wouldn't really want to be in the midfield. I just kind of want to be at a relaxed team like Kickshauber, not right at the back pack, but pretty much. And have some fairly low stakes and just enjoy my time in Formula One. I presume all of these hypothetical scenarios you guys ask me, they're not going to last forever, so might as well enjoy them while they last. Any hopes on how interesting the season is going to be? Oh, I can tell you for certain this season is going to be interesting. It is going to be so interesting. Probably on par with 2012. 2012, there were loads of drivers competing for the championship. 2010, there were loads of drivers competing for the championship. But this season is going to be fantastic. We are going to have, Lewis Hamilton, Charles Leclerc, Norris, Piastri, Verstappen, and Russell. And then, of course, there's the two rookies as well. But those 6 experienced drivers are going to be going head to head. I don't think there's going to be much between the car performance of the McLarens, the Mercedes, and the Red Bulls and the Ferraris. McLaren maybe ever so slightly ahead. They seem to be hiding their pace a lot, which makes me think that they've actually got quite a bit of pace and they're just not showing it to us. However, it's just typical testing things, really. Some teams hide their performance, some teams don't. Some teams will go top of the charts like Carlos Sainz, and some teams will not. We'll only find out at Australia Q3, but I'm predicting that the top 6 drivers will be split by less than 0.2 of a second. That is my prediction for the Australian Grand Prix. And if the season starts out like that, the top 6 drivers within 0.2 of a second, you can almost certainly guarantee that the season is going to be a certified banger. Yeah. Bro, you don't sound like a morning guy. Well, actually, most of the time I am. But of course, when I, get back, when I don't go to sleep on time, and if I go to sleep super late, like at 1 a.m. or at 2 a.m. or whatever, then I'm not obviously going to be a morning person. But most of the time, if I go to sleep at a reasonable time, then I will get up fairly early. Yeah. Okay, Max will be on the screen. We've currently got the testing data from yesterday. Max did not drive yesterday. He's going to be driving today. Do not worry about it. In about 5 minutes' time, the testing data will come through. All the data will refresh, and you'll see your beloved Max Verstappen on the screen. All right. Liam Lawson is a rookie. Yeah, Liam Lawson is a rookie. I've written that on the screen now. Did I forget to write that? Max didn't drive yesterday. The only reason he didn't drive yesterday is because Lawson drove all day yesterday. The teams have either been doing half days for drivers or full days. Williams and Red Bull have opted that Williams and Red Bull opted for one of their their drivers doing full days essentially. So Lawson did the whole day yesterday, and Max will be doing the whole day today, and Sainz did the whole day yesterday, and Albon will be doing the whole day today. That's it. There is nothing to it. No technical reason. Nothing they're hiding. That is just it. It's purely easier to not have to change the drivers' pedals and the drivers' seats at lunchtime, and if they're doing a full day of testing, because all of the other mechanics, after they have their lunch in about 10 minutes, they have to get back into the garage and swap out the seats for the two drivers, and then swap out the pedals as well, which is, well, a little bit annoying for them, isn't it? And a little bit of an extra hassle, which can be avoided, so that is what they do. What is your uni name? No, I'm not gonna be telling anyone that. I'm just, I'm in the UK. That is about as much information that you guys are gonna get. Who is the backmarker team from the last 2 days of testing? Well, it looks like the backmarker team is Haas. I know for a fact that they won't be, but once we get around to quali in Bahrain and quali in Australia, they will have a much quicker car. They did the exact same thing last year, where they looked like they had absolutely no performance, and then somehow it was either Nico Hulkenberg or Kevin Magnussen managed to stick it into Q3 very often last season. So, yeah, no need to worry about that. We will see the Hasses improve, I suspect, unless they've had a really, really bad off season, but I don't think that will be the case. I thought Liam Lawson was a rookie last year. He did race in Formula 1. Yeah, he did race in Formula 1. However, it wasn't his first full season, and I at least define a rookie by if it's their first full season or not in Formula 1. Yeah. Nobody's crashed. Testing hasn't even started, so that is why it was from yesterday's red flag. That is what is currently on the screen. Okay. The Ocon effect. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know how Oliver Behrman is going to find Ocon as a teammate. There haven't been too good of reviews, really, of Esteban Ocon up and down the grid. So we will just have to see, really, won't we? Yeah, we'll just have to see how he finds him. And yeah, the session hasn't started, folks. The data should be coming through in about 2 or 3 minutes, and then I shall refresh everything, and we'll get all of the latest information. Alright, describe Lawson's driving style. Honestly, I would not really be able to do that. I haven't watched that many onboards of Liam Lawson, but from what I can tell, he's pretty quick. Able to keep up with Yuki Tsunoda, only a tenth or so behind him on most occasions. So I suspect he'll have the pace to at least compete sort of at Red Bull. It just depends on how drivable that car is, really. Verstappen has said the car is much, much better than last year, which is fantastic. They knew last year that they were suffering with drivability issues. They knew what to do, what to fix, and well, they got around to it soon enough. Just saw a video from the race, and according to their observations of the evening session, McLaren was the fastest race pace, Leclerc second, Kimi third. Yeah, maybe, except that, still their observations, they don't know what the fuel loads are within the cars. They don't know what engine modes they were using. So, they can guess and make predictions. But, if Ferrari took an extra 10 kilos of fuel out of their car, then I'm sure they could match the McLaren's pace or go even slightly quicker than them. So it's all a little bit up in the air in preseason testing. The most important things that you can actually tell in preseason testing by looking at what's going on the circuit is just how the cars are performing relative to each other. So, you can tell, and not relative to each other, in terms of driver stability as well. So if the drivers are finding it quite easy to just drive the car, not worry too much about spinning out, getting on the throttle early or anything like that, then those sorts of things are very easy to spot. However, which team is fastest, which team is not, you just can't tell. Yeah. All right. I don't really want to watch testing, but I've got my exam, so I've got to go. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Let's just see. I should hopefully the data has come through. I'm just going to give it a couple more minutes before I give it a refresh, and then we should be fine. Yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in. If you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. Really does help out the channel, especially at the start of the season. Hopefully, we can make our way towards 2,000 likes. That would be fantastic. Yeah, right now we are on. Right now we're on 115, of course, but hopefully by the end of the day we'll make our way towards 2,000. And yeah, all right. With 2 minutes and 50 seconds left to go, all of the drivers now just getting ready in their getting ready to get in the cars and go out. We have got live footage from the circuit. It is most definitely very sunny in Bahrain. It is the sun is out. The track temperature will be much higher. Yesterday, look, we had air temperatures of 14 degrees, track temperatures of 18.5 degrees. Now it is time to do a refresh of the data, and hopefully, as everything goes well, we will have all of the numbers for today. Alrighty. Here we go then. The screen will just be back with us in a second. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. And there you have it. Max Verstappen is there on the screen. And we only have 17 drivers driving today. That is surely a mistake, unless that is because which driver? There's no that I think that's a mistake. They've just modified it. Fernando Alonso is driving in the morning. It looks like Lance Stroll is ill. Something has happened. Apparently, Lance Stroll is ill, and Alonso will be driving in the morning, and it is to be confirmed who will be driving in the afternoon. So that is what's going on here. Let me just change that on the screen, and I will resize all of the data for you in just a second. I think it'll probably still be Alonso driving in the afternoon. So yeah. All right, just give me a sec. But everyone's coming out onto the track. We've already got Verstappen queuing up. We've got Hadjar queuing up, and we've got another driver behind them as well. I think it's Behrman queuing up as well. There's a big old aero rake on Verstappen's car, and we are about to get underway, folks. Thanks everyone for tuning in. I'll just adjust this data, and I'll be back in a second. Track temperature up to 25 degrees, a lot hotter than it was yesterday, and that is good to see. All right, fantastic. So we are getting all of the data coming through then, and very nice. The drivers are making their way out onto the track. We've got Verstappen out first, Isaac Hadjar out second, and then we'll have Behrman, Albon, and Behrman, Bortoletto, Ocon, Leclerc, everyone making their way out nice and early, actually giving us a little bit of action. Everyone's coming out on used tyres. They're just going to do their install laps on these tyres, and then we'll be going racing. Well, not racing. We'll be going practicing and doing some long run sims in this warmer track temperature. It's going to be very important for the drivers to do this actually, because the teams have got a lot of data for low track temperature conditions. However, high track temperature conditions still do have a fairly big impact, and the teams are going to have to figure that one out very, very quickly. All right. Yeah. Okie dokes. Um, that is about it, really. A couple more drivers making their way out onto the circuit, and yeah, we are underway for testing. Folks, if you haven't hit the like button already, please be sure to do so. It hugely helps out the channel. Let me just go to that timing ticker, and I will also post a link to F1 TV Pro. It just helps out the channel if you guys haven't heard about it already. It is just, well, you can watch all of the F1 footage, um, all live, all with all of the team radios. In fact, I'm just going to refresh the team radios. Maybe the team radios will work today. I'm not 100% certain, but we can hope. And how do they measure track temp? They have a thermometer at a certain point of the circuit, which most likely isn't going to be in the shade. It's going to be this, like, at a place on the circuit where it is representative of the whole track. They're not just going to put it in like there's some little corner where it's quite likely to be in the shade all the time. Um, yeah, that is how they work out track temperature, and air temperature is pretty much the same. They just have a thermometer, but it's obviously just in the air. Norris making his way out onto the track, Jack Doohan as well, having a little practice start there at the exit of the pit lane. I don't know why Russell's glitched out. I'm sure when he comes across the line, it'll fix itself. Um, because Russell is Russell driving or Antonelli driving? Actually, let me have a look. Because obviously Russell and Antonelli can't both be driving. In the morning it is Antonelli, so I don't know why Russell's thing is even on the map, to be honest. Because yeah, that should not be the case, because we've only got one Mercedes driver that's allowed to come out onto the track. So I have no idea what is going on with Russell's GPS. Um, if that's another driver that it thinks is Russell. Yeah, I don't know what is actually happening there. That is a little strange, to be honest. A little strange. Um, yeah. All right, we got Charles Leclerc at the top of the times, a 1:32 from him, and yeah. All right. Wait, give me a second, folks. I just need to adjust all of the sizes up here on the screen. You can see a lot of stuff is a little bit mismatched. So let me just adjust all of that. Fantastic. Okay. Um. Yeah. So Charles Leclerc was top. Now it's Antonelli. George Russell's GPS or whatever has sorted itself out. Oh no, it's not. It's still going around the circuit. How is George Russell's GPS still going around the circuit if George Russell's in the pits? And it's a little GPS as well. It's like for some reason it's small. Um, yeah, that is a strange one. Oh, Antonelli isn't actually in. Antonelli isn't at the pit lane start. It's glitched out, and it. Antonelli is actually at turn number 10, where it's saying George Russell's GPS is. I think it's because they've switched cars or something. Um, but yeah, so the track map is slightly glitched out because it's showing Antonelli is at the exit of the pit lane when he's actually on the circuit. Um, yeah, a little strange. How is Verstappen doing? Well, he's currently fourth place on the leaderboard, and he's just done his install lap, so nothing too exciting there from him. Um, I might do a quick refresh of the data here, folks, just in the hopes of fixing what's gone wrong with the data. But I suspect once George Russell when Antonelli comes into the pits, everything will work itself out. So let me just give it a quick refresh. Hopefully that fixes everything. No, that has not worked. Right, well, I guess we're just going to have to wait and see. Oh no, has it worked? The data's just frozen here for a sec. It'll be frozen for about 15 seconds, and then we will be back, folks. Apologies for a bit of technical issues this morning. Has not been ideal. All right. They're waving yellow flags around the pit lane. Alonso's stopped halfway through the pits, and then is being pushed back. I don't know if there's an issue or they didn't have enough fuel in the car or something. But there's a marshal waving a yellow flag as the mechanics push Alonso's car back towards their grid position. That is an extremely strange one. Have not seen that one before. I don't even know what they were doing. The mechanics were changing something on the front wing. They were changing the front wing angle, and then they sent Alonso out to drive out the pit lane. And he's driving down the pit lane, and suddenly, is there an issue of sorts? Does he stop to do a practice start? I don't know. Maybe they've left something still in the car. Right. Let me see what's happened. Yeah, we don't know exactly what it was actually. It's just something they obviously didn't like in the data or something. Alonso's still sat in the car. They're just putting the tyre warmers back on, so it'll probably be around 5 minutes before Alonso makes his way back out onto the circuit. Yeah, little odd to be honest. That's about it really. Also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. It hugely helps out the channel. And if you aren't subscribed, then be sure to do that as well. I'll be commentating for the entire season. I'll be doing all of the practice sessions, all of the race sessions, and all of the qualifying sessions as well. So go ahead and subscribe. Yeah. All right, F1 Gamer, you're going to do a face reveal of Antonelli if Antonelli's F1 champion this year? No. Probably not. I'm not going to do a face reveal depending on a championship win. I might do based off a number of subscribers or something. Do you like Alonso? Yeah, Alonso's pretty good. No. His racecraft is fantastic. And what's there not to like about the guy really? I think he's brilliant. Okay. Yeah. All right. Is a live stream for the GP itself in like the format now? Yes. So I'll have all of the data on the screen, and then a track map, and then team radios. Normally the team radios actually work, but they clearly haven't set it up for testing this year. It might be due to the issues that they're having, not the issues, but the arguments that the FIA is having with the drivers about the swearing over the radio and things like that. So they've just decided to disable it for testing purposes. and only one or two get broadcast over the entire course of the session. That might be the reason, or it might just be something totally different. I'm not particularly certain. Okay, we are 12 minutes into testing, and Charles Leclerc top of the times, 3:17 Ks as he goes down the start-finish straight, purple in the first sector, and yeah, just lapping around here. Let's see what he can do. Comes across the line, does Charles Leclerc, and he puts himself. Well, he improves his time a little bit, I think. Let's see what he can do. Yeah, improves his time by a quarter of a second there. With DRS wide open, manages to make up some time. Brilliant. All right. Yeah, we're just watching the replay here of Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari, pushing the car to the limit, driving over the corner of that gravel there on the exit turn number 4 that we've seen countless drivers do quite a few times now. So, yeah, he's got those 11 lap old medium tyres warmed up, and look at that lap time as well, a 1:31.3. That is, I think, the same lap time that we saw on testing day 1. The fastest lap time of testing day 1, and here we are, 13 minutes into testing day 3, and we've already achieved that lap time. All right. What else is happening on the circuit? Not all that much, to be honest. Not all that much. Alonso's back out onto the track, so whatever issue they had spotted, that has been resolved nice and promptly. And yeah, we've got Verstappen currently in 6th position on a fresh set. Oh no, he's on a set of 10 lap old medium tyres. We've got a fresh set for Isaac Hadjar, really. Yeah, fresh set of tyres. Yeah, fresh set of tyres for Isaac Hadjar. Is he on a flying lap right now? I do not think so. He's just come out of the pits, in fact. So let's see what he can do. Why are they showing Russell driving? Because Russell isn't driving. It's Antonelli that's driving, but the GPS is glitched, and for whatever reason, it thinks Russell's car is. Well, Russell is. It says that Russell's in the pits, but I think the GPS might be detecting that it's Russell's car rather than Antonelli's car. Yeah, well, a strange one, to be honest. I don't know how they're going to fix that. Maybe the car has to be turned off and turned on again, or they have to, change some settings on the steering wheel to say that it's Antonelli's car, not Russell's car, because the GPS is still transmitting signals, being like, "Oh, I'm Russell, I'm over here." F1 Gamer, did you watch the Qatar pole lap of the 51 Ferrari AF course? No, I did not actually. I haven't seen. Well, I mean, I'm suspecting this is the GT3 stuff with the Ferraris or the hypercar stuff. I'm not sure, but no, I haven't seen much of Ferrari. I haven't seen many other motorsports, to be honest. Yeah. Oh, is it the hypercars? Fair enough. Yeah. All right, we got Alonso looking to complete his first lap, and then we're going to have Albon as well. Albon will be coming out onto the circuit soon enough. He's got a long day of testing ahead of him. Same for Max Verstappen. Both drivers will be looking to rack up at least 100 laps, especially Verstappen in the absence of with Lawson having issues yesterday, then he's going to have to make up for lost time and probably pump up some extra laps for today. Do you know what F1 Fantasy is? And do you know how to play it? Yeah, I know what F1 Fantasy is. I think I might actually set up an F1 Fantasy League for our channel. It would be pretty cool. And yeah, what's not to love? Um, so we shall do that. The Ferrari 499p. Okay, pretty nice, pretty nice. No, I didn't watch the hot lap. Do you recommend watching the hot lap? I mean, a lot of there's a lot of other motorsport stuff that would be very cool to watch. Um, it's just that Formula One is taking up a lot of my time right now. You know. What is F1 Fantasy? Um, well, F1 Fantasy is this sort of game. However, it's based on the real life Formula One results. So what you do essentially is, you have a budget of 100 million, and you have to pick one constructor and five drivers. And from the constructor and five drivers, you're gonna get points awarded based on where your drivers and your constructors qualify, if they gain positions in the race, if they lose positions in the race, if they DNF, if they win a race, if they get a podium, so things like that. You will get, unassigned. Yeah, you have your budget of 100 million, and then you just play throughout the season trying to maximize the number of points that you get per race. Very similar to what the actual teams do, just trying to get as many points as possible. But yeah, it's just a little feature on the F Formula One app. If you open the Formula One app, on the rightmost icon, there is fantasy, Formula One fantasy, and will the highest scoring driver and constructor combination for 2024 was Charles Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, Guan Yu Zhou, Kevin Magnussen, Nico Hulkenberg, McLaren, and Ferrari. Um, so that's how you do it. And the highest points scored in a single race week last year was 496 points in Sao Paulo. Um, the most value for money for these drivers, Charles Leclerc was the most value for money. Ferrari was the most value for money, as in they score the most points for the least amount of cost. Because that's really what you want. You don't want to just look at the driver that's going to score the most points, because they're going to, it's probably going to be Max Verstappen, and they're going to cost so much money. It might not be beneficial to actually have him on your team. Trying to click the F1 TV Pro link in the pin. It doesn't seem to open in the browser. If you try the link in the description, that one might work better. But if anyone else can try the link that's pinned in the chat, and let me know if it works. Because yeah, that would be helpful. All right. Yeah. No, it's not really F1 Manager, because you're obviously not deciding. In the F1 Manager games, you're deciding, when they're going to come into the pits, when they're not. But it's very similar to F1 Manager. Like, you don't actually have to do any racing. You just pick the drivers, and then they do it. It says it's an ad and it's blocked. Well, I'm guessing you're using an ad block or something, but it's clearly not an advert. It's F1 TV Pro. So yeah, if you just press advance anyway, or things like that, it will take you to the link. Yeah. All right. Yeah, Albon out onto the circuit, Norris out onto the circuit, and doing an Antonelli on the circuit as well. Antonelli is actually shown as moving on the map. And for whatever reason, Russell is also shown as moving on the map. Soon enough, their GPSs will line up, and it's not going to matter. There we go. Their GPSs are lined up, and Russell and Antonelli have become one on the driver tracker. 17 drivers listed: Sainz, um, Lawson, and Stroll. Stroll was meant to be driving this morning, but I think he's ill, and because of that, Alonso's driving in the morning now. If Stroll recovers by the evening, then he'll drive in the evening. If not, then Alonso will just drive the second half of the day as well. Yeah. Um, but if you look at if you carry on looking at F1 Fantasy, the driver that got the most number of overtakes was Kevin Magnussen. He got 133 overtakes throughout the whole season, and then the Haas F1 team got the most overtakes overall. So Kevin Magnussen got 133 overtakes, and Nico Hulkenberg got 136. That seems wrong because Magnussen's got the most overtakes, but yeah. Regardless, the Haas F1 team got the most overtakes as a team. Max Verstappen got the most points in a single race for, I presume, for overtaking a bunch of people. And Hamilton has gained the most positions. He's had fairly bad qualifyings, really. Well, not fairly bad, but he hasn't had the best qualifyings last year. And he ended up having to make quite a few places up during races. And Alpine, they have gained the most positions in terms of a constructor. Yeah. All right. That's about it, really. Yeah, we're 30 minutes into testing. The sun is nice and bright. The track temperature is 26, 27 degrees. Air temperature is 17 degrees. A little bit warmer than it was yesterday for air temperature. Definitely a lot warmer for track temperature. Albon comes across the line, third place for him, and it looks like the Williams pace continues. Yeah. Is testing televised anyway? Yeah, it's televised on F1 TV Pro, depending on whichever country you're in. And yeah, go ahead and check that out. The link is in the description. Well, I've got to check out. I tried to stay up, but I'm sure I'll catch the end tomorrow morning. Yeah, fair enough. Um, see you around. See you around. Okie dokes. Folks, if you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. It hugely helps out the channel, and hopefully we can get a couple more people watching the stream as we make our way towards 1,000 likes. In fact, yeah, I'm gonna change the like target. That was from yesterday. I forgot to change it for today. Let's set that to 1,000 likes. Yeah. All right, Alexander Albon is driving away on those hard tyres for Williams. Looking fairly good for Albon. Okay. Yeah, Charles Leclerc driving around as well. Charles currently in second place. He's on a fresh set of medium tyres. 313 kilometers through the speed traps. We might be seeing a quick lap here from Charles Leclerc. Alex Albon pulls into the pit lane. Behrman currently on a out lap as well. And Leclerc uses DRS all the way up into turn number 4. The data's just frozen there for a sec. I don't know what is going on there, but I suspect it's just going to jump. Yeah, actually, I don't know what's going on. Because the timer is still ticking down. Let me just give it a refresh. Hopefully that will work. Um, there we go. Oh, it says, yeah, Leclerc's purple in the middle sector, but the track map still isn't working. Let me close and restart the track map, folks. Just give me a second. I'm just going to mute my mic. Oh no, same thing. Leclerc is still stuck on the track map. I will keep refreshing it occasionally, folks. I'm sure it'll fix itself eventually. The data is a Ferrari hater, but the lap times are still working as intended. And oh, everyone's disappeared. I guess sooner or later they're going to appear back onto the track. But currently, Charles Leclerc is on the track, and so is Oliver Behrman. Oliver Behrman currently on a flying lap here. And yeah, we'll wait and see what he can do. Antonelli makes his way out of the pit lane as well. I'm going to restart the track map again, see if that helps. No, not helping really, not helping whatsoever. Charles Leclerc not having the cleanest of laps really. His car twitching around quite a bit, and yeah. Oh, it says DRS. Everyone's DRS has suddenly been disabled over here. Someone's just disappeared. Someone's GPS has just disappeared off the screen. Right, it's time for another refresh of the data. Hopefully, this gets things working. But I think it's just a problem with F1 TV rather than my computer. Oh, there we go. Antonelli's back on the track. And oh, what's this flapping around? Oh no, there's an engine cover. Haas's engine cover has ripped itself to shreds, and Behrman is now stopped just outside the pit lane. We're gonna have at least a virtual safety car for this, and yeah, at least a virtual safety car. If not, they'll just red flag the session. But Haas's engine cover, so the entirety of essentially the back of the car where all the sponsors are written and stuff like that, it's just ripped itself to shreds. I don't know if that was a manufacturing defect or what. He was just going down the main straight, and suddenly there is nothing left on the back of his car. He's crawling back to the pit lane as to not damage his engine cover any further. But yeah, there's just a piece of carbon fiber lying on the side of the track. So I suspect they're going to have to pull into the bring out a virtual safety car. I mean, it is just there on the grass. However, it is quite windy here as well. 8.3 kilometers per hour is the wind. So I wouldn't, they probably should just call a virtual safety car, get one of the marshals to go out and get it. Or they could just leave it out on the side. I'm not, it's up to the FAA, and we know what the FAA want to do. Well, we don't really know what the FAA want to do. They just do random stuff. So, yeah. But we have got Antonelli on a push lap here. He's on a purple lap through the first sector. He goes very, very, very nicely. This is the first real incident we've had of testing. Was it the same thing that happened to Max at Toro Rosso? Unfortunately, I didn't watch Formula One back when Max was at Toro Rosso, I think in 2015. So I have no idea, unfortunately. Yeah, but I think it's fairly self-explanatory. The engine cover, which is the bit that covers the engine just before the rear wing and behind the driver, that has ripped itself to shreds. So Oliver Behrman is continuing on, except that he might pull off to an escape road and then get his car lifted back to him because he's just disappeared off the map. But I'm not sure if he's actually done that on purpose or if he's just driving super slowly. I don't know, he's just driving super slowly for whatever reason. He's not showing up on the map. But, oh no, he's just reappeared now. Never mind. Yeah. Alright, Antonelli was on a push lap and then very clearly backed out of his push lap in the final sector. I think a 22.9. He might have slammed on the brakes as he came out of the final sector. I'm not sure. But a quick lap nonetheless from Kimi Antonelli, a 1:30.888. And yeah, Behrman just looking in his mirrors, seeing what the damage is. Hopefully, I mean, it's not really that severe. They just take whatever's left of the engine cover off and they put a new one on. And they have deployed a yellow flag down the main straight. And I suspect one of the marshals is going to go pick up that engine cover now. And yeah. All right, folks, be sure to hit the like button. Hopefully, we can make our way towards 300, 400 likes. And that'd be fantastic. Yeah, one of the marshals has just jumped over. They've got the piece of carbon fibre, and he makes his way back across the circuit. Green flag has been deployed down the main straight, and will be fine to continue on. Behrman, however, will not be, and all of the Haas mechanics are already there waiting, blocking all of the cameras. So as soon as Behrman parks, he is getting straight into the garage, and nobody is getting a look at what the damage is. All of the mechanics, not even the mechanics, all of the mechanics are just blocking the view of the cameramen, so they can't see their special cooling devices and special ducts and things like that. That would be that's what's going on. Okie dokes. Yeah. Except it doesn't really matter that they're blocking the cameramen because the cameramen have already got their shots of what they want to see. He was driving around an entire lap of the circuit at super slow speeds, and anyone that would have wanted a photo will have got a photo. And yeah. Okie dokes. Doing continuing onwards, so is Max Verstappen. Hello back from yesterday. What happened to Haas? The engine cover off Oliver Behrman's car ripped itself while he was coming down the main straight. So that is what's happened there. Alex Albon improves on his lap time on his first run on the hard tyres. Green in all three sectors and a 1:31.444 for him. All right, 1,800 people tuned into live stream. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Alonso crosses the line, a 1:34.4 from him. He is 3.5 seconds off the pace, but given he's on medium tyres and doing a long run, that's not too concerning. So I heard about last night there was a power cut. No, that was two nights ago. But yes, there was a power cut. The circuit, the floodlights were off. The pit lane lights were off as well. All of the mechanics had to get their flashlights out on their phones and some other torches to actually see what was going on. Yeah, it was a bit of an odd scenario, to be honest, but still nice and interesting. Why are there 3 drivers not driving, and why? I'm pretty sure you were here yesterday and you asked that exact same question, but yeah, there's Lawson isn't driving because he drove all of yesterday. Sainz isn't driving because he drove all of yesterday, and Stroll isn't driving because he's unwell. And Alonso has taken his place. Stroll might come in later in the day, but that is not confirmed as of now. If a piece of car managed to fly over the barrier into the crowd, are they allowed to keep it? Yeah, they are. I'm sure the marshals will. The marshals that has just gone and picked up that piece of carbon fiber from the Haas, he'll be allowed to keep that piece of carbon fiber. Haas aren't going to go ask for it back. I mean, they might go ask for it back, but the marshal is under no obligation to actually give it back to them. I don't think there are any sort of rules surrounding that. Haas will probably want to have a look, see like if there was any damage to the carbon fiber that could indicate why it broke. That would be kind of helpful to them, because it's pretty strange, like an engine cover just randomly breaking out of nowhere. Like, sure, if there was a stone or something that hit it at a certain point, at a weak spot, and then it broke itself, then okay, that makes sense. But they're not going to figure that out unless they see the piece of carbon fiber that broke. And yeah, they're going to have to either find that marshal, and ask very nicely to have a look, or yeah, they're just going to have to work with what they've got, which is still left attached to their car. Imagine getting a front wing. Yeah, no, loads of people have. Lots of people at the end of on the end of I think it was the British Grand Prix when Hamilton won in 2021. All the fans just flood they just break all the grandstand barriers and they just come in, or they go through the barriers all onto the circuit. You can pick up whatever you want. Like people have picked up brake marker boards, people have picked up Pirelli advertising boards. Any debris that's been left, they can go and get it. Yeah. I mean, it'd be a pretty cool. It'd be pretty cool to have a brake marker board. I can't lie. I'll just say 100, or 50 or whatever. But you could stick that up on your wall. You could get a DRS board. That would be pretty nice. DRS, and stick that up on your wall. I think that would be pretty awesome. Does Aston change the driver test lineup or swap the driver? They changed the driver test lineup because Stroll wasn't feeling well, I think. P24 right. Oh my god, F1 gamer. Daddy, I love you. Okay. Well, thank you very much for the donation. Um, that is one of the more interesting donations that I've got, but we're very much appreciated. And yeah, yeah, thank you. All right. We are what 40 minutes into testing. We've had 9 drivers set a lap time, and still Lando Norris yet to set a lap time. McLaren do this quite often here. He's just sat in the garage looking all over the data. Hasn't set any lap just yet. Imagine hanging up a piece of carbon fiber. It's abstract art, I swear. I mean, it is abstract art. You've got to think about it. Carbon fiber. It's a delicate fabric with so much strength yet so much weakness. In certain directions, carbon fiber is like the strongest material on planet Earth. But if you pull it even slightly the wrong way, it could rip itself to shreds. I think that's you can make something up and say that it's abstract art for sure. Number one F1 Gamer fan. If F1 Gamer has 10 fans, I'm one of them. If he has one fan, it's me. If he has 0 fans, then it means I'm dead. Well, that is a pure dedication there, P24 Rye. Thank you, thank you very much. Yeah. All right. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this for the past couple of days, but I do have an F1 Gamer Instagram, F1 underscore gamer underscore 5. And yeah, if you guys aren't following that and are interested, then go ahead and do so. I post some behind the scenes occasionally, of what my setup looks like and stuff like that. So if you guys are interested, then go ahead and check that out. Yeah. All right. Is the 5 meaning Seb? That is correct. F1 underscore gamer underscore 5, and the number 5 is most definitely, certainly for Sebastian Vettel. Yeah. Is that Socrates reincarnated? For sure, that is definitely Socrates reincarnated. Nobody has had such deep thoughts for a very long time. Are you gonna stream every F1 stream? Are you gonna swear in every F1 stream? Um, Me, sure. I didn't really swear. I have sweared on occasion, when there's been something that really pisses me off. Like for example, the FIA just doing stupid stuff all the time. Um, but most of the time, I try to keep it PG friendly. And yeah, is Verstappen running a race sim? Well, he's out on a set of medium tyres. He's done 3 laps on them, but his first sector was 67 seconds, so I don't think he is doing a race sim. I don't know what he's doing. Maybe a slow lap, hot lap, slow lap. Um, yeah. Would you say that the Ferraris have been doing well considering Hamilton's performance in the first session yesterday and Leclerc's right now? Yeah, it's going quite well for Ferrari, but of course Ferrari always do well in testing. I've seen this. I've seen this play out quite a few times, folks. 2019 testing, 2020 testing, 2021 testing, the whole thing. Ferrari always look quite good, and it never quite works out for them once we get to the full season. So you've just got to wait and see. You have just got to wait and see. All right. It's our year. Yeah, well, it is. It's always Ferrari's year. I've not heard of a year where it hasn't been Ferrari's year. Um, so yeah, let's put it that way. All right, no, but this year is different for real, for real. Yeah, it's this year. This is our year trademark from Ferrari. I'm sure Ferrari could get that trademark as well. This year is our year. We are so back. Those are things that every Ferrari fan has always said at least once in their life, if not on a daily basis. Yeah. All right. Oh, yeah. Max Verstappen. I don't think he is. I think he is on a long run actually. But his middle sector was an improvement. Maybe he will go quicker. I don't know if he's doing a hot lap or not. If he is doing a hot lap, it is on much heavier fuel than a normal hot lap, and yeah, he is half a second back from Charles Leclerc's lap. So yeah, not much to look into there. He's just working away. More like once every season. Yeah. All right. Yeah. No, Verstappen isn't doing a long run. I don't think. I think he slows down after after he finishes a lap. So he's doing like a hot lap, cool lap, hot lap, cool lap. Except that he's doing it on quite heavy fuel. Um. Yeah. All right. We've got Fernando Alonso lapping away. We've got a replay here of him going into turn number one, braking nice and early, and then getting onto the power, and the rear of his car just clips the curb. And as he was trying to put the power down, the little unsettling of the car as he clips the curb definitely did not help him, and unsettled the car a little bit. Oh, actually, or was it just him getting onto the traction? I didn't know if it was the curb or not, but definitely under traction that car looked slightly unstable. But I think that's Alonso just getting a little trigger happy, and with track temperatures higher than they were yesterday, he'll have to adapt to those conditions as well. Who is the youngest driver on track? I'm not actually sure. It might be. Who is that going to be actually? Might be Antonelli, because Antonelli's 18, I'm pretty sure. No? Um, yeah. Did Red Bull bring any upgrades? No, Red Bull will not have been bringing any upgrades. Everyone's a Ferrari fan, even if they not say they're not. They are Ferrari fans. Said Vettel. Yeah, Vettel is always true. Um, that is that statement. It will always be correct. You know, I think yeah, there was that quote in Drive to Survive. If you ask a child to color in a car, they'll color it red, and that's all you need to know about Ferrari. That is such a cold quote, like out goes so hard. Um, but it is. Ferrari is known by everyone, loved by everyone, um, and yeah, even if you have a Lamborghini, you still think Ferraris are cool. And if you say that Ferraris aren't cool, deep down you actually think Ferraris are cool. Like there's no getting around it. Ferraris are just by definition universally liked. Um, yeah. It's Antonelli, 2006 born. Oh wow, wow, 2006. And Ferrari is also clowned by everyone. Yeah. Well, you know, if you look at their GT3 and their Le Mans and their hypercars, they do quite well. They just need to get the same mechanics doing work in Formula One. Yeah. Oh, we've got Flovis on the RB, and it also looks like they have a similar thing to Red Bull, really. RB and Red Bull, of course, have a very similar design in general. But I think we saw yesterday Red Bull do a Flovis sim, and they put a bunch of Flovis on the car and looked at what the flow structure was around the side pod and the floor area. And there was this little patch where no Flovis went whatsoever, and it looked like the air just wasn't flowing over that patch properly. Which can cause drag, it can cause a loss of downforce, and RB seems to have the same thing. Now that is kind of low-hanging fruit, like they can see that immediately. They will modify the geometry of the side pod, they'll modify the geometry of the floor ever so slightly, and they'll get that fixed. But this is how the teams develop. They test some stuff out, they put some Flovis somewhere, they put the rakes out, they get the rakes out, and then they see if the data is doing what they expect it to do, and the air is doing what they expect it to do, and if not, then they'll modify and change and improve. Yeah. All right. We've got Jack Doohan and Bortoleto out onto the circuit. Bortoleto is out on a out lap on a fresh set of mediums, and we've got Doohan out on a set of hard tyres, lapping away. Yeah. All right. F1 gamer, how to steal an F1 car? Well, clearly you just hotwire it. No. No, you just get in the F1 car. They didn't have a steering. They didn't have a key, So theoretically, you could just steal an F1 car. You just need to know the start procedure. So let's have a think. What is the start procedure? I don't actually know because, obviously, firstly, I don't know what the start procedure is. But most of the time, the cars are started in the garage, and they have an external sort of starter motor. Like they start the engine manually. There is a way that they can use the MGUK or something to start the motor, to start the engine, but most of the time, there's an external thing that they plug into into the car, and that will start the engine. So yeah, there'll be a way to use the MGUK to start it, or use the battery to start it, but I am not aware of that. Are you asking about aero brakes by any chance? Yeah, those metal spikes coming out the side of the cars, those metal-looking things, those are aero rakes. They have a bunch of aerodynamic sensors on them, so they can detect, what speed the air is going around them, what direction it's going, and from that, the teams can work out, are their simulations correct? Is the air doing what they want it to do, to get the maximum amount of downforce? Yeah, pitot tubes, I think that's what they're called. Um, they have a lot of sensors, and they're used for understanding, measuring airflow around the car. Who has more pace now? Well, you can look at the leaderboard for who has more pace. That's exactly what it's for. All right. Just Bortoleto out on track. He's on a bit of he's improving his lap, 29.6 in the first sector. He's now making his way down the back straight. He opens DRS, 314 kilometers down the straight for Bortoleto, so pretty quick there in the Sauber. Seems like they figure, ooh, that's a lot of vibrations there, and then they suddenly stopped. Lando Norris having quite a few vibrations on the right front tire when he was going into turn number 10, and his front wing also vibrating about. Very odd. I hadn't seen that. I would have expected the front left tire to be locking, not the front right tire, or vibrating around similarly. But interesting. All right, Bortoleto comes across the line, 6th place for him. Nicely done. Oh, folks, the data is just going to freeze for a second. I just need to sync everything up, so my footage is in sync with what's going on the data. But it will just be back in about 3 seconds. Yeah, there you go. We've got a replay here of Bortoleto once again picking up some gravel on the outside of turn number 4. We've still got that. Actually, we've got a bit of an easterly wind, which is not the the wind from that we've had from the northern direction for quite a while now. And yeah, it still catches some drivers out turn number 4. It is a tricky corner, so fair enough. And Bortoleto once again just on a slow lap, cooling his tyres down before he goes out and pushes again for a bit. Yeah. All right. Yeah. We've got 1,800 people tuned into live stream. Thank you everyone for tuning in. If you aren't subscribed, be sure to do so. Really does help out the channel. And if you haven't hit the like button as well, hopefully we can make our way towards 500 likes before the halfway point of the session. So we're 141 likes away. And we've got an hour and 8 minutes. All right. Yeah, so here's Bortoleto then. Still lapping around. Okie dokes. Why would you expect the left tyre instead of the right? Because it's a left-hand corner, so you're much more likely to lock up the left front while steering. How are so many drivers doing laps? I thought they only let one driver per session. Yeah, they only let one driver per session, but the rest of the drivers are just on the leaderboard. They aren't actually allowed to go out. Yeah. What are your thoughts on Guan Yu Zhou? Well, Guan Yu Zhou was a good driver, one of the first from China to drive in Formula One, but you know he didn't show any exceptional levels of talent. He was able to keep up reasonably well with Valtteri Bottas, which is quite good for him. But now he's just he's a test driver at Ferrari, which isn't a bad thing really. But of course, once you've been a Formula One driver, ideally you want to stay a Formula One driver. But he's looking for ways back into Formula One, and I think being a Ferrari test driver, one of the best ways to do that. I don't think he'll get an opportunity to drive for Ferrari because Ferrari will find other replacements. I think, like in the same way that Antonio Giovinazzi is a reserve driver for Ferrari. When Carlos Sainz was ill, they called up Oliver Behrman. They didn't call up Antonio Giovinazzi to race. So. But if he does want to, to get back into Formula One, staying within the Formula One paddock will definitely help. Why is F1 TV not streaming this? It is. If you go ahead and get the link for F1 TV Pro, and either get it or sign in, then you'll be able to find the stream for the footage. Zhou would kill it at WEC. Yeah, Zhou. I mean, any Formula One driver would be fantastic at WEC. Anyone good enough to make it into Formula One, like on their own feet, without too much sponsor money and stuff like that, they'll be fantastic in WEC. And but some drivers, they have an aim that Formula One is the thing. Sometimes you do have to come to terms with that. It is a difficult thing. You work your whole life. Oh, my dream is I want to be a Formula One driver, and then you get there, or maybe you don't get there, and you have to come to terms with the fact that maybe Formula One is not on the cards for you as a driver or as a person, and you have to make the move to Formula E or IndyCar or WEC, and yeah. I didn't get the data stuff, so it was faster. So was it faster than the other teams? Yeah. I don't know. Sure. I didn't get exactly what you mean there, but yeah, Leclerc's still the fastest as of now because he's just done the fastest lap. But we'll see the proper pace coming through later. And fun fact: Antonelli was born before Alonso won 2 world titles. That is, Antonelli was born after, sorry, when Alonso won 2 world titles. That is a bit of an incredible stat, really. And it's fun. Well, it's interesting to see that Alonso is still here driving around. Yeah. All right, they were asking about McLaren. Why was everyone so impressed by McLaren's lap times yesterday? They weren't. McLaren were quite slow yesterday. I think the day before McLaren were quite quick. But I think their race pace was just better. Their race pace looked good compared to the other teams. But we don't know the fuel load, so we can't say for certain which team was better, which team wasn't. Yeah. All right. Yeah, it took me a while to get there. I mean, it's much better if you want a question answered by me, because a lot of the time, you're talking amongst yourselves in chat, and if you want a question answered by me, then you ideally stick it at F1 Gamer before you type it, and then it pops up orange on my screen, and then I'll actually, I'm much more likely to read it. All right. Yeah, I don't know if it pops up orange for you guys. If someone at you as like puts at your username, for example, like at blue hair or whatever, does it come up as orange on your screen as well? I'm guessing it does. It's just that I thought maybe mine just shows up orange because I'm the actual YouTuber or the streamer. Who knows? It is orange. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, so it's just a YouTube thing. If you want Mike a question answered by me, then make sure to at F1 Gamer. Is it the final day for preseason testing? It is. It is the final day for preseason testing. Yeah. F1 Gamer, would you have picked Yuki or Lawson if I were Red Bull? I definitely would have picked Yuki Tsunoda. There is a bit of controversy, of course, with Honda saying, "Oh, we're not going to supply you engines. We want to go, net zero and good for the environment and stuff like that." And then later they decide, actually, no, we're gonna make engines for Aston Martin instead. So yeah, not the best look for Honda, and of course Yuki Tsunoda is partially at Racing Bulls because he is a Honda driver. Of course he is a Red Bull driver as well, but no, I think Tsunoda is much more well equipped to deal with Max Verstappen, because you've got to think about this. In 2019, we had a very, very similar scenario. Liam Lawson drove half the season last year. In 2018, there was who was it? Pierre Gasly. Pierre Gasly was driving for Toro Rosso. He drove the entire 2018 season, and then he joined Red Bull at the start of 2019 and got destroyed by Max Verstappen. Could not keep up whatsoever. And then, halfway through the season, they replaced him with Alex Albon. And once again, Albon could not compete. Albon only had half a season in Formula 1 at that point. So, yeah, it just really wasn't great for the Red Bull team. It wasn't a good look. And then both those drivers ended up leaving Red Bull. So, yeah, the issue with putting Lawson in there is Lawson has done half a season exactly the same as what Albon did. Albon looked fairly promising at Toro Rosso and then got placed into the Red Bull team and just could not deliver, could not score podiums, could not score consistent wins. Well, no, could not score a win full stop. I think he did score one podium. But putting Lawson in there is just a recipe for fire. And Tsunoda at least has got some experience in Formula 1. He's had that learning experience of jumping across from Super Formula to Formula 1 and how he's had to put in more effort, become a more well-rounded person, not just focus on driving, focus on the whole team, and has become a much more well-rounded driver, really, rather than just having outright pace. And he knows a lot more stuff about Formula 1. So I think Tsunoda would have just been the better choice. But after all, politics plays a very, very big factor in these things, especially in these huge teams with loads of money being passed about. And yeah, that is why Lawson ends up there. And I don't know if that's going to go well for him or his career. All right. McLarens just need to put the fries in the bag. They're just showing off at this point. McLaren aren't showing off. McLaren hasn't even set a lap yet. When will we see Mick Schumacher's rumours once a rookie underperforms? I don't think Mick Schumacher is going to make his way back to Formula One. He's having an all right time in endurance racing, but I don't think Formula One is the place for Mick Schumacher really. Yeah. Does that mean we'll see them go on to soft towards the end of the session and get a better understanding of their actual pace? Yes. However, the thing is, only Ferrari and Williams have soft tyres. Everyone else has the C4s. Ferrari and the Williams have the C5s and the C6s, which is good. They'll probably only get 1 or 2 laps out of them, but we will see some proper soft tyre running from Ferrari and Williams, and the rest of the drivers will be using the C4s, which is still technically the soft tyres that are used in qualifying at the Bahrain circuit. You know, when we're normally here for a Grand Prix, the C4s are the soft tyres that everyone uses for quali. And if we have a look at the actual tyres that the other teams have, I think there are 2 teams on the grid. I think it's McLaren and Red Bull maybe that haven't even got any C4 tyres. They've just got C3s. So not sure. Your bias comes out about Yuki when Lawson scores more points in less track time last season, and Lawson was well liked by the RB engineers and crews. I mean, maybe he was well liked, but you know, maybe Yuki was also well liked. I don't think it's one was more liked more than the other, and yeah, we'll just have to wait and see, really, isn't it? Okay, let me have a look at Pirelli tire F1 testing tires. No, I still haven't found them yet. Give me just a second, folks. Oh yeah, here we have it. Aston Martin Aston Martin and Alpine, sorry, don't have any C4 tyres. So we will have Fernando driving, you know, probably in the afternoon if Stroll doesn't get any better. And we're going to see their hot laps on the C3 tyres, which will be the medium tyres that they would normally use in Bahrain, and the same for the Alpine team and McLaren as well. They only have 1 set of C4s. Red Bull have 2 sets of C4s. Yeah, and what about the other teams? Ferrari and Mercedes. Mercedes have 4 sets, so Mercedes should be fine. And Ferrari have 5 sets, and they have 1 set of C5s and 1 set of C6s. So I cannot wait for the C5 and C6 laps from Ferrari and Williams. But yeah, the rest of the drivers, they'll be on the C4s. It'll be a little bit difficult to compare, and we also won't know the fuel loads. However, well, it will. That's the interest of testing, isn't it? That's the fun part, isn't it? Leclerc goes on and improves again, I think. Yeah, improves by a small margin, not a huge improvement, but it's just another fresh set of medium tyres for him. All right. Make the top 5 fastest team predictions. Well, I can tell you a top 5. I can't tell you which order, but the Ferrari, Mercedes, Red Bull, and McLaren, and then the 5th team I would say is going to be I reckon it's going to be This is difficult, isn't it? I think it will change throughout the season, but probably Aston Martin at the start. No, Haas at the start, and then Williams in the second half of the season. Yeah. All right. Um, what do you think of Charles Leclerc? I think he's doing quite well, no? We'll see how he does against Lewis Hamilton. I have been actually saying earlier, yesterday and the day before, it'll take a while for Lewis Hamilton to get adapted to the Ferrari car. But if we think about it, really, how long did it take Hamilton to get adapted to the McLaren in 2007? When he joined Formula One, the first time he drove a Formula One car, how long did it take for him to get used to it? Not all that long, to be honest. Within a race, within a couple practice sessions, he was ready and already pushing Fernando Alonso. So maybe he hits the ground running at Ferrari, and he'll be competing with Leclerc right from the outset. We will just have to wait and see. What's your reasoning behind Haas and then Williams? Well, Haas had quite consistent Q3 appearances last year, and their race pace wasn't that good. However, their quali pace was, which indicates that they have some race pace. Like, they actually have raw speed. They need to work out their tire issues and like the fact that they wear through the tires very quickly, but that can be resolved because they have the raw speed. So I think Haas. That's why I say Haas are going to be fifth fastest. So they made quite a few Q3 appearances last year. And then Williams, they seem to be on an upward trajectory with Albon and Sainz coming in. I suspect that they will have at least one or two big upgrade packages this year, and then everything will be diverted to 2026. But they'll continue doing well because, Albon and Sainz are great drivers. Yeah. All right. Um. Yeah, be sure to hit the like button, folks. If you haven't subscribed, be sure to do that as well. And if you guys are interested in getting F1 TV Pro, then be sure to if you haven't got F1 TV Pro, you get all of the footage. You get to watch it all live. You get all of the onboards, all of the team radios, and all of the historical races as well. So if you're interested, then the link is in the description, and it helps out the channel as well. So yeah, and if you get the full year thing now, then you can watch for the entire season and get your whole money's worth. He did hundreds, if not thousands, of miles of testing before McLaren rookie season, though I don't believe he'll be quite as easy. That is true. However, that was his rookie season. He's driven these Formula One cars for a very long time now, so I suspect that it shouldn't be too difficult to adapt to the Ferrari if his raw pace, raw talent is still there and it hasn't, weathered away with the years passing along. I suspect that he will be fine. And he could be right up to speed immediately. Who knows? Who is your favourite driver in the pack? Well, my favourite driver overall, still Seb Vettel. That's never going to change. If you ask me in the pack, then maybe Piastri, maybe Sonoda. I'm not particularly bothered really. I'm just here for the action and here for the racing, and we got a whole lot of that last year, which was fantastic. Um, yeah. Outside media, I don't know any update on Michael Schumacher. I think you're much better off asking Google. Yeah. All right. Come on, people, press the press the like button. Yeah, this guy is pulling a 8 hour shift. Yeah. I mean, feel free to not like it's fine. But it's been pretty good past few days. My throat has managed to cope actually. Monday was definitely the worst if you look at how bad my throat was feeling at the end of the stream. Yesterday was not bad whatsoever. Today might be a little worse. but it's really not that bad at all. I've just figured out that I can speak slightly quieter and I can just hold my mic close to my face, and there's a lot less strain on my mouth, not on my mouth, on my throat, my voice. So it's not the end of the world. Did you see the new Red Bull front wing? I don't know if Red Bull had a new front wing, but I don't think it's a new front wing. I think it's just a different downforce spec. Red Bull will have a different front wing for Monaco. They'll have a different front wing for Monza. So they're just testing out different front wings and different specs of front wings. I don't think it's a totally different upgrade package. And if they are, then I will take that back. But I will find that out soon enough. Do you think we'll ever get 7x multiple race winners again? I mean, I think this season we could definitely get 7x multiple race winners. I don't know about multiple, but I think we could definitely get seven race winners this season. I'm predicting it's going to be super duper close. So Norris, Piastri, Leclerc, Hamilton, Verstappen, and Russell could all win a race, and then the rookies will have to see how quickly they get up to speed. I saw Horner got asked about it, but I didn't pay much attention. Well, I'll have a look. I'll have a look if I can find anything on the Formula One subreddit. Normally, they're quite good about posting all of this kind of stuff. But we shall wait and see. All right. No, I haven't. No, I can't find anything about the new front wing, but I will. I will continue having a look. It's like more rounded at the front and a bit detached at the front. Okay, there are pictures. Fair enough. Red Bull front wing testing. I'll Google that. I actually do need to get. I need to get like what's it called? Blue Sky or something, or something where all of the F1 journalists are on, where they're always posting the latest news. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, I'll get that sorted out for the start of the season. Day by day, you've become more unaudible. I thought people were being dramatic about your audio. Well, I can. Just give me a sec. I will, I'll just double check everything's plugged in properly. A lot of people have been sort of complaining, but yeah. Right, yeah, I've just replugged everything in, and I'm just holding my mic as normal. Everything seems it's telling me the same audio levels in OBS, so I think everything's just the same, to be honest. Um, yeah, I mean I'm in the yellow range, which I was on all of last year, so yeah, I have no issue with your audio. It's fine. I can hear you clearly. Yeah, I don't know. Some people just, I guess, don't have to. I mean, I've had issues in the past as well, but yeah. All right. Why is McLaren so low in the timings? They're sandbagging. I mean, McLaren haven't set a lap. Have a look. Lando Norris is still just done 12. He's done 6 out laps, 6 in laps. No actual lead times on the leaderboard. So that's why McLaren are nowhere to be seen on the leaderboard. It's just because they are not driving quickly, or they're just not driving at all. Yeah. All right. yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in. Very much it is appreciated. If you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. Hopefully, we can make our way towards to 500 or if not 1,000 very very soon. Similar to how they delayed Piastri yesterday. Yeah, they delayed Piastri. No, it's not just Piastri. They delayed Norris, Piastri. Every single test session, McLaren are always the last ones to actually set a lap time on the leaderboard. It's quite peculiar, to be honest. Apart from, I think, one time Bortoletto was last. Yeah, Bortoletto's first test session, he was last to do a lap. But apart from that, it's always been McLaren. I don't know what they're doing and what their plan is, but they always just seem to take forever. Yeah. Audio fine, including all the erms before and after the sensors. Yeah, apologies for that. I have just boosted it a little bit, so hopefully any of the issues that you guys were having, they have been resolved. I've increased it very slightly by a decibel and a half. Yeah. All right, I think they'll get into the 128s. Yeah, they'll definitely get into the 128s. Probably into the 120. Yeah, 128s, not 127s. 127s a little bit too low. Norris it keeps coming out and then doing an out lap and immediately coming back in. Yeah, that's exactly what I've been saying. I mean, we've seen this way too many times. Even yesterday when they were doing their hot laps as well, they kept on doing their hot laps and then coming into the pits, doing their hot laps, coming into the pits, just to not give us any sort of hint of what lap time it was going to be. So, yeah, very annoying. All right. The track looks sandy. Well, I can assure you it's not. Formula One cars are very good vacuum cleaners, and they've blown all the dust off the circuit. But of course, you know, you are in Bahrain. It is a desert after all, so there's going to be quite a bit of sand. Will they test slicks today? They've been testing slicks for the past 3 days. Yeah. Forza Ferrari Leclerc Championship 2025. Yeah, well, Leclerc champion. Well, it could definitely happen. We're just gonna have to wait till Australia. Everything that's been said, you know, we've just got to wait till Australia. There's nothing more that can be done. Yeah. What do you think of Leclerc's chances of winning the Drivers' Championship? I will only answer such questions after Q3 in Australia. Yeah. McLaren doing speed limited laps for wind tunnel correlation purposes. Yeah, I mean they might be. However, they've been doing that for quite a while now. So yeah, I'm not sure. And they've been doing this sort of. They've been doing that since the first day, and a lot of the teams basically finished doing all of that on the first day of testing as well. So I'm not sure why McLaren are taking so long, but they are clearly, and we will just have to see how it goes. Yeah, F1 cars are vacuum cleaners. Yeah, F1 cars are good at sucking. What can I say? All right. Yeah. McLaren has an issue, or they're too confident about their speed, or they're just hiding. I don't think they're too confident. We will just have to we'll just have to wait and see. You know, they're playing they're just hiding everything from us. Yeah. Haven't been here for a while. Why is Anthony's dot stuck at T1? Anthony's dot is stuck at T1 because his GPS is broken. Well, not his GPS. His GPS is temporarily broken. Once he comes back out onto the track, everything will work again. But that's just the nature of the GPS sometimes with the data. All right. I don't know if Australia's a good measuring stick. I think we're going to need at least rounds of 3 and 4 to get an idea of things. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Australia might not be the best measure of things. However, I can tell you for one thing: if in Australia the top 6 are within 2/10 of a second, it is 100% guaranteed we're going to have action for the rest of the season. If, for example, at Australia, there is one team that is significantly ahead, and there's 3 teams that are ever so slightly behind, that could change up in the next couple of races. But yeah, if it's close, then we know for a fact the rest of the season is going to be very close. Yeah. All right. Um, why is it Norris at a time? Because McLaren are just doing McLaren things. I mean, Norris is out right now. He's green in the first sector, 310 through the speed trap, so he's not pushing particularly hard. He makes his way through turn number 10, nicely done. Doesn't have any sort of vibrating front right tyre this time. Opens the DRS flap as he heads towards turn number 11. Up the hill he goes. And towards turn number 12, just sticking to that same line he's done for the past couple of days now. Great racing line. Leclerc, purple in the first sector. He is currently 77 milliseconds ahead of Kimi Antonelli. Lando Norris crosses the second sector line. He's a second down on Charles Leclerc's time. So if he was to come across the line around about now without losing any time in the final sector, that would be 6th or 7th place for him. And let's see, Norris goes across the line, 7th place for him. Nicely done. First lap time on the leaderboard. And next we have got Charles Leclerc. He's he's slow in the middle sector and then he's backed off his lap. Not ideal for him. Maybe he's made a mistake. Actually, his middle sector was only 2/10 slower than Norris's. I mean, Norris wasn't particularly quick through the middle sector, but still. But yeah. Right. What's supposed to happen to the rookie race, which was supposed to happen in Abu Dhabi last year, later got cancelled? I think that it wasn't supposed to happen last year. There were talks of it happening. There were talks of organising it, and then they would do it afterwards. So maybe it'll happen this year, but I'm not sure. Yeah. All right. Just give Chuck his first championship. Well, yeah, there's gonna be people wanting Norris to have his first championship. There's gonna be people wanting Leclerc. There'll be people wanting Verstappen to get his 5th. There'll be people wanting Hamilton to get his 8th. It's all going to be kicking off, and it is going to be so much action, so much fun. I genuinely cannot wait. All right. Back after my computers decided to freeze. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, actually, my laptop did that yesterday. Because I've loaded the stream up on my second laptop, so I can read the chat and everything, and because throughout the day there are so many chat messages, I'm not sure if it deletes them or keeps track of all of them or what. But I went to just like pause my live stream for a sec, and it totally just crashed my laptop, because there were so many chat messages. I mean, not in the past. I mean, the reason I have a second laptop for streaming is because my if I try to keep all my chat messages up on the laptop that I'm streaming with, it causes way too much lag on the streams. So yeah, that's why I've got a second laptop, because when there's 50,000 people watching, the number of chat messages is enormously ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people want Piastri to win as well. It's going to be very, very exciting. All right. Leclerc using DRSA coming down the main straight. Are we getting a second hot lap from him? Hopefully not a mistake in the final sector. But 3:13 k's as he goes down the straight. And we'll see what his first sector time is as he now heads towards turn number 4. Lando Norris getting out of the way for one of the Alpines. Yeah, that's just a replay, actually. Never mind. Yeah, I mean, not ideal really there for Jack Doohan. Norris was kind of just on the racing line. It's a tricky corner to be at anyway, to let a back marker by. Ideally, Norris should have sped up and just let him by on the straight, but such is the way of things. Oh, there's a squirrel in front of me, out of my window. Anyway, right, folks, I'm just gonna have a quick sip of water. I'll be back in just a sec. All right. Yeah. So we are. Well, we're nearly halfway through the first test session. We've still got half an hour left to make it halfway, but yeah, we're an hour and a half done. We've got Charles Leclerc top of the times, and no, he doesn't improve on his second lap on those medium tyres, and we got Max Verstappen out on 2 lap old medium tyres. Maybe he's going to go and give us a hot lap. And yeah, McLaren once again on a long run. And yeah, Ferrari as well will be doing a long run soon enough. What is the purpose of the turquoise dot at the end of the main straight? The turquoise dot is George Russell's GPS that is broken. Once Antonelli comes out onto the circuit, it will fix itself. But yeah, Antonelli's currently in the pits, so it's just a little bit of a glitch in the system. Yeah. All right. Here we go then. Is it race week? No, we are 2 weeks away from the Australian Grand Prix, folks. 2 weeks away. Why aren't I showing mini sectors? Because it's not the most relevant thing, and it also is not going to fit on the screen properly. So yeah, that's why we have got no mini sectors. Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, but such is the way of things. How much faster do you think the cars at the end of this year compared to last year, like the 2020 cars, were significantly faster than the 2019? Well, they are around about a year. How much faster do you think? Oh yeah, they're around a second and a half faster, I think. We have quite a bit of car development over the course of over the season. So once you include all of that plus the winter break, a second and a half, a second and a quarter is around about the difference in lap time. Yeah. How is Dune doing? Not bad, not bad. He's done 26 laps today already, and he's done 16 laps on a hard tyre run, so just doing some long runs, really. Pretty standard for testing. All right. Albon here, losing a little bit of losing the car as he goes through turn number 8. It's a little bit of a tricky corner, but the rear of the car just stepping out a little bit. Yeah. Carlos Sainz answering an interview here. He's talking about how he can get the final last 2-3 tenths out of the car. He doesn't know whether it's going to be from the minimum speeds around certain corners? Is it going to be the exit on certain corners? Is it the entry? Is it braking later? Is it a slightly different racing lines? Yeah. We'll just have to wait and see. Yeah. All right. Yeah. That is so what's going on really. We've got Albon out on a hard tyre run, and we've got Isaac Hadjar out on a set of mediums. Um, and Fernando Alonso as well out on a long run on medium tyres. All just different setups, different track temperatures as well. So they'll be doing some identical setup runs, and they'll be seeing how does track temperature affect our tyre wear. If the track temperature is 10 degrees higher, do our tyres wear out 5% faster, 10% faster, 3% faster? So there'll be a lot of data gathering going on just of that kind in testing. Yeah. All right. Is it hot and dry there today? Indeed, it is. The sun is shining, and track temperatures now approaching 30 degrees, which is the highest we've had all pre-season test. Yeah, you can't compare timing on 2 different days, but you can reasonably compare. If you keep everything else the same and the only things that are different are track condition and weather, then you can compare and you can say, oh, with a little bit more of a rubbered in track and some more and some warmer track temps, this is what we see. And the teams all have pretty sophisticated systems to sort of predict what is causing what. So, they can analyze two pieces of data. And to us, it'll look like two lap time graphs. And one will be with warmer track temperatures and more rubbering in. And the other one will be with lower track temperatures and less rubbering in. And for us, it'll be very difficult to distinguish what's having what effect. Is the higher track temperature causing the tyres to wear out quicker, slower, or is it the rubbering in that's causing it to wear out quicker and slower? Like, for now, we know that. We know, obviously, the warmer track temperatures is going to cause the tyres to wear out quicker, and the rubbering in is probably going to cause them to wear out less. But the teams have sophisticated stats, statistical ways to figure stuff out. So yeah, they can figure stuff out even if it isn't the exact same conditions, with only one thing changing. Yeah. All right. Um. Yeah. All right. What else is going on then? They're doing a pit stop down at Sauber, and we've got Jack Doohan coming down the back straight. Okie dokes. Oh, I'm just gonna add a little bit of a delay here into the stream, folks, just to get everything synced up with what I'm watching. So the data is just going to freeze for a second, probably around about 3 seconds, and then everything will be synced up. Yeah, maybe one more second of delay. All right, everything is synced up now. Very nice. If Carlos's time is not beaten yet, it's because the drivers didn't really push. They're testing different settings and not going for a fast lap until the end of the session. Very, very true. Especially given the slightly warmer track temperatures right now, they're not going to really want to go for quali laps because, well, quali laps are best done when track temperatures are cooler. So they might as well just wait right for the end of the session, and then they'll do their quali laps. Yeah. All right. We have Norris, I think, making his way out onto the pits, making his way out of the pits, and Alonso here just getting ahead of Jack Doohan. We've got a replay here of Alonso. A big snap of oversteer as he gets onto the power on the exit of turn number 9. So I'm guessing they're modifying the setup a little bit because Alonso's been at least struggling a little bit under traction, getting quite a bit of wheel spin when he gets on the power. So they'll have to see how that's working out for them, but yeah, going over the curbs causes a lot of bouncing and a lot of smoke. And not just smoke, he's getting quite a bit of wheel spin as well, lighting up those rear tyres. And not ideal there for Fernando Alonso. Okay. Yeah, Williams look faster this year for certain. We'll see what they can do if they can compete for getting into Q3 very often, or are they just going to be here and there and not really anywhere. All right. Are they going to use any softs? Well, only Williams and only Ferrari have soft tires, and they will use them because why else would they have asked Pirelli for a set of softs? But they're just going to do them right at the end of the session. We'll see what the lap times will be, and I think Ferrari will try a lap on the C6s, and so will Williams, and maybe we'll see them right at the top of the timings, a full second faster than everyone else, because they're on tyres that are a full second faster than everyone else. So we will have to wait and see. But can't wait for that to happen. Yeah. All right. 2 hours and 11 minutes remain of this first practice session. We've had 23 laps from Leclerc, 13 laps from Antonelli, 19 laps from Verstappen, 22 laps from Albon, 30 laps from Doohan, 27 from Hadjar, 19 from Norris, 22 from Bortoleto, only 8 from Behrman after he's had his engine cover issue. I think Haas taking a while to repair his car. Oh, a yellow flag. What's that? Lando Norris. Okay, no, he hasn't crashed. He's just spun. No crash. That was close. Yeah, if you slammed on the brakes ever so slightly later, he might have been in the barriers, but the car is fully intact. And turn number 4, a tricky corner once again. Look at this, 15 kilometers per hour wind today. So I've talked about this so many times. You have a headwind going into turn number 4. You have a tailwind coming out of turn number 4, and well, clearly that has caught Lando Norris out. Just a huge loss of grip as he went towards turn number 4. And that was a bit of an issue, causing him to spin out. He heads up the hill towards, we're just watching the replay here. He's heading up the hill towards turn number 4. Normal braking point, normal turn-in point, and loses the rear as soon as he turns in because, big loss of grip due to the change in wind direction. Just trying to carry too much speed, really. Or does it even spin, actually? It just goes wide and then has to park up on outside and reverse, because if he doesn't reverse, then he's going straight on into a gravel trap, which his team will not like, because that will most likely damage the floor very badly. So he avoided doing that and just got into reverse gear and reversed back out onto the circuit. Aston Martin is cooking. Are Aston Martin cooking? Alonso is currently sat in the pits. Stroll is apparently ill. So yeah, I don't really know if they are cooking. The whole point of these sessions is to rag the car and test for things like a lack of grip, etc. It is. So you do see the drivers pushing all the way to the limit, which is good. Good for them. Good for them to find out where the limits of grip are, and good to find out in a test session rather than when you crash into a barrier in Australia in Q2. That would be a lot worse, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yep, today is the last day, folks. Today is the last day of pre-season testing. Also, if you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. Hopefully we have made our way to 500 likes. Hopefully 1,000 before the end of this first test session. That would be brilliant. How many people have you got watching? 2,100, 2,200 people watching. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. Yeah, it's been a pleasure commentating to you guys so far. Yeah. 10 cars have already set their laps. Currently, Alonso is last of the pack, 3 seconds off the back of Charles Leclerc, but Alonso is still yet to do a fast lap. In fact, Aston Martin don't even have any C4s, so we're going to see a fast lap from Alonso, but it'll be from a medium tyre. They'll probably put a fairly low amount of fuel in the car, given that they're going to be doing it on the mediums. But yeah, only time will tell how fast the Astons are. Of course, Adrian Newey has still not started working on this car yet. He will only start working on Monday. And he won't work on this car most likely. He will go into the Aston Martin office on Monday, and he will immediately start working on the 2026 car, I presume. Not 2025. Yeah. Do you guys know RPM from the F1 community? Yeah, I do know RPM. Well, I've seen a couple of his videos. Not that I personally know him. Yeah. I think Haas has so much potential, but they get managed to grind kind of slowly. It's impossible for Williams to go from 9th to 5th. 100% change, guys. Please stop being delulu. Yeah, I mean, it is difficult to go from 9th to 5th, but the gap between 9th to 5th also wasn't that big last year. It was a very small gap. So if they have, find some sort of innovation, some sort of little thing that makes their car significantly better, then that jump is definitely feasible. If you say go back to the 2018 era of Formula One, where the gaps were much, much bigger between teams, then going from 9th to 5th, a lot more unlikely. But when the gaps are so close, and you're just looking in terms of pure lap time delta, they need 0.2 of a lap time delta compared to the rest of the grid, and they'll move from 9th to 5th. So, yeah, that's my opinion on things. It's a lot easier than it was in previous years, but it's still not that easy. Who do you think is sandbagging? I think everyone is sandbagging. Unless they are on zero fuel runs on soft tires, they are sandbagging. Yeah. Yourself and Mr. V are my favourite YouTubers. I don't know who Mr. V is, but thank you. F1 9902 on EA from EA Sports was the best F1 game. Maybe, I don't know. I guess the only F1 games, what have I played? I've played 2018, 2019, and 2021. And then that's it. And then I've played Project Cars, which has got Formula One cars, basically. It's got the old 2016 Formula One cars or stuff similar to that. Or, no, not the 2016, the 2018 ones with the V8s. Not 2018, sorry, 2013 ones with the V8s. So Project Cars, and then I have Forza as well. Forza's quite fun, really. Of course, not the most accurate game in the world, but nonetheless, very fun. Will there be glory runs at the end of the day? Yes. Williams and Ferrari both have C5 and C6 tyres, which they will probably use for glory runs. I don't think they're going to be doing long runs on their C5 tyres, since that because nobody uses C5 tyres in races, only for quali purposes. Oh, my mic was muted. I've done that again. Whoops. Stroll was not feeling. Stroll was feeling ill in the morning, but apparently he's feeling better now. So he's gonna be driving in the afternoon. I'm sure Stroll was probably feeling ill. However, I wanted to see Alonso do the hot laps in the afternoon, not Stroll. So now they've just switched that around, and Stroll's going to be doing the hot laps in the afternoon. I have a feeling that was rigged. Stroll did that on purpose. He was quote unquote ill, so he could do the hot laps at the end of the day, not Alonso. Not particularly happy about that, Lance Stroll. Not particularly happy, mate. But yeah, here we are. Yeah, no, I've done that a little bit yesterday as well. I don't know why there's a yellow flag after turn number 4. That's gone away now. Yeah, I don't know why Stroll has. Well, I mean, I'm sure he probably was ill. It's just a little suspicious, that he's doing the hot laps. I mean, it's not suspicious. He's still a member of the team, and his dad owns the team basically, so he can do whatever he wants. But it would have been nice to have Alonso do the hot laps. We'll see what they're saying about Bortoletto. No, I think there's been nothing said about Bortoletto yet. But yeah. All right. Who will be axed amongst Isaac Hadjar and Lawson to make room for Arvid Lindeblad? Well, whoever performs the worst. It's a pretty straightforward question, no? Yeah. What is the ideal time to do quali? What is the ideal time to do a quali lap with track temperature high or low? The ideal time is to go right at the end of the day, just before the end of the second session. It'll be night time. The sun will have set probably an hour and a half ago, and then track temperature will have dropped. And it's pretty similar to qualifying conditions during the actual Bahrain Grand Prix. So the drivers will, so the drivers can do their lap then. Yeah, so the screen will also update. we got Stroll on the leaderboard after the afternoon session as well. But Stroll on a hot lap to is sandbagging. Oh yeah, Aston Martin doing big brain thinking here. They don't actually have to sandbag as long as they tell Stroll to do the driving. Yeah, they really are playing 4D chess. All right. Lando Norris personal best in his previous lap up into third place. Very nice. He's done that on a lap set of 6-lap-old medium tyres. So not bad, not bad. Yeah, very nice. Sainz already had a full day of tests yesterday, so he's off today. That's exactly what's happened. Albon is driving all day today. And we have the same for Verstappen. Lawson drove yesterday, so Verstappen is driving today. All right. Thank you everyone for tuning in. By the way, very much is appreciated. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. Yeah. All right. Not too much going on really. There's Isaac Hadjar who's just come out of the pits now on a slightly used set of medium tyres, and Lando Norris is continuing on with this long run, I think. Yeah. Charles Leclerc is sat in the pits, and yeah, planning to head bed now because I've got uni early tomorrow and it's close to 1 a.m. Good night. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thank you very much for tuning in, and see you for the Australian Grand Prix. In fact, I'll just post a link to the Australian Grand Prix in the chat. If you guys could go ahead and press the reminder button on it, that would be hugely helpful. If you're on your computer, you can just open it in another tab or something. It really helps out the channel. Pressing the reminder button and just helps the YouTube algorithm cook, and then we get a bunch of new people watching the streams. Some more subscribers and stuff like that. It's fantastic. All right. Yeah, Lando Norris comes across the line. A 131.1 for him, and that's 0.2 slower than his previous lap. All right. Yeah, Lando Norris is pushing fairly hard. And he's just had another little moment at turn number 4. He's just getting onto the throttle, and he can feel the car slip, backs off the throttle, feel the car slip back, gets back onto the throttle. Very much on the limit from Lando Norris. He is pushing. It's just that he's obviously on a much higher fuel load. So yeah. It feels like McLaren season to me. Well, maybe it is, but you just don't know. Nobody's really seen McLaren's full pace. Yeah. All right, there you go. There's the link to the Australian Grand Prix. If you guys want to go ahead and you just click that link and press the reminder button, press the like button on that stream as well. Really does help out. Yeah. But anyway, Jack Doohan lapping away on a set of medium tyres. In fact, I think he might be on a hot lap here. So let's wait and see what he is doing. Up the hill he goes towards turn number 4. Another use of DRS. 34 laps in total for Jack Doohan, already over half a race distance for him. And crosses the first sector line. What's it going to be for him? It is green, better than his personal best. Isaac Hadjar down the straight, 317 Ks from him. Very, very nicely done. Really is pushing there down the straights. Let's see what Jack Doohan can do through turn number 10. Not too bad for him. And now he's heading towards turn number 11. Fantastic. Once again using DRS, so it looks like a quick lap here from Doohan. He's getting these tyres warmed up before he can start his full long run. See, this is what we've seen from pretty much all of the drivers. Whenever they set a quick lap, it's at the start when they just come out of the pits on fresh tyres, and then they go on to do maybe 10, 15 laps on those tyres after the initial hot lap. And Doohan getting a nice little tow from Hadjar as well as he heads towards the final corner. Green in the middle sector for Jack Doohan. Out of the final corner he comes, and what is it going to be for Jack Doohan? Across the line he goes from 6th place up into 4th place. Very nicely done. Ahead of Verstappen, ahead of Alex Albon. Brilliant. Is Merck still using the flexible rear wing? I don't think so. Not a lot of the teams are going to be relying on a flexible wing because it is going to get banned at the Spanish Grand Prix. Yeah. Isaac Hadjar 319 kilometers as he goes down the back straight, down the main straight, sorry. But this time he definitely had a tow from Jack Doohan, who was ahead of him, and a green first sector there from Isaac Hadjar. No doubt with thanks to the tow that he got. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Mercedes can use a flexible rear wing. They just have to make sure that their car is not dependent on the fact that it's got a flexible rear wing to be quickly. Because once we get to the Spanish Grand Prix, the flexi wings will be banned, and suddenly, if their whole car performance depends on having flexible wings, then their pace is going to disappear, and disappear real fast. Yeah. Alright, I saw the replays from yesterday and the rear wing flexing. Fair enough. Yeah, it just depends how much it's flexing. Of course, it still will flex a certain amount. It's just not allowed to flex too much after the Spanish Grand Prix. Alright, here comes Isaac Hadjar out of the final corner, but yeah, his middle sector was way too slow to matter. And he crosses and he comes straight into the pits, in fact. Yeah. Alright, we got 2,100 people tuned into the live stream. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Very much is appreciated. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. Alright. Yeah. Alright, what else is going on here? Not all that much, really. We've got Behrman on a long run, Doohan on he's starting a long run, maybe, I'm not sure. Antonelli is back out on the circuit after doing only 16 laps so far. He's out on a fresh set of mediums. And then we've got Fernando Alonso. He's also on a long run. Yeah, Isaac Hadjar is purple through the first. It's purple through the speed trap. Yeah, 319 kilometers per hour is the fastest anyone has done today. I think on the first day of the test, Albon did have a better slipstream and went 322. But that will all be destroyed once we get to quali here, because the engine modes will be turned up, and the drivers will probably reach 327 just on their own. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah. Good morning from Greece. Good morning, yeah. Good morning from, well, everywhere in the world, I suppose. Yeah. Ferrari is so back. Yeah. Well, Charles Leclerc's out on a set of medium tyres now, a set of fresh medium tyres. So let's see. Are we going to get a quick lap from Mr. Charles Leclerc? And are we going to get a... Yeah, are we going to get... Are we going to see a qualifying-esque performance from Charles, or is it just going to be another long run? I mean, it will be a long run, but will the first lap be quick or not? That is the question. All right. You said Russell's GPS would fix once Antonelli came out of the pits, but it still hasn't updated yet. Where is Russell's GPS? Oh, it fixed itself the last time Antonelli came out of the pits. I don't know. Well, I guess its GPS will fix at some point once Russell actually comes out onto the track. But yeah, I apologise for that. For whatever reason, that's not happened. Yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal. It's he's not out on the track anyway, so it's not like his GPS is showing. Well, his GPS is showing the wrong thing, but we know Russell isn't out on track, so it's fine. Will they do the test of the new 2026 car? No, I don't think they will right now. There'll be a separate practice session. Normally they do it at the Mexican Grand Prix. They'll have one of the free practice sessions in the Mexican Grand Prix assigned for running the following year's tyres. It's one of the Grand Prix towards the end of the season, or they might do it at Silverstone because it's quite a high load circuit for all of the tyres. But yeah, so that's what they do, and it'll be soon enough. That's when they'll test out the tyres for 2026. It's a little bit too early now. Yeah. All right, Charles Leclerc, he's on a flying lap. He's slower than his personal best in the first sector. Only 3:07 through the speed trap, so I don't know if he's using DRS or not. Yeah. He probably, I don't know actually. He might just have loads of fuel in the car, and that's why he can only hit 3:07. Yeah. Has Adrian Newey worked on this car? No. Adrian Newey was hired originally. Like, his contract was signed a long time ago. However, his contract only starts this Monday. So he will start working with Aston Martin. This Monday. So he's got the weekend off. There's weekend of break, and then he'll be back to work at the Aston Martin factory on the 2026 car, most likely. I don't think he'll be doing much work on the 2025 car. 2026 car is where Aston Martin will be focusing. Yeah. Alright, folks, I'm just going to get a quick sip of water. I'll be back in just a second. Yeah, we're just watching a replay here. Jack Doohan, as he was going down, as he was going through turn number 9, he clipped the apex at turn number 9. And what that does is it sort of sets your whole car on this little bouncing thing. At one point, Jack Doohan only had 3 wheels touching the road because they were bouncing about, and that really unsettles the car. It unsettles the balance. You have constantly varying grip, and you can't get the traction down. We saw Alonso do the exact same thing, just huge amounts of wheel spin after that. Like, he could keep the car under control. It wasn't quick. It overheated his tyres way too much. So, yeah, you don't want to be clipping curbs that are particularly big. And on the inside of turn number 10, that curb is one of them. And the car just bounces about, and you have to delay putting the throttle down. Otherwise, you will just get a bunch of wheel spin. Max is pushing, is he? Well, he's green in the first sector, yellow in the second. Gets a nice little toe off Leclerc as he goes out the final corner. And then let's see what it's going to be. Charles Leclerc's going to get a toe off Verstappen on this occasion. Verstappen up to fourth. Let's see what Leclerc does. Leclerc's got DRS and slipstream. What's his speed trap going to be? Oh, 314 only. He did use DRS. But yeah, clearly the car has got a lot of fuel in it, and that's why it's not accelerating all the way up to its top speed. Yeah. McLaren is looking unstable. Lando had quite a few incidents. Maybe they're testing extreme setups. Yeah, maybe they are. I don't know. I would love to let you guys know, but there's no way that I would be able to figure that one out. Maybe it's towards the end of testing they've figured everything out, so they're just going all the way to the extreme to see what is the borderline, what is the limit that they cannot go beyond. Yeah. Didn't Leclerc get 320 on day one? Yeah, he probably did. But once you put more fuel in the car, it takes longer to accelerate up to max speed, and the straight isn't long enough to get up to 320 again. So, yeah. All right. Yeah, folks, be sure to hit the like button if you haven't already. And if you are interested in Formula 1 TV, then the link is in the description, and it's in the pinned chat comment. You can go ahead and check that out. You get all of the onboards, all of the live footage, and all of the team radios as well. Well, when they decide to work, which will be the whole season, just not testing. So, yeah. They should go 325 plus on low fuel. Yeah, on real low fuel, and with DRS wide open, they would probably hit 325 plus, or just on their own. And then if you add a bit of slipstream, 330 probably. So yeah, pretty significant. Why does testing not have radios? I'm not sure. I mean, the drivers are communicating with their engineers. It's just that we can't see the communications. Normally, we can see them. However, that is not taking place today, or for the past 3 days, really. Yeah. All right. Yeah. What is the best time so far? The best time so far, still think was Carlos Sainz's lap time yesterday at 1:30.327 or something like that. Yeah, the drivers haven't picked up the pace yet, so that's what's going on. Stroll is driving today. He's just not driving in the. He was originally not going to be driving today. That's why he's not showing up on the screen. But he was feeling ill in the morning. He's now feeling better, so he's going to drive in the afternoon. So in the lunch break, the data will update, and Stroll's name will get added on to the leaderboard. Yeah. Oh yeah, sorry. It was a 129.32. 327 or something like that. Not a 130.327. All right. Folks, let me. I just need to go get my phone's charger, otherwise it's going to run out of battery. So just give me a second. Despite the lockups from Antonelli, he's pushing that Mercedes. Yeah, I mean, all of the drivers are pushing the limits. We saw quite a few lockups from earlier in the test session. Not today though. And he's just pulled into the pits now. Still only 19 laps from Antonelli. Bortoletto is apparently having issues with his car. That's why he hasn't come out and done many laps. And Albon has got all day to do laps, so he's not going to be constrained by the mechanics having to switch his seats out or seat and pedals out, so he should be fine with only 26 so far. And Doohan has done 38, which is brilliant. That's the most out of anyone. Yeah. And we've still got an hour and a half left to go, so Doohan could feasibly do double, which would be great for him. Is Hadjar on the C4s? Hadjar is on the C4s. Ooh, this is exciting. Okay, well, he's currently 8 seconds down, so maybe he's doing a double warm-up or something. Yeah, he's 8 seconds down in the first sector, so let's not look into this lap too much. However, let's see. These tires are 14 laps old, so they're not really much. We're not going to see any purple or amazingly quick laps from these anyway. But yes, he is on the C4s. I mean, these tires are the soft tires that they use in the Bahrain Grand Prix. They're just medium on the track, medium on the leaderboard right now, because they have the full range from C1, C2, which are going to be classed as hard on the data for now, then the C3, C4, which are classed as medium, and then C5 and C6, which are classed as soft. But normally we only have 3, not 6 different options to choose from, so then it just becomes soft, medium, and hard. Quite straightforward. Yeah. The Russell icon on track after turn 3 is because there's an issue with the GPS, which will get fixed, I'm guessing, either when Russell comes out or Antonelli. But Antonelli came out and didn't fix it, so yeah, probably when Russell comes out on track in the afternoon, that'll fix the issue. All right. Yeah. Okie dokes. What else is going on? Not much else really. They should introduce more time out just like Goodyear and Michelin. Yeah, they probably could. It would really make things interesting, you know, if Michelin were making tires that were either competing with Pirelli, you know, they're going to be more durable, but they're going to be slightly slower, or they're going to be quicker in the warm up process, so you can attack full send, or maybe their operating window is a higher temperature, so then they can push harder for longer. That would really add a little bit more strategy into the teams. It wouldn't add strategy per se, because you wouldn't be able to switch between Bridgestones and Pirellis. But it does make it a little bit more complex for the fans that are following along. You know, I've now got to keep track of which tires which team is using and which tires are good for what. Whereas for now, it's just like soft, medium, hard. It's quite straightforward. I don't think adding complexity is necessarily a bad thing. It's just got to be done in a sort of accessible way. Yeah, so I don't know how they would do it. They could just call it Pirelli soft, Bridgestone soft. Those are the ways they could do it, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it might be good for the sport to have that option, but who knows? Who knows how they'd go about doing it? Because how did they do it in the past? It was just some teams had certain tires and the other teams had other tires, and fans just knew, this tire is good in this bit of this, like for these types of corners, and this tire is good for these types of corners. Like, of course, they had that failure in the US Grand Prix, 2005 at Indianapolis, but yeah, that is one reason why they don't do that. Except that, you know, whatever rules Pirelli sticks to, they can just make all of the other manufacturers stick to that as well. Like the tires do have to work for these certain set of conditions, and maybe that'll still be fine. All right, Antonelli, Hadjar, Behrman, and Norris still on the circuit now. I like it when they have more tyre options. Yeah, it's good. It's good. All right, they're reassembling now. Jack Doohan's car. They're modifying the front suspension stuff, and the nose cone. So they've clearly fixed, or not fixed, changed whatever they wanted to change, and they'll be going out soon enough. And we got a purple first sector here from Antonelli. Very nice. Okay, let's see what he can do. Currently, he's 77 milliseconds behind Charles Leclerc. He's a tenth up in the first sector compared to Leclerc's first sector time. He is on the C3 tyres, not the C4s, the C3s. And he is now heading towards turn number 10. He had a couple of issues here earlier in the day, earlier in the test session as well, but rotates the car nicely through there, gets onto the power, opens the DRS flap ASAP, and is now charging his way down towards turn number 11. He takes all of the racing track available, all of the entry curb as well, and carries as much speed as possible, 270 k's before he hits the brakes for turn number 13. And he is 70 milliseconds down on Leclerc's time as he crosses the middle sector line. So he's just got to make that up in the final sector, and he will come out on top of Charles Leclerc. Leclerc did make a mistake out the final corner. Antonelli does not make a mistake out the final corner. So that should be enough to put him up to first place. Let's have a look. Across the line goes Antonelli. No improvement. He is a 10th down. Yeah, no improvement. Unfortunate. Yeah, Bridgestone and Michelin. You have Bridgestone, Michelin, and Pirelli. That would be pretty cool. Yeah. But see, this is the thing. If they were doing it, they would think obviously a lot about, what message their tyres send out to the world. For example, like let's just consider Bridgestone were making tyres. They don't want to make tyres that wear out quicker than the Pirellis, because then the people that are watching Formula One, of course, they know that their road tyres are totally different to their Formula One tyres. But still, it sort of sends the wrong impression. Oh, Bridgestone tyres wear out super quickly, and Pirelli tyres don't wear out super quickly. So maybe I should buy Pirelli tyres for my road car, so I don't have to buy them as often and stuff. Like, I'm sure there'll be some sort of conflict of interest, which will stop them from doing two tyre manufacturers. Yeah. Ooh, Antonelli, he was very much on bouncing over those curbs on the exit of turn road. He did carry a lot of speed through that corner, which is good, in the first place. But if he was just probably 10 centimeters to the left, everything would have been fine. But he was the center of his floor was scraping across the curb, causing quite a bit of bouncing, which wasn't ideal. And that's probably where he lost about 2/10 of time in the middle sector. And also, turn number 9 and 10, he has been a bit cautious there after locking up quite a few times yesterday. Did you see Sauber using LED lights at the pit stops during the pit stop? Yeah, I did, but I think it's fine. Like, it's not the end of the world. What are your thoughts on the RB21's consistent pace compared to the McLaren and the Ferraris? I think it's consistent pace, which is good enough. And it looks like apparently the McLarens are slightly faster on paper. We will find out once we get to Australia. Yeah. Don't particularly know. What did you think of the F1 75 event? I thought it was a bit of a joke, but I was expecting it to be a joke, so I didn't even watch it. Yeah, I mean, it's just like it's an award ceremony after all. It's like an award ceremony. It's the same thing. Like I said this maybe yesterday or the day before. But essentially, it's like the Oscars. Like you are sometimes, which film has won an Oscar, and maybe it'll be like, oh, cool. I'll go watch that film because it's got an Oscar and it might be good. But in reality, do you really care about seeing what the actors have got to say about, oh, thank you to my, my mum and dad for supporting through my career? Like, yes, obviously that is very important to them, but it's not very relevant to the film. And in the same way, the F175 event, like all we cared about really was just the liveries and see what they looked like. But we had to sit through about 3 hours of sponsors talk. And just random celebrities talking about Formula One and some random music shows. Like, it was all just a bit pointless. Full-time Ferrari supporter here. I still say we need a bit more, because if you watch yesterday, McLaren were going first and second purple sector by a huge lot, and then by the end they went into the pits. Yeah, McLaren do look like they have the upper hand, but that's also not because they haven't revealed their hand. So this is the thing. McLaren, we knew that they were the fastest team at the end of last season, and now they're not revealing their pace. So that's just going to lead us to believe that they are it's going to lead us to believe that they're the fastest team. However, in reality, we don't know. We're just predicting based off what we know in the past. McLaren are the fastest, so we think that they're going to be the fastest again. But for all we know, Ferrari have a really good upgrade. They have a little extra engine mode, or they have this one little trick that they're not showing off, and we won't be able to find out until we get to Australia. So, yeah. This guy's got the perfect amount of autism. Well, I'll take that as a compliment. Why not? It's a lot of there's a lot worse comments to leave on the chat. So fair enough. Pedro M. Unfortunately, I don't understand Italian. Yeah, apologies for that. All right. 90 seconds in the first sector for Hadjar. He's just driving really slowly. He's already done 19 laps on those medium tyres, which are reaching towards the end of their life. So he'll be coming into the pits very, very soon. All right. We got one of the Red Bulls coming out. Max Verstappen making his way out to the end of the pit lane. All right. Yeah. All right. Just the Honda engine cars out on the circuit right now. Max Verstappen is out on a set of C3 tyres that have done 6 laps. I suspect he's going to warm up those tyres and then maybe go for a hot lap. That would be quite nice. Okay. Also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. Really would help out the channel. We've got Max Verstappen here, just got a replay of him exiting the pit lane. I don't know what's so exciting about a replay of Max exiting the pit lane. Oh, he was just doing a little bit of a burnout before he did his grid start. I don't know if that was fully controlled or not, but he just wanted to build up some tyre temperatures to make it a little bit more realistic to an actual race start. Because before the actual race start, they do quite a bit. They do around 3 or 4 burnouts as they're approaching the grid just to warm up those rear tyres. All right. Yeah. Pedro said full-time Ferrari supporter. We need a little bit more. Oh no, okay. Oh, you just said that in Italian, okay. Why aren't the drivers switching over to the softs? They're going to switch over to softs at the end of the day. Yeah. When the track temperatures are much, much lower. Alright, what does C1 mean for the tyre rating? C1 is the hardest tyre available to the drivers, so it's the most durable tyre, but it has the least grip. And yeah, normally it's only used at the circuits where there are extremely high tyre loads. For example, like Silverstone, Copse and Maggots and Beckett's, they put so much load through the tyres. You have to have the hardest tyres, otherwise they wear out way too quickly, and they're at risk of a puncture and failure, really. Yeah. All right. Oh, hello, MCG. Nice to see that you're here. Yeah, we have got an hour 35 left of testing here. Of the morning session, and Max Verstappen is lapping around on a set of C3 tyres. We got Isaac Hadjar just coming out of the pits now. I suspect he's not coming out on old 21 lap old mediums. I think he might have changed tyres. It's just not updated yet. And Albon is on old hards, and Alonso is on some fresh mediums. Are we going to get a hot lap here from Fernando Alonso? He's using DRS down the main straight. 309 using DRS. What is going on here for the Aston Martins? Unless they're testing out a high downforce setup, they have got some real big problems going down the straights. I think they will be testing a high downforce setup, like, no doubt. But 309 down the straights is diabolical, really. Yeah. Absolutely terrible. I mean, maybe his middle sector time will be, out of this world. It might be purple because he has so much grip. But, the 309 down the straights is not great. Yeah, 309 is definitely slow using DRS. Considering Isaac Hadjar got 319 with a bit of a slipstream, and the rest of the teams can go to 317, 8 kilometers per hour slower is quite a bit in Formula 1 terms. Alright, Alonso is making his way around now. What's his middle sector time? He's improving in the middle sector as well. I mean, his best time is 3 seconds off the pace, so I am expecting him to improve. Yeah, 322 in the slipstream, exactly. Aston have got to fix their speed down the straights. I don't know what's going on, because they used to be, of course, Force India, and they were great down the straights. Force India were very, aerodynamically efficient. But for whatever reason, Aston Martin have just lost that. And they are here in 9th place now, 309 down the straights. I mean, now obviously Alonso's gone 129 because he's backed out of his lap. But a lot of work to be done. I just signed up for F1. There is no video footage, just getting audio. It's F1 TV Pro, the one that you have to get. F1 TV Access isn't the right one. I probably should have clarified that earlier. And if it doesn't come up with F1 TV Pro when you click on the link, it's because it's not available in your country. So apologies for that. Is the personal best just for this session or the whole training? It's personal best for just this session. It doesn't track all of the personal bests all across everything. Bought F1 Live for 2025 in my country. It costs $6.40 here. How much does it cost there? Well, per month in the UK, just for the data, not for the actual footage, it only costs $3 for the month. But then if you want the actual footage, which you can't get from F1 I can't get F1 TV Pro here in the UK. So I don't know what the price would be, but I suspect it would be around $20 for the month or $10 for the month. Data analysis shows that Aston Martin has been running low power setups. Yeah, they could have been a bit low power as well. Cost $4.49 Australian dollars. Yeah, in Australia it's not available, F1 TV Pro, because I think it's either Sky Sports or there's some other TV channel that has bought out the exclusivity rights to Formula 1, which is a little annoying, really. But what can you do? Yeah. $6.40 for the whole year. Oh, that is a very good deal. I mean, if you have access to all of the data, then that's fantastic, isn't it? It might be Bain Sports, it might be Sky Sports. I'm not sure what it is in Australia, to be honest. I would have thought it's Sky Sports, though. Or Foxtel, or KO, I'm not sure. but yeah, you can't get access to it because they've bought out the rights. I'm sure when their contracts expires, F1 TV will get all of the contracts and they won't sell anymore. But until the contracts expire, that is just the way things are. Yeah. Apologies, folks. But if you guys do want access to your own copy of the data and you've got the F1 TV access, only free practice sessions. Oh no, you will have access to the data. I'm pretty sure that is standard across the entire F1 TV access thing. You have to use multi-viewer to get access to data like this, but if you go on the F1 TV website, you will just get access to the normal data. It's in a slightly different format, but you do get access to it. It's called F1 Live Timing. You got to log in, and then it'll work. All right. But that's enough talk about F1 TV Pro and stuff like that. I am sponsored by them after all, so I do have to let you guys know that. F1 is making it so opaque. Yeah, they should have just made it obvious, like, because I don't see if F1 TV Pro isn't available in your region, then why don't they just say like, oh, sorry, it's not available in your region, but if you want it, then you can buy it on KO or Bain Sports or Sky Sports or ESPN. Like don't have that on it. They just don't have it on the website, which is very opaque and annoying. Not very transparent of them. So yeah, George is shown on the middle of the track because his GPS is broken. Norris is out on a set of hard tyres. Verduin's out on a set of mediums, both of them being fresh tyres. Bortoletto's still having issues in the pits, and he hasn't come out yet. Alonso is on medium tyres and not doing any long runs really. And yeah, I know Stroll. He is doing long runs. Why isn't Stroll driving? Because they swapped yesterday. Stroll is going to be driving. It's just that he was ill earlier in the day, so so Aston Martin didn't declare him that he was going to be driving in the briefing. Essentially, they have to send a list to the FIA of who's going to be driving. They didn't send him in the list because he was feeling ill, but he's feeling better now, so he's going to be driving in the afternoon. And the list will update between lunchtime and between the end of this session and the start of the next one. All right. Lando Norris here, green in the first sector actually. Look at this. On a fresh set of hards, he's green on the first sector. The middle sector might be a little bit harder given that it requires a little bit more grip, mechanical grip from the tyres. And the hard tyres can't really deliver that, but let's wait and see. Stroll doing Stroll things. He missed his morning alarm. Yeah, maybe. Let's have a look. Lando Norris through the middle sector, heading now towards turn number 13. Yeah, slower than his personal best, to be expected, really. Yeah. All right. Seeing the word ham in red is so unfamiliar. Indeed, it is. I've said it a few times. I've said George Russell and Lewis Hamilton going out on track or whatever because I'm expecting both Mercs to be making their way out onto track, and yeah, it is a bit of a mistake, I'm going to keep doing that for quite a while though, I suspect. Yeah. All right. yeah, folks, if you have any questions about Formula One, just random stuff, any questions you want to know about me, go ahead and feel free to ask them in the chat because, well, now's the best time if you to get an answer. Otherwise, when the actual season starts, we're gonna have probably double, triple, 5 times, 10 times the number of people watching live streams. Um, hopefully, hopefully with more. And yellow flag. Is that Albon? Is there some issue there? It seems to be fine now. But yeah, if you have any questions, then be sure to let me know now. Otherwise, it's chances of getting an answer later on in the season are a lot lower. What happens to Haas engine covers? It seems concerning about their race pace. No. The Haas engine covers, they have finally fixed it. They just put a new engine cover on the car. But yeah, that's it. That's what it was. They put on a new engine cover because the other one tore off. I don't know why it tore off. There might have been like a little piece of debris that hit it, and then caused it to have a weak point, and then it broke. But they've managed to fix it now. Bam is a little behind on 25 laps, but it should be able to catch up. With still an hour and 25 left to go. All right. What is happening to? What else have we got? What other question? Do you think midfield Williams is a solid midfield contender? Yeah, I think for certain. They will have made a step this week, this season, and they will have got close to the midfield for sure. All right. Why do teams sandbag, and how does hiding pace give them an advantage here? Well, the thing is, for example, consider McLaren suddenly have loads of pace. And they're like half a second faster than the rest of the competition. And they revealed that to everyone in testing today. Then what's going to happen is everyone's going to get a photo up of last year's McLaren. They're going to get a photo of this year's McLaren up, and they're going to find every single difference that they can find and try and work out why the McLaren's faster. And then they're going to have 2 weeks to the start of the Australian Grand Prix to figure out what it is, to design the part, manufacture the part, and then get it onto the car. That is 2 weeks that they could delay. If they hide their pace for the whole of testing, then they get to Australia and they reveal their pace. They're half a second faster than everyone else. Then everyone starts working at Australia rather than at the start of preseason testing. So it will give them maybe 1, maybe 2, 3, 4 weeks before everyone can bring their upgrades, and then everyone's on a level playing field again. So by them hiding their pace, they could have a head start relative to the other teams for the first 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks before everyone else copies their upgrades and catches back up. Yeah. Planning to go to a Grand Prix? Yeah, I would quite like to go to Spa. That'd be quite nice. Who do you think will be World Drivers' Championship? Who's World Drivers' Champion? I have no idea. F1 Gamer, who's your favourite driver? My favourite driver is Seb Vettel, but if you ask me someone on the grid, I'll probably say Tsunoda or Alonso or Piastri. Have you noticed any noticeable new flexi wings? Not much in the chat about this. Yeah, there is some flexi wing stuff going on. However, not too many teams are focusing on it because at the Spanish Grand Prix, flexi wings are going to become banned. They're effectively going to become impossible to make due to the new regulations they're going to bring in at the Spanish Grand Prix. So because of that, the teams know that they've only going to have 5 or 6 races with flexi wings, so they might as well sort of just not focus too much on them. And yeah, they're just not going to focus on them too much because they know at a certain point that they're just not going to be allowed to use them again. Who do you think is going to be driving for Cadillac? I don't know if Cadillac is going to be in the sport, firstly, and if they are, if Cadillac is going to be in the sport, then I don't know. All right. Has Red Bull brought any upgrades today? Apparently, Red Bull does have a new front wing, slightly different geometry. I don't know if it's an upgrade. I think they're just testing out new things. It is testing after all. Um, yeah. They could use Pato Award. Yeah, Pato Award was pretty good. Um, all right. Let's see, what are the rest of the questions. Am I the only one frustrated with F1 TV Pro? Just completely ignored Antonelli versus Leclerc on track. 3 laps, Antonelli held him down, overtook him, both on long runs. Disgraceful from F1 TV. Um, I mean, look at Leclerc's previous lap time, a 1:37, Antonelli a 1:35. They're clearly on different fuel loads. There's not 2 seconds worth of lap time difference or 1.5 seconds worth of lap time difference between the Ferraris and the Mercedes. Yes, Antonelli did chase down Charles Leclerc. Yes, he did overtake him, but I don't think it's as big of a deal as you're making it out to be, I think. All right. Do you think they should add Mugello? For sure. Mugello's a fantastic circuit. It's very, very physical on the cars, on the drivers. And the drivers have to drive very much on the edge through all the high-speed corners, but it's a brilliant track to drive. How do the times compare to last year? Do you see any teams being dominant? No, I don't really see any team being dominant. If there's one unknown factor, like we haven't really seen much from McLaren. We have seen a couple purple sectors and then they come into the pit lane again. But I suspect if Ferrari wanted to do the same thing, like they wanted to just show everyone, oh, we can set some purple sectors and then come into the pits, Ferrari could do the same thing as well. Not too much to read to. The cars have got faster though, about a second and a half, second and a quarter. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Is it confirmed Stroll is out for the evening session? No, Stroll will be driving in the evening session. That is what's happening. Do you agree F1 is British bias? Yeah. I mean, look, it's F1 is biased. When you ask English commentators if about Formula One, then yes, they're biased about British drivers. If you ask Dutch commentators about Formula One, they're biased about Max Verstappen. If you ask Italian Formula One commentators about Formula One, then they're biased towards Ferrari. Like they're just biased towards their own respective country. It's just that it happens to be the British commentators are the one that are broadcast all around the world. The highlights of the British commentators, all of the news articles are mostly written in British, not in British, in English. So most likely you can have English journalists writing them, and that's why you see all of this British bias stuff. It's just because British, like a lot of Formula One is centered around England, the UK, so there's that inherent bias. Why do we see some drivers stopping before the exit of the pit lane? They're doing practice starts. So they line up at the end of the pit lane, pretend that they're starting a race. They put the car into neutral, build up the revs, and then slowly release the clutch, and then they get going. So they're just practicing race starts really. Will Alonso stay in 2026? Yes, he will. Which team are you looking at, like second fastest behind McLaren? Maybe Ferrari, maybe Red Bull, might even be Mercedes. Like I cannot tell. Like nobody can tell. I won't ask you who do you think will win, but I want who do you want to win the championship? Who do I want to win the championship? That's a good question actually. I would quite like to see. I don't know. I mean, I'd love to see a battle. Firstly, like I don't want it to be a win, like a domination victory, like Verstappen had in 2023. Like a close fight between the Ferraris and the McLarens would be spectacular. Because both teams have got 2 very good drivers, Lando Norris, Piastri, Leclerc and Hamilton, 4 amazing drivers, and I think that would be a spectacular battle all season long. Opinion on F1 GP ticket prices in general? Oh yeah, way too high. I mean, there's no question about it. Can we get F1 at Bathurst one day maybe? The issue with Bathurst is that the track changes super. Like the track is very steep at certain points, and the F1 cars will just bottom out because they're so close to the ground. They're just a couple mil off the ground, and they're so long as well. I don't think they'd be able to actually cope with the steepness of the track. That's also why they wouldn't be able to drive at Laguna Seca, for example. The drop at the corkscrew corner would just be too big for the cars, and they would just scrape across the ground, and then sort of just tip over down the hill rather than actually drive down the hill. So I think that's a similar issue at Bathurst, but they could race at Adelaide instead of Bathurst, which would be pretty cool. All right. Were there any more spins or crashes after Lawson's one? There was. Look, Science had a spin yesterday. Leclerc had a spin yesterday, but nothing past that. And Oliver Behrman's engine cover just randomly broke apart. So yeah, that's the summary of stuff. What do you think the season is looking good for Ferrari? Yeah, I think it is, isn't it? The rookies seem to get better in the cars. Yeah, I mean that's the point. The rookies are going to improve for sure. Russell's GPS is broken, folks. His GPS is broken. What do you think of the Bahrain International Circuit? I mean, it's fantastic. Seb Vettel won there every time, so I cannot complain. Will the Swedish Grand Prix ever be brought back? I did not know there was a Swedish Grand Prix, to be honest with you. Yeah, I reckon that'd be pretty cool, no? A Swedish Grand Prix? Why not? I'm Kenyan with no active F1 subscription. Can't emphasize how much how important your channel is to me. Big up, bro. Thank you very much, Irvin. Glad that you enjoy the coverage. At the first race, many will be surprised by Red Bull and McLaren's true pace. Yeah, well, we'll see. We shall see. Who are you putting your money on for both the drivers and constructors championship? Oh well, I don't know. These questions, like, I will put my money on McLaren. Sure, McLaren for the constructors because they won it last year. And I'm going to put my money on Charles Leclerc for the drivers. Why not? Folks, let me know what do you. Oops, sorry, I just banged my mic into my face by accident. But folks, what do you think? Are you guys interested in having a F1 fantasy league for the channel? I'll set one up if you guys are interested between testing and now. I'll post a link on the YouTube community posts and stuff. But yeah, if you guys are interested, then we can have an F1 fantasy league, and that'd be fantastic. We could get a bunch of people joining, and if I could find what could I do? I could maybe find something to do a giveaway with as well for the people that win. Yeah, I'll have to have a look, but yeah. You sound like Albon when you laugh. Well, thank you. I don't know what Albon sounds like when he laughs, but I guess I'm gonna have to go look up a video later. Will Cadillac be using Ferrari engines? I'm not sure actually. All right. Is there a Discord server for this channel? There is, but it's only for Patreon members, unfortunately. Patreon members and Buy Me a Coffee members and YouTube channel members. Yeah. All right. So if you guys want to check that out, then there's a link in the description, or you can become channel members on YouTube. There's just a button for joining. I've set it to the cheapest price possible. I think just £1 a month or $1.50 a month or something. It'll be whatever it translates over to the currency that you're living in, to the country that you're living in. But yeah, if you guys are interested, then go ahead and check that out. Yeah, Cadillac might use Cadillac engines. I don't know. If Piastri wins the championship, do you think he'll be able to have a better career than Mark Webber or Max? Well, your career performance is very often down to what car you have and how quick your car is. So it depends at how quick which team he's at and how quick their cars are, really. Yeah. All right. They might use Ferrari engines. I think it'll be easier for them they'll start off with Ferrari engines and then they'll develop their own. Once they know that their own engines can actually match the horsepower of Ferrari engines. Yeah. Do we get any reports on how Sainz is feeling after his umpteen laps yesterday? No, Sainz is fine. He was giving an interview a little earlier in the day. So the drivers are, they are at peak physical fitness. They spend all winter training for this. I'm sure his neck will have been a little sore. But apart from that, you are sort of strapped into the car. There's not your back might hurt a little bit, but the teams do the best to keep you in at least a sort of half decent back posture as well. So if there are like bounces and shocks going through your spine, it isn't totally shredding, like ripping your spine to pieces. So yeah, essentially, I think Sainz will be fine. At Max, just a sore neck. Sainz has been a Formula 1 driver for a very long time. I think if it was one of the rookies doing laps, then they wouldn't be feeling great. But Sainz has had his experience in Formula 1. And all of the required muscles will have been built up. All right. 309 with DRS is diabolical for Aston Martin. It is, however, maybe they were just running a lower engine mode, or they had extra fuel in the car. Like, we have no way of knowing. Yeah. All right. I'm just going to have a quick sip of water, folks. I'll be back in just a second. All right. Are they running quali sims? No, they will be running quali sims afterwards. Yeah, still a while to go till the quali sims begin. And they'll be running them in the afternoon. Yeah. Are the 2026 regs fast in 2022? Maybe. I'm not actually sure. It'll have to depend. I guess with the active aero, surely they might be faster. Yeah. Yeah, Alonso 311 with the top speeds. I'm not sure. He's on medium tyres now though. He still doesn't improve in the middle sector compared to his previous personal best. Let's see what he can do coming out the final corner though. Does he make a bit of a mistake? No, he keeps it under control. Across the line he goes, and it is 8th place for Fernando Alonso. Improves a little bit, but still not a huge amount. All right. They really display doing him as do. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure if doing asked and he, if he was bothered by it, then they would just change it to DOH. But, yeah. All right. Yeah. Still an hour left, actually. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to 1,000 likes, folks. If you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. We are 3/4 of the way through the test session, and we are 3/4 of the way to 1,000 likes. Yeah, do Max Verstappen. Yeah, no. Verstappen is still sat in the pits after doing an 18-lap stint on a set of mediums. All right. Yeah. Thank you everyone for tuning in, folks. Very much is appreciated. I hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. Yeah, we got Landon Norris currently out on track. 44 laps completed. He's out on a set of hard tyres. 310 through the speed traps, which is his personal best. And we'll see what he does once he comes across the line now. A 132. He is 2 seconds off the pace. Well, 2 seconds off his personal best. And 2 seconds off the pace. Oh no, just 1 second off the pace on the hard tyres there. Why is George on track? GPS is broken. Is there any team you think might perform better or worse than last year? Is there any team you think will perform? I mean, that's such an open-ended question. No, any team, pretty much all of the positions would change. Like, yeah, I don't really know. Just everyone. Yes, that is my answer. So far in preseason testing, is the evening session faster than the morning? That is correct, especially today, given that the sun is out today. Blue skies in Bahrain in Circuit, and track temperature is 33 degrees. So once the sun sets, the track temperature will drop back down to around the 20s, 15, 18 degrees, something like that. And that's when the soft tire runs will really come to shine. Yeah. All right. That is preseason testing so far, folks. 1 hour left. Right. I'm just gonna have another sip of water. Actually, my throat is actually starting to feel a little bit odd, but should be fine. What is something you can tell, you can predict from testing, might be able to win or more? Yeah, MCG's put a pretty nice answer in the chat. We can tell if the car behaves nicely over the curbs or not, whether it's porpoising. Nothing quantitative really. Looking at the quantitative stuff, you don't know unless you know the input parameters to the quantitative stuff, like engine mode, like fuel load. Then you don't know. You can't really look at the other side of the data, the output data, which is the lap times. Yeah. The wind is still 10.8 kilometers per hour, still coming from the northern direction. So turn number 4, once again an issue for the drivers, but the drivers have done so many kilometers now. They will have most definitely learnt to not go to expect a loss of grip as they round out turn number 4. It's just one of those corners, really. Yeah. Alright, every team is pretty much sandbagging in the preseason. Don't take this out seriously. Yeah, that is probably the best way to go about saying it. Antonelli looks like he's coming out the pits soon as well. Very nice. Fernando Alonso is on another long run. This time's 2 seconds slower than his personal best. And Isaac Hadjar is now coming across the line, doing 13 laps on a set of medium tyres. Very nice. Max Verstappen's getting into the car. Well, he's already in the car, in fact. And it looks like he'll be going out for another run. Okay. Yeah, looking good, looking good. Folks, I'm just going to head off to the toilet. I will be back in just 1 minute. Yeah, I've been, well, how long have we been streaming? 3.5 hours? Yeah, that's pretty good going. Yeah, I'll be back in a minute. Alright, yeah, I'm back. And yeah, nobody's come out on soft tyres yet, folks. They will be doing their soft tyre runs at the end of the day, at the end of the 3 days of testing that we've had. So we'll have 56 minutes left of this session, then a 1 hour break, and then the final 4 hour test session. Yeah. I'm glad this generation of rookies are getting a better chance to improve to Formula One. Still can't really get over Porsche and Drogovic. Yeah, Drogovic, I mean, he's still a reserve driver at Alpine. Not at Alpine, at Aston. But yeah, so it's just unfortunate, really. Because you have, like, this sort of... you have these phases of rookies coming in. Like, in 2018, you had, I think, Gasly and Brendan Hartley. Gasly and Brendan Hartley in 2018. Then in 2019, you had Albon, Norris, and Russell. In 2018, you also had Leclerc. So 2018, you had Leclerc, Gasly, Brendan Hartley. And then 2019, you had Norris, Russell, Albon. And then... between then and now, you haven't had that many rookies that have been able to stick around. Like, you've of course had Tsunoda, you've had Piastri that's been able to stick around, but then, and now we've got this new wave of rookies, 6 new rookies in a year, and so you just sort of get these waves of rookies coming in and coming out, coming in and coming out. Some of them stick around, some of them don't. And we're in a new wave for this year. Yeah. F1 gamers, can we do microsectors? Could be interesting. Ferrari better than the fans are running out of hopium. Yeah. Um, sure. I mean, I can change it. I don't know if it's gonna fit on the screen, but we can figure that out. Yeah. See, the microsectors just go off the screen there. Um, and you know, it seems like it'll be interesting, but the majority of it is just going to be exactly this. You're just going to have yellow, 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 yellow everywhere. Once we get the race sims coming through, the quali sims coming through, I will definitely switch it over to mini sectors because that makes much more sense. However, for now, this is just a little bit unnecessary. Nobody's on fresh tires, so I'm gonna switch it back. But when it is quali, and the race one's a bit pointless. We don't need all of the changing, the different tires that everyone's been using. So testing and practice that we'll do. Yeah. All right. All right. Is Pocharic a candidate? I'm not really sure, to be honest. Yeah. I don't even know if Cadillac's going to make it into Formula One, to be honest with you. All right. Yeah, we have got Albon, Antonelli, Hadjar, Leclerc, Norris, and Behrman on track. All of them doing pretty much long runs. Yeah, Behrman and Albon and Norris on hards, and then the other drivers on mediums. All right. Morning, Victor. Nice to see that you're here back. Oh, morning. I've been Linus as well. Do you think there'll be any cool new graphics this year, like we had time lost graphics? Maybe. I'm not sure. Depends, really. Depends. Just have to see how things go. Um, Victor Rothschild. Yeah, from Rothschild's. Isn't Rothschild's one of those big investment banks or something? Big hedge fund bank things. Anyway. Alpine have got the engine cover off for the back of their car. There looks like they're still changing some stuff around. Jack doing, I mean, he's done 50 laps. That's pretty good going. Still 51 minutes left. I don't know also what Alonso's doing. He's done 37 laps. Yesterday, they've done, actually both days consistently, they had done the least running. I think maybe they had done slightly more than Lawson, but Lawson had engine issues yesterday. So you can't really compare to Lawson. From anyone that had no issues, Aston have done the least running of both teams on both days of testing, I think. And Alonso's only done 37 laps so far. Yesterday he finished, I think, 44 in the first session. I mean, it was raining a little bit, so fair enough, but still. All right. We don't disclose family secrets. No way. So that basically means yes. That means yes, obviously. Looks like you're part of the Rothschilds family. You can send me an email. Got a business email, gamerf1.yt5@gmail.com. Sponsorship would be cool. No, I'm just joking. I'm trying to get an F1. Well, I'm already sponsored by F1 TV. But we'll see if we can get maybe a VPN one, because the thing with getting a VPN one, for any of you guys that don't know, we've got 2,300 people watching. You can get a VPN for like £2 a month or whatever, and as long as you can connect to an Austrian server from that VPN, what happens is you can then watch Formula One from Austria on Service TV or ORF, and it's free view. It's free for anyone to watch, as long as you have an Austrian IP address, and using the VPN, you'll have an Austrian IP address, and then Formula One is well, it's not free, obviously. It's still €2 a month or £2 a month, but it is so much cheaper than all of the other ones. Any other way of watching it, and then you can listen to my commentary and get everything synced up, and that'll be pretty good. If I connect my VPN to Australia, will my browser turn upside down? Yeah, it will actually. It's a well-known fact. So I wouldn't recommend it. I did it once accidentally, and I did it when I connected my laptop to a monitor, and my my monitor, basically it fell straight up onto the ceiling, because gravity's upside down in Australia as well, and it went straight up into the ceiling, and my monitor broke. ORF Austria, yeah, I'm saying Austria, not Australia. Just like to clarify that. Yeah. Oh, Swiss TV SRF. Okay, well, SRF will also shows it for free. So if you get a Swiss VPN as well. I've been living in Austria for 2 years. I didn't even know that. Well, there you go, Purple Main. ORF or Service TV. I think they alternate. I don't know if they'll show testing, but they definitely do show the races. Oh, why have we got a red flag? Nobody's crashed, and we've still got another 47 minutes left of the session. What? Okay, well, they've deployed a red flag. And there must be some debris somewhere. Strange. F1 Gamer, where are you from? From the UK. Yeah. I mean, is my accent British? I mean, maybe you guys can tell. I'm not sure. Did they forget to pay the electricity bill again? I don't know. I don't know what it is. Is there a power cut again? I don't know. Yeah, my accent's very British, very London. There's debris coming down the main street. I don't know what that is, though. It seems like... What is that? Just random stones, rocks or something? I'm not sure. Glass on the track. Something broke, maybe. Yeah, some piece of glass is apparently broken onto the circuit. So they've just called a red flag. I think it was the person, the person who waves the checkered flag. They have to, they stand out in a certain area and they wave the checkered flag. There's a piece of glass, making sure that they don't fall out, and I think that piece of glass is broken or something, because it looks like it's fell right underneath them. And I think that's the only glass that I see. Yeah. Oh, see, Paul, thank you for joining the race win tier. That is very, very kind of you. Really do appreciate it. I'm back for another season. Yeah, back for another season. Thank you very much, man. This season's, I think, gonna be one of the best. Really, we had since when I've watched Formula One, we've had 2018. That's when I started. I'd say 2021 was obviously right up there, championship battle to the last lap, and then you've got to put 2024 there with so many different race winners. I think 2025 is going to be another one. It's going to go maybe above 2021. That's my prediction. I predict that by the final race of the season, there are still 3 drivers that could potentially win the championship. That is what I forecast is going to happen. Yeah, welcome back. There's just glass on the circuit. The marshals are just pushing it all over to the side, then they'll sweep it up, and we'll be back to doing some running. It's not going to take long. It's probably going to take a max 5-10 minutes. I don't think the FIA are going to add another 5-10 minutes onto testing. It's really not that big of a deal. Yeah. Any guess to why so few laps done this session? I mean, it's not so few laps done this session. If you look at the laps counter, the third column, the age column is the number of laps done on that tyre. The third column, though, 48, 44, 52, not bad. Verstappen's not done too many, but Verstappen has still got the whole of the afternoon session to drive, and that's probably a little bit more representative with the cooler track temperatures. And then... yeah, Bortoletto's had some issues, so that's why he is not taking part. Well, that's why he hasn't done many laps. And, yeah. All right. Why is random stuff always happening in tests? No idea. I mean, I think, yeah, the most random thing that happened was most definitely a power cut. Yeah. Started watching F1 in 1995. Yeah, I imagine. I mean, what season would you say is the best then? From 1995, if you watch Formula One, what season would you look back on as being like, oh, this was one of the best seasons ever? Surely 2012 was pretty good. 2012, yeah. I don't know. Rain also, yeah, rain as well. Very, very random. I'm a DTS merchant, fair enough. Let's see. 1967 is top tier. Oh, well, I've not watched 1967. Yeah. How does one balance look better? How does the balance look better on the Ferrari today, especially with Charles seems to struggle with it? Well, it's looking better. Clearly, Charles is at the top. But the balance I don't think is too bad. They were probably just testing a different type of setup when the balance wasn't looking that good. Yeah. There's red flag because there's glass on the circuit. There was a glass. The person who waves the checkered flag over the main straight, there's a glass box that they stand in, and some of the glass on the side of the box has broke. Yeah. What do you think of AMR? Pretty good. I mean, they are hiding their pace a little slow down the straights, but maybe they're just using lower engine mode. And yeah. All right. Is the person okay? Yeah, they're fine. It's just the glass broke. No one actually fell or anything. Just the glass fell onto the circuit. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah. Folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. Really does help out the channel. Hopefully we can get to 1,000 likes before the end of the test session. We've got 40 minutes left. That'll be fantastic. Why do they have to do glass? Why don't you pick any other material? What if the glass breaks and the person falls on the track?
Well, they probably did it made out of glass to make it look fancy and stuff, and also so you could actually see when the cars were arriving, without sticking your head out the side. So the glass is there, so you can look towards the driver coming towards the finish line, and then they can start waving the flag. Otherwise, they have to stick the head out the side if it's opaque, if it's a non-transparent material. Um, you stick your head out the side, which is probably not, probably more dangerous. Um, yeah. Track is clear now though. Session's going to resume in 1 minute times or 1 minute. So all the drivers are gonna queue up at the end of the pit lane, and we'll be getting underway for some running. Very nice. Okie dokes. Yeah, final 40 minutes. That's about it. Green light, pit lane exit is open. Kimi Antonelli, first driver out onto the track. McLaren's place looks scary. How close do you think Ferrari is? Oh, I'm sure Ferrari. Why have they red flagged it again? What are you doing, FIA? Oh yes, this is classic FIA. They cannot, you can't make this stuff up. And then now we're gonna get a shot, and there's just gonna be more glass somewhere else or something. Like I am not surprised. Why have they just red flagged it immediately after though? It is what? Average FIA moment. You know what I mean? Average FIA moment. Favorite F1 livery of all time. Ooh. Um. Well, now Gasly and all of the drivers that were queuing up at the end of the pit lane, they're just sat there. Um. And yeah, Jack Doohan's just sat there at the end of the pit lane. Surely they need to bring him back to the garage. Like he can't sit there out in there indefinitely. His tires are just going to go super cold. Um. Favorite F1 livery of all time. Let me have a think. The Ferrari special one that they did for Mugello, the really dark sort of burgundy color, that was pretty awesome. Um, I mean, if you look at iconic ones, the Marlboro McLaren one, that's iconic. Yeah, I would probably put those were pretty good. I mean, the Red Bull one where they had the Red Bull Turkish Grand Prix 2021 one, that was amazing. It's very similar to the V Carb now, but I think it's just that little step up because it's got that huge Honda logo on the back. I don't know what V Carb have got written on the back, but the Honda thing just stands out perfectly. Um, yeah. I don't know why they've called a second red flag. Nobody knows. Unless they just accidentally press the red flag button, like Toro Rosso Blue, Gasly, and Hartley. That was a pretty nice livery, yeah. Um, yeah, Russell is fine. Russell's not even come out on track yet. Session's going to resume now, folks. For whatever reason, they've got rid of the red flag again, and the session's resuming in about 30 seconds. So hang in there, folks. Hang in there. FIA clown, that was fun. Let's do it again. Yeah, they've just got a big red button that they keep pressing. Oh, do not press. And the McLaren chrome livery, yeah, that was also very, very nice, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, 5 cars coming out onto the track all at the same time, all one after another. Here we are. We are going racing. Um, looks good. Looks good. Um, Okie dokes. 2,000 people tuned into the live stream. Thank you everyone for tuning in. We are now, 35 minutes away from the end of this session. We're going to have a lot more drivers doing some hard tyre running. We've got Behrman, Alonso, Norris, and Doohan all on fresh hard tyres. They'll be weaving around, getting those all warmed up. And look at this, all the drivers following each other around. It looks like they're trying to get a feel for how the following is in these cars, especially the rookies. They've been in Formula 2 and they do notice, the grip levels drop off when you're behind another car. But in Formula 1 it's different. So, they need to get some experience driving behind some of the cars, see what the grip levels are like, how much they can push, they can't push. And that will be very nice and helpful for them. Where is Williams? Williams. Albon's in the pits. That's what he's doing. Yeah. Worth 8th World Drivers' Championship coming in for Lewis Hamilton. Maybe. I mean, it's whatever. See, this is the thing. When I came into the 2024 season, I kind of knew that Verstappen was probably going to win the World Championship. The other cars were getting quicker, but I still knew that Red Bull had a huge advantage. And you kind of know vaguely, it's either one or two drivers, like back in 2018, 2019, it was either going to be Hamilton or it was going to be Vettel, or it was going to be, it was either going to be Hamilton or Vettel, or in 2022, it was going to be Verstappen or it was going to be Leclerc. In 2023, you knew for a fact it was going to be Verstappen. So all of those years, you kind of have a vague idea who you think is going to win. But this year, there is no way that you're going to know. Is it going to be the McLarens? Is it going to be the Ferraris? Is it the Mercedes? Is it the Red Bulls? So that's why I'm finding it quite tricky to answer all of these questions about who you think is going to win and who's going to get the World Drivers' Championship or whatever. Yeah. You said that there'll be 3 drivers that can win the World Drivers' Championship in the final race. Who are those 3 drivers? Ooh. I'm going to go with Verstappen, Piastri, Leclerc. That's what I think. Verstappen, Piastri, Leclerc are going to be the 3 drivers that will be fighting for the championship in the last race of the season. Oh, Lando Norris, man. Purple in the first sector and then backed out of your lap again. This guy just does not want to give us any reasonably quick lap times. Yeah, average McLaren moment. Go purple in the first sector, back out in the final sector. Don't tell anyone what your lap time would have been. Yeah. When Newey left, the new engineers took the car into a dead end. They had to backtrack and lost valuable time. They'll probably be fixed that by now. Yeah, they will have fixed that by now. And that's why I think Verstappen will be able to compete. The thing is, they had to backtrack and they lost time, and that's the time that McLaren and Ferrari and Mercedes gained. So now they're all sort of on a level playing field. Oh, Norris backed out because he had a little bit of a mistake coming out of the penultimate corner. Just got a little bit too happy on the throttle. And also he did the same in the final corner. He just made a mistake in both last and penultimate. The penultimate and the last corner. And that's why he backed out. But still. My favourite F1 driver is Seb Vettel. Yeah. Is the Aston Martin's rear axle really unstable and wears out tyres very quickly? No, I mean, they have been a little bit unstable today. Alonso's been getting a bit trigger happy on the throttle, and he's been getting some wheel spin here and there, but it's not unstable by any means. Yeah. All right. What else is going on the circuit? Oh, there's Leclerc's car sparking away a little bit. Bortoleto back on track. Yeah, whatever issues they had finally have been fixed. Half an hour left of the session. He'll probably stay out for the entire set. Half an hour really. He needs to make up for a bit of lost time. Make sure whatever fix they have actually works. And yeah, looking good. Looking good. Gasly looked really good in the back half of the last championship. Maybe not championship good, but a dark horse pick. Yeah, I think Gasly, Alpine, they have improved significantly compared to last year. Last year their car was overweight. They were too slow, and down on horsepower. So those things have improved, and it's looking good. Looking good for the Alpine team, I think, on an upward trajectory. But so's Williams, so's Haas, so's Sauber probably. Everyone's on an upward trajectory. It just depends on who's on the bigger upward trajectory. Yeah. All right. Behrman and Verstappen lapping away, actually. Verstappen on old mediums, Behrman on fresh hards. And we've got pretty much every single driver out except for Isaac Hadjar. He's already completed 60 laps, so there isn't really much left in his run plan, so he can relax a little bit. Yeah. Alright, I'm going to have a quick sip of water. I'll be back in a sec, folks. No softs for Leclerc, yeah. I mean, track temperature's just a little too high for the softs. I'm going to be totally honest with you. 33.2 degrees, slightly too hot. It's really got to be. You're sort of looking at, you want 20-ish degrees, and yeah, that's why Leclerc's not out on softs. Hamilton, however, who'll be driving in the afternoon, the temperature will drop then, and he will bring out the softs, and I cannot wait. Yeah. All right. Can anyone tell me why Lance Stroll is still in F1? Yeah, money. That is exactly why. Very nice, very nice. All right. We want to know the answer to that last question. Lance question, indeed. Right. Lando back into the pits after only doing 5 laps on his hard tyres. Yeah. Once again, Behrman down in 10th place. Once again, we don't need to worry too much about this. The Haas did this last year as well. Their testing times were pretty terrible, to be honest. And then they ended up getting into Q3 quite often. And in fact, they had the most overtakes out of any team in Formula 1. Now, of course, to have overtakes, you also do have to... to get overtakes, of course, you can't just be the fastest team, but yeah, so you have to be slow in quali, quick in the race. But Haas did that, and they had the most overtakes last year. Oh yeah, and I figured out why. So Haas in total had 269 overtakes, and Magnussen had the most out of most overtakes out of any driver, 133 overtakes. And I was like, that doesn't add up. That would mean Hulkenberg is 136 overtakes. But actually, no, Oliver Behrman did drive for Haas, and he would have had some overtakes. So, yeah. But 133 overtakes for K-Mag, which is fantastic. Yeah, most positions gained overall though. Alpine had some pretty bad qualities, but in races they did quite well. 89 positions gained last year. Hamilton with the most positions gained as a starting comparing qualifying to the ending position on the race. Yeah. All right. How are we looking on day 3 so far? Not bad, not bad. No huge issues. Behrman did have his engine cover rip off halfway through. He was just going down the main straight with DRS open, and his engine cover just came off. It took him a while to repair that, but Behrman has made up for lost time. He's done 54 laps, so pretty solid running there from him. Yeah, it's not been nothing too wild apart from that. There was some glass that shattered over the circuit down the pit straight, and that's why we had a bit of a red flag. What else? Bortoletto had some issues, so he was sat in the pits for a while, and that's about it. Is Alonso going to drive the full day? No. Stroll will be driving in the afternoon. He originally wasn't sent. The teams have to send a list to the FIA, and then they set the list. They set up the data. On the list that they sent to the FIA, Stroll wasn't present because he was ill at the time. But now he's feeling better, so he's going to be driving in the afternoon. Alonso is driven in the morning. Yeah. Bortoletto with the highest top speed there, 320 k's. He got a bit of a toe there off Alex Albon, but nonetheless, 320 is the quickest out of anyone in the first session. And yeah, nice job. His engine cover ripped off. Yeah, it was quite strange actually. All right. Oh, you got an ad. Oh, apologies for that. Let me block those again. They it's annoying from YouTube. I have to keep pressing this block ad button every 10 minutes, and if I even slightly stop paying attention for a bit, you guys get blasted with adverts. So apologies for that. Yeah. We aren't talking much about Kimi. He's pushing pretty well. Yeah, I mean he's done 52 laps. He had a pretty quick lap out at the start of the day, and good job for Mercedes, really. 52 laps, that's good enough. And Russell will complete the job in the afternoon. Probably complete a lot more laps given that the temperatures will be cooler, and that's really when they want the data from. Yeah. All right. YouTube Premium, no ads on my end. Oh, that's pretty nice, isn't it? YouTube Premium actually helps out YouTube Premium helps out creators more than it would if you just watched an advert than just watching an advert, really. So yeah, thank you very much. Did we have any soft runs? No soft runs yet. We will be having the soft runs later on in the day. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Did all the teams bring soft? No, only Williams and Ferrari have brought softs. Yeah. All right. What's on the Discord / channel YouTube membership? Um, Not much really. You just if you guys have any questions for me, like you can just send a message on the Discord chat, and I'll end up replying soon enough. Yeah, that's about it. And there's a couple of other members, everyone else is F1 fans as well. So we have a couple of some interesting chats. That's about it. Any cars with that green paint that I always forget? The Flovis. No cars with Flovis. We had a couple earlier, but not right now. Teams have done most of their Flovis testing by now, and yeah, most of the Flovis has been done. All right. Yeah, only 20 minutes left now, folks. And then we'll have the lunch break, and then after the lunch break, we'll have the final 4 hours of testing. Yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in. By the way, it's been a pleasure commentating to you guys. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. The C3, the ones you see are yellow, are the softs for the Bahrain Grand Prix. Every team has some C3s and some C4s, a couple of C5s. Nobody has used them so far. Yep, that is correct. You think Ferrari is a contender for the championship? Yes. All right. Are we getting any other special laps? Really, not really, to be honest. Yeah. Oh yeah, folks. What did you guys get up to on the weekends when there was no Formula One in the off season? Did you patiently stare out the window hoping for Formula One to come back? What did you guys get up to? Because I definitely did get bored over some weekends. I was like, well, there's no Formula One to do. What am I going to do with my life right now? Yeah. What is the chat about the tyres being different? Pirelli modify the tyres every year because the cars get quicker and quicker each year, so they have to take that into account when they're building the tyres. So the tyres are ever so slightly more durable and a slightly harder compound than they were last year. But that's about it, really. Track temperature going down and down. Do you think we can see soft? I should say, yeah. Except track temperature has gone from 33 to 32, and that's just because the sun is a little less bright in the sky. The main thing is that when the sun sets, in a couple 3 hours time, probably 3 hours time, that's when we will see. That's when we'll see the soft tires come out after the sun has set. Xbox Game Pass, cry deeply. Fair enough. All right. Yeah. All right. Not long now till the lunch break. I think I might go and get a coffee during the lunch break just to keep me awake after my severe lack of sleep yesterday. Yeah. But we'll see. All right. What else is going on? Not really that much, to be honest. Everyone's just continuing on with their long runs. We're not going to really see any quick runs before the end of the session. Russell's car is not at turn 3. It is his GPS is broken. Just went out with my friends for once because I didn't have to cancel plans to watch F1. True, true. I did do that as well. Yeah, a lot of times where there are plans with my friends and I'm like, I've got a Formula One stream to do, cannot make it. Red Bull don't have the softs. I mean, they have the C4s. They don't have the C5s and the C6s, which are the real soft tires that we want to see. Yeah. All right. I actually might go to sleep after the stream, just to catch up. Might be a good idea. And if I'm going to go to sleep after the stream, having a coffee probably isn't the best idea. I guess we'll see. All right. Yeah. All right, folks. I just want to test one other thing as well. Whenever I like mute and unmute my mic, it shows up on the visualizer as like a little noise, but I don't know if you guys can actually hear that. So, what I'm basically just going to do is I'm going to stop talking, but I'm going to flick my mic on and off, on and off. And if you guys can let me know if you can hear that, because I'm just wondering, because I think there might be a way for me to fix that. But yeah, just let me know if you can actually hear it. Yeah, I'm gonna start doing it now. Yeah, I flicked my mic on and off about 4 times. So I don't know if you guys can hear that. Can't you apply to F1's official broadcast as a commentator? I could apply. Unfortunately, I don't have an email. Like, if you guys know where you could, some people are saying you can't hear it. Some people are saying you can hear it. Just a little. Okay, fair. Just a little pop. Okay, that's fine. What was I going to say? Yeah, if you guys know the email where I can send my details, then go ahead and let me know. Otherwise, otherwise I don't really know. Like I have a fair amount of commentating experience on sort of commentating Formula One. I've not got any real sort of like radio experience or practicing or commentating things in real life. But who knows? Who knows? Maybe I could do that. Still using the Sennheiser 85? Yeah, I am. I'm using the Sennheiser E85S. It's pretty good. The S bit at the end means that it's got an on and off switch, and they actually use the Sennheiser E85, not E85, E835 on the space station. I may have mentioned this earlier on in the season when I got it. But this is the same microphone that they use on the International Space Station when they're doing all their broadcasts from all the astronauts, which I think is pretty awesome. Do you have a job other than this? No, I'm a student, studying engineering. So yeah, don't have a job just yet. We'll see it. We'll see how the world turns out. It's a very unstable place by the looks of the headlines in the news. We'll see if I can land a job after university. Um, yeah, yeah. The Sennheiser mics are great, really. And one of the best mics probably. So cannot complain, really. Cannot complain whatsoever. All right. Yeah. All right. Um, F1 gamer in the pit lane for 2028. Oh, I would definitely sign. I definitely sign for the pit lane. If someone gave me a contract to try to be in the pit lane for 2028, that would be brilliant because that would mean, um, well, I'd have a job already set. I wouldn't have to worry about finding a job, and it would be a job that I love. Commentating. Yeah, it's mechanical engineering. Have the arrest stopped in the UK for social media posts? I think there was only like one or something like that. Yeah. What team would you want to work for? Oh, engineer. Yeah, I could be in the pit lane as an engineer as well. Um, well, I either want to be for the team that's winning or the team that's in last place. Because the team that's winning, well, of your course, you're winning, which is awesome. Or just a team that's in last place because it's fairly relaxed, at least for the first couple of years, so you can find your feet in Formula One, understand some stuff, and I'm sure it's always a challenge, really. Whichever team you're at, if they're first or last, everyone's still working as hard as possible, trying to keep going up the grid. All right, 8 minutes and 45 seconds remain of this session. We've currently got Charles Leclerc top of the timings. Yeah. I prefer the team Adrian on it. Yeah, you'd learn. Yeah, you could. If you could become sort of Adrian Newey's apprentice, that would be awesome. That would be incredible, actually. Learn from the goat himself. All right. What else is going on, really? Mm, Not much else, to be honest. Not much else is going on. Uh, Bortoletto is improving on his lap time. He's done 33 laps here, and good going from him. Alonso is still 48 laps, not all that amazing. I mean, it's a second. Oh no, he's done one more lap than Verstappen. Okay, still Verstappen's going to do quite a lot of laps in the afternoon. Um, did you repeat your thermodynamics class? No, I passed first time. Yeah. All right. 929 likes. We're getting pretty close to 100 likes, folks. We are 7 minutes left. We need 71 likes. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, a lot of engineers will have will have been typing in the chat. Oh, what type of engineering you're doing and stuff like that. But yeah. Do you think Norris will go back out? No, probably not. Maybe he'll do because they'll do what they'll do the virtual safety car test, and then they'll do the safety car test, and then the red flag test. Maybe he'll go out for that, but I'm not certain. Good for you. I don't know. In my class, only 7 people passed the class first try. Oh, okay. No, I think it's just because we had a pretty good lecturer for that one. So yeah. What's your current GPA? I'm not gonna say that on stream. I'm doing quite well. So yeah. Well, I don't know. I personally I think I'm doing all right. So and I'm also not gonna say when I finish studying. Rather not sort of. Well, I could basically. Well, I could leak my. It would in a way you could work out how old I am, but it doesn't really matter. Anyway, it's fine. At some point, depending how things go, there might be a face reveal, and yeah, face reveal. You might find out what my name is. We'll see. I always thought Ross Brawn was the goat for engineers. Yeah, Ross Brawn as well. Ross Brawn's pretty good. Um, So when is Seb co-commentating? Yeah. Actually, yeah, guys, go ahead, go ahead and guess my age. I mean, I'm not going to tell you if you're correct or not. But actually, yeah, some people, I mean, some people ask me, what is your job? So they're presuming I'm a lot older than a university student. So yeah, Ross Braun, yeah, we've got the VSC deployed. They're just doing the VSC test, then the safety car test. Well, VSC test, then double yellow flag, then safety car. Yeah, look, double yellows, and then we're gonna have the safety car, and then we're gonna have the red flag, and then formation lap and stuff like that. Asia have always been clues. Yeah, exactly. If you really want to figure it out, I'm sure you could go back and look at and answer and look at every single time I've answered one of those questions about what are you doing, and you could figure out a pattern from, when I said what answers and stuff like that. But oh well, it's fine. Um, Fair enough. Fair enough. There's not the safety car doesn't even come out. They just have to they just have to press the safety car button, make sure that everyone on the track sees on their screen, oh, safety car deployed, or they get the correct lights coming up on their dash, saying, oh, the safety car's out, slow down, things like that. It's just standard procedure. Yeah, yeah. There's no way we're going to look for the entire VODs just to get an answer. Exactly. No, that's the point. No face reveal. Took breaks for exams. University. Exactly. You can figure it out. You can figure out when. But copy. We are checking. Yeah. I mean, the VODs go back a very long time. So looking forward to this new season. Exactly. Same here. I cannot wait for the start. In 2 weeks' time, we'll be in Australia. Yeah. In fact, folks, just while we are getting to the little break here in the season, I'm just going to post a link to the Australian Grand Prix stream in the chat. Go ahead and check that out. And if you could press the reminder button and the like button, that would really help out the channel. So I'm just going to send that link. And you guys can go ahead and click that and yeah, help out the channel and get the hype building up already. And thank you, Derek. Derek Pilkington, for the channel membership. That is very much appreciated. And there's Race Win here as well. That's a huge help to the channel. Thank you very, very much. When will they drop the new F1 intro video? Actually, I don't know. Maybe they've done it already. I haven't seen it while testing's been taking place, so I don't know if they've. But it'll happen in the next few weeks before the Australian Grand Prix for sure. They were sandbagging hard this session. I mean, yeah, 130s. I mean, track temperature was up, so they were never going to be as fast as the 129s as well. Stroll's going to be. He was ill this morning, but he's going to be. He's good enough to race in the to test in the afternoon, so he'll be taking part in the afternoon. Yeah. Yeah, there should be 18. It's just, yeah, Stroll was ill in the morning, so his name wasn't added to the list. Oh, F1 gamer, of course. I've had you on every race, following you since we've had a broken mic around 40k subs. Yeah, I remember that. I had a slightly dodgy mic cable, and I didn't get it fixed for a while because it was kind of working, except it, on occasion it would just switch itself off. But wow, since 40,000 subscribers, that has been Yeah, probably 40,000 subscribers. That's halfway through. When's that? Halfway through 2023, maybe 2023 or 2022. Yeah, it's been a while. So, cheers, Derek. All right. Um. Yeah. So here we are in the lunch break. Let me just stick the timer on for when the second half of testing will start. Um. There we go. Um. 59 minutes and 49 seconds. We are 1 hour away from the second half of testing, folks. Um, yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in. I'm going to stick around. I'm probably not going to have a coffee given that I am going to go to sleep later. Yeah. When you hit 150k subs, I'll be there no matter what. Fair enough, fair enough. We're 30 likes away, folks. 30 likes away from 1,000. If we could hit 1,000 likes, that would be brilliant for the end of the first test session. Yeah, I'll be there no matter what. Fair enough, fair enough. How do you take your coffee? Well, recently, this has been maybe slightly diabolical, according to some other people, but for the purposes of healing my throat, as many of you know, honey is quite a good healant. Like I don't know, it's just a good thing for your throat essentially, especially with some warm water. So what I did this morning was I put the instant coffee stuff into my mug, and then I put some honey on top of that, and then I put some warm water, and then I put a little bit of milk. Um, so it actually helps my throat quite a bit. I mean, I'm sure all the coffee lovers out in the street, out in the chat, will be like, "This is absolutely diabolical. You can't mix honey and coffee." But you know, it helps my throat, so I'm not gonna listen to I'm not gonna listen to you guys. Yeah. All right. Honey is antiseptic, is it? Oh, is that what it is? Fair enough. Gargle some vodka. Yeah. See, that's the thing. What's the point in gargling it if you're not going to drink it? Because then you get all of the bad bits of the vodka, the taste, without the good bit of getting drunk. So, who knows? Sounds reasonable. I'll do it with a splash of Bailey's. Fair enough. Yeah, I should go patent coffee and honey. They should make it in Starbucks. Um, it should be called the what do they call a coffee and chocolate mocha. So coffee and honey, a hocker. There we go, hocker. Job done. Job done. Trademark acquired. Um, I'm about to make millions. Um, All right. Yeah, we've had our final procedures done. They've done an extra formation lap, a standing start. Now, once again, Hadjar and Bortoletto line themselves up on the grid. They need a little bit of practice as well. It's a little bit difficult in a Formula One car. You don't have that much visibility. You need to make sure that you're actually properly lined up in the rectangle, not too far forward, not too far back. Then do the full startup procedure, which is a bit of a faff. These drivers do have to remember, like, there's about 10 steps doing the full startup procedure. They remember all of that, and then they pull away from the lines, drop in the clutch, and yeah. All right. There we go. And then these guys, Hadjar and Bortoletto, are just going to make their way back into the pits, and that'll be the end of the first session. And yeah, they've just deployed another red flag because classic FIA. Did you know that honey can be stored indefinitely? Random fact. That is actually an interesting fact. Honey is an antioxidant, antibacterial, and anti-inflammatory. Well, um, well, the more you know. I did not know I'd be learning about honey today while I was streaming. Thanks for all the info, guys. What now? It is a 1 hour break, folks. 1 hour break. and then, well, not 1 hour, 55 minutes, and then we'll have the second half of the running. All of the drivers that haven't set a lap yet, they will set a lap. Stroll will join the list, and then we'll have Verstappen and Albon continue on with their day. First lap in Australia, we'll definitely get one spin from a rookie. Yeah, probably. Probably will get. Probably will have one of the rookies make a mistake or something. It is inevitable. What are you studying? Mechanical engineering. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Pre-season testing and a short course on honey and its many benefits. Best title, yeah. All right. So that is it then. Hadjar makes his way into the pit lane, and that is the end of the first test session. No, I'm not going to have a nap in between sessions, because if I go have a nap now, I will not want to get up in 54 minutes. Like, if it's going to be a nap, it's got to be at least a 3-hour nap. So I'm going to stay awake till the end of the next session, have some food, and then go straight off to bed. Yeah. All right. First half complete. I'll wake up cranky if you nap for 54 minutes. Exactly, yeah. Any particular reason for Max Verstappen only making 47 laps? I think the reason that he's only done 47 laps is because they want to do most of their running in lower track temperature stuff. Like, yes, you can get some useful data in high track temperature stuff, but ideally you want most of your running done in lower track temperature, because it's more useful for the rest of the circuits. And because it's more useful for the rest of the circuits, they're just going to do the rest of their running, the majority of it in the second half. Yeah. Yeah. Gabriel Bortoleto only did 35. That's because he had some issues, and yeah. I don't understand those power nap people. Yeah, I don't really get it either. But if it works for some people, it works for some people. It's just that I'm not one of them. All right. What else is going on? I'm just going to have a quick sip of water, folks. We've got 2,000 people watching the live stream still. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. We will be continuing on in 52 minutes for testing. All right. Oh, you know what I can do? We can play a little bit of F1 GeoGuessr. I mean, it's not gonna be the most quick GeoGuessr that you've ever seen, but we're gonna make it work. So The problem is I could kind of half do it while holding my mic and still talking, but I have sort of just figured out a way of how we can play GeoGuessr as long as I have Paint installed on my laptop. Yes, I do have Paint installed on my laptop. Fantastic. All right. Let's go on to Google Maps. Google Maps, and we can play a little bit of F1 Geo. We're just not going to play it on the actual website, because obviously the actual website you have to pay money for now, because they've got too big. They've got too big for their own good, but we can still You can still play a little bit. And this is the GeoGuessr hard mode, where you only have access to an image. You're not allowed to move around. Oh, we've reached 1,000 likes. Brilliant. I'll change that then. All right. There we go. All right. So, folks, what circuit is this? Surely. Oh, I don't know. Depends how long you've been watching Formula One for. If you haven't watched Formula One for too long, then you might not be able to get which circuit this is. Yeah. Palm tree is correct. It is Malaysia. It's Sepang. No, it's not Canada actually. It is. It's the thing at Sepang. Just before the final corner. All right. Let's continue on then. Let's continue on. Next F1 track that I can. I mean, I have to be able to remember all of the F1 tracks as well. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Oops. There aren't actually. Oh, the circuit that I'm looking at hasn't got that much stuff on. Hasn't actually got that many images where you can see the track, which is a little bit annoying. Yeah, it was very unfortunate that Malaysia stopped in 2017. It was quite nice. Okay, this image is going to be slightly. Actually, no. It's kind of obvious. Let's look at it this way. Yeah. Okay. This might be an interesting one. Okay. Let me just get this image. All right. Let's put that into Paint. This is that corner, right? What circuit is this? All right. Yeah, not ideal, folks. A little bit. Should have probably prepared this in advance, and then we could just flick through all of the images rather than me looking them up immediately. Yeah. Yeah. It is Spain. It is. It's not the Nürburgring. Not the Hungaroring. It looks fairly similar to Hungaroring, but the Hungaroring would have a grandstand here. Like, it's got a very similar final corner, but the Hungaroring would have a big old grandstand on this side. This is definitely Barcelona. All right. Let's see. Is there any other niche F1 circuits that I can think of in the world? I mean, they're not really niche. Like, everyone knows all of them pretty much. But anyway, let's have a look. Yeah, it did say Catalonia there. It was kind of obvious. Like, I gave it away a little bit, but there was nothing I could do. That board was just there. Oh, this is a good shot actually. This is a sort of a helicopter shot. Right, let me get this on the. Okay. Where is paint gone? Okay. All right. What circuit is this? We can zoom in a little bit. Oh, that's a little bit too much. Can I not? I can only do 75. I can only do 50 or 100. Surely there's 75. Okay. What circuit is that? Yeah. It's a nice little helicopter shot. I don't know if you guys will be able to get it. Also, I don't know if my laptop has crashed really. Oh no, it's not. It's not the Indian Grand Prix actually. No. What track is a roundabout? I mean, no. This is not all of it's the track. Only, well, you can tell this bit is the track here, like this, and it goes back on itself. Um, it is the Nürburgring. This is turn number 1 here. You go down the main straight, the big hairpin where loads of drivers went off at one race, and then you go back on yourself and you go round and then down the hill towards the rest of the circuit over here. So yeah, it's the Nürburgring. Very nice, very nice. Um, yeah, I honestly can't think of any more. Well, I can think of some more, but they're all just a little bit too easy. So I think we might do something else. Um, yeah, I don't know. Um, I'm gonna have a quick sip of water. Yeah, have you guys got any suggestions what we should do? We've already played the F1 who won which championship which year, and I've already racked my brain so much on who's won which race, but we could yeah, let me know any suggestions in the chat, and we'll see. An F1 Kahoot quiz. I think I'd have to set up one beforehand. Like, yeah, I will do one at some point. I'll have one ready actually. What because we will have a red flag at some point during the season. Um, yeah. I think that's what I'll do. I'll set one up, and then when there's a red flag, during the season, I'll bring it out, and we'll have a F1 Kahoot session. That'll be fantastic. Who said you don't expect to be at the top of the mountain the day you start climbing? I actually don't know who said that. Maybe. I don't know. It must have been quite an old quote, really. I'm guessing. Missing the morning session. What happened? Not much really. Oliver Behrman had his engine cover blow off. Gabriel Bortoleto had some issues with his car. And apart from that, everyone else just did some long runs. It was Ron Dennis. Ron Dennis, fair enough. Yeah, Ron Dennis sounds like the kind of person who would say that. He was very, he seems like a person that believes very deeply in hard work and putting effort in. Okay. Yeah, I guess I could introduce the rookies again. I mean, a lot of people have heard it already, but Antonelli was in Formula 2 last year, is Italian, is 18 years old, the youngest driver on the grid as far as I can remember. He's got big shoes to fill at Mercedes. His racecraft is pretty aggressive, but we shall see what will happen with him. And then we've got... and then we've got Kimi Antonelli there, and Toto Wolff has put so much faith in him that I just expect him to deliver really good results. But it's a little unfair on a rookie, really, to expect them to show up to the first race and be super competitive. Especially with the limited amount of testing that they get compared to what Lewis Hamilton had when he first did his Formula One debut. He got hundreds, if not thousands, of kilometers of testing in a Formula One car before he actually got in, and did some qualifying and some races. So, yeah. Then who are the other rookies? We have Jack Doohan, who is Australian as far as I can remember, and he was a reserve driver for Alpine for quite a while, and now he is full-time driver, which is a good step up for him. We'll see how well he can do. There were talks of Franco Colapinto replacing him, but I don't think that's going to happen, and he should be more than fine with a seat at Alpine for a while. It just depends on what his performance is like, to be honest. And then we've got Isaac Hadjar, who came second in Formula 2 last year. He's driving for the RB team. He's pretty quick, to be honest. He would have also won the Formula 2 if he hadn't stalled at some point. Bortoletto won the Formula 2 away from Isaac. Took it away from Isaac Hadjar. He's driving for Kick Sauber. And then we have Liam Lawson, of course, who's not on the screen right now, but he is. We saw him last year for about half a season, third of the season. He competed with Yuki Tsunoda and was a bit of a pain towards Sergio Perez, to be honest. But for some fighting spirit, and he's got promoted up to Red Bull due to some politics between Honda, Tsunoda, and Red Bull. And then we have Oliver Behrman, who took part in 3 races last year. One for Ferrari and 2 for Haas, and they're doing brilliantly in all 3. Lance is going to be on the screen. He's going to get added in once we get closer to the second session. His name just wasn't on the original list because he was feeling ill today. Yeah. Is Angelina back as Hamilton's assistant? I don't think so. I think they stopped working together. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I don't know if Doohan has a 6-month contract. That's it would be stupid really to replace him within the first 6 months of Formula 1. I mean, Mick Schumacher was given 2 years to adapt. Most teams give their drivers at least 1 year. Red Bull are, the outliers there and give them only 6 months if they have another driver in the works. If they don't have another driver in the works, then they'll just keep them for as long as they can until another driver shows up wanting the spot. But yeah, 6-month contract. I don't know if that's true or not, but not ideal if it is. Will Ricciardo be racing anytime soon? Unfortunately, no. I don't think Ricciardo will be coming anywhere near Formula 1 for a while now. It's a bit unfortunate. He's a great guy, but it's just not. He's just not got the pace, I guess, anymore. Yeah. Leaving Senna out, who do you think was the most ice cold ex driver? Lauda, Prost, Hakkinen. Ice cold, maybe oh no, you didn't even say Hakkinen. Lauda, Prost, Schumacher, but I reckon Hakkinen. Hakkinen was there was this one interesting story where Mika Hakkinen, before every qualifying session, he would sit in a dark room, imagine driving the lap in his own head. He'd sit there in driving position, doing the gear shifts, doing the steering. He would then, finish the lap in his head, and then would say, "Oh, I'm gonna do this lap time," and then Mika Hakkinen would do that lap time 9 times out of 10. It was mind blowing. And I think that mental fortitude, even if he was going head to head with Michael Schumacher, or as he called him, the Michael, for a world championship, he would still be able to sit there, totally clear everything out of his mind, be able to predict what lap time he's going to do in quali, and then go out and actually do that lap time. I think that is a mind-blowing ability. And yeah, seriously, that is fantastic. Which driver will exceed expectations the most in your opinion? Exceed opinions? Exceed expectations. I think that I think Hadjar will do quite well. there isn't that much expectation on him, to be honest, in the first place. He's just got to be close enough to Sonoda, and I think he'll do a pretty good job of catching up to him. So that is my prediction. Yeah. Is Alonso going for the day? It looks unlikely. Stroll is apparently feeling better now, so he'll be driving in the afternoon. It was originally meant to be Stroll in the morning, Alonso in the afternoon, but Stroll was feeling ill in the morning, and now he's feeling better. And there we go. We have got 18 people on the list now. Stroll has been added in, and the data is reset. Just give me a sec. Let me adjust everything so everyone fits on the screen. All right, there we go. Right, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just gonna give the data a quick refresh, folks. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on here. Why are all the positions changing? Nobody's coming out onto the circuit. I'm pretty sure. What? What is going on? Oh, it's just refreshing all the lap times from earlier on in the day. Yeah, don't worry about that. It's just the data being a little out of sync, probably. Oh yeah, they just had to update the whole data thing because Stroll has just been added in, and now it's going to include all the lap times from earlier on in the day. So soon enough, everything will be back. All right. Yeah. 30 minutes away now from the start of the second half of the day. All right. Yeah. No, I've just muted myself. I just muted myself. I was replying to some text messages. Have a cup of coffee, mate. You still have 4 hours to wear it off. Yeah, I might actually I'll go downstairs, stick on the kettle, and then I'll come back up while the kettle warms up. But I'll probably just have a little bit of coffee. Not put too much of the instant coffee stuff into the mug because I would quite like to get some sleep as well. Chile and Kiwi off today. Yeah, they are. They had a full day yesterday, so they're taking today off. And Verstappen and Albon are driving for the full day instead. Yeah. All right. Instant coffee blasphemy. Yeah. Well, there's not gonna be enough time to have a proper coffee. Yeah. To make proper coffee. All right. Um. Oh, I actually can't make proper coffee. That's the other thing. I just have instant coffee. I never actually make proper coffee. Um. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, I can read through some more of the news while we've got time. Um. Yeah. So let's have a look. Lawson says he's in a positive place here. He's in a positive place after pre-season testing, despite Red Bull's teething gremlins with the RB21. Now I don't know what teething gremlins means exactly, but I think I don't know exactly what teething gremlins actually mean. I mean, I think that just means stuff isn't really lining up. Like they were expecting something to happen and other things aren't happening. I think teething, like, I know you have teeth on your gears, like on your gearbox and stuff, but I don't think it's related to like clutch plates and in gearboxes and stuff like that. Oh no, he did. Lawson had issues yesterday, so I think must have had some gearbox issues or something like that. If he says teething issues, so I suspect, yeah, maybe there was some issue between his clutch plate and his gearbox and things like that. And that's the issues that he was suffering with yesterday. Is there any limitation for a team to get a specific number of sponsorships? Looking at Ferrari's front wing, it looks like they're loaded with hella sponsors. Yeah. There aren't any limits. You can get as many as you want, as long as they can fit on your car, and the sponsors are all happy with being like, with the fact that there are going to be 1 million sponsors on their car. Like, because obviously, if you've only got one sponsor on the car, it really stands out. If you've got two, still really stands out. If you've got 10, they stand out a little bit less. If you've got 100, then they barely stand out, and then they're not really getting the advertising that they want. So that's the thing that the teams have to be careful about. Too many sponsors means that it is that the other sponsors don't even aren't happy because there's not enough space and they don't stand out as much. All right, how was Ferrari today? Ferrari, I mean, as you can see on the timings. Oh wait, let me refresh the data. In fact, because it's not properly synced up. It's still showing some incorrect timings. Hopefully that will. Hopefully this will fix it. Oh, the data has just gone black. That is suboptimal. Maybe I should have waited a little longer before refreshing. Oh no, here it is. Oh, it's just the same. Okay. Oh well, I guess it will come through later on. All the lap times will properly update. I watched the race review today for day 2, and they said Norris was 30 seconds ahead of everyone in the race sim. Okay, see, the thing is, the race can say something, and unless you're going to go back, like, if you go back to the race's analysis for the 2021 season, were they saying that Red Bull and Mercedes have identical race pace? Because I suspect they weren't. I suspect they were saying something totally different. And if you go back to the 2023 race sims or the 2022 race sims from the race, like what they were saying about preseason testing then, did they say that, Ferrari are really good in their qualifying simulations, but their race sims, they're a little bit behind? I don't think so. Like, I don't think that is what they were saying. And the race know that preseason testing isn't accurate, but they know that they will, if they make videos about it, people are going to watch them and they're going to get a bunch of money from it. So that's the thing. Like, you'll just have to go back and check, and they're just not going to, and nobody really does that to call them out. Like, oh yeah, by the way, guys, last year you were wrong. And everyone just gets hyped up about it, and then we'll see what happens in Australia, you know? I think Ferrari got more sponsorships since Hamilton joined. Yeah, Hamilton does bring a bunch of sponsors. That's true. The thing with having a billion sponsors is that everyone would be talking about the car, so there'd be a lot of eyes on the car. After a certain number of sponsors, the exposure would go up. Yeah, I mean, it depends how many sponsors. Like, if you're totally plastered full of sponsors, then sure. If not, then if maybe not. Yeah. Right. Thanks to you, if I'm giving I think I'll also have a coffee and try the honey thing. Yeah. Well, I recommend you should. I recommend you should try that. Recommend you should try some coffee and honey. Bro, never thought of it. You should. You do make some sense about the race's reviews. Well, what can I say? What can I say? I might just be better than the race. No. Um, but yeah, they do their good journalism at times, but at pre-season testing, most people know that it's hype, and but you still have to get on board the hype train because otherwise you're missing out on cash. Right, we still got a pretty strong wind, 14 kilometers per hour from the north direction. Um, yeah. All right, all right, all right. Oh wait, I just said that by accident, but isn't that what Matthew McConaughey says? Matthew McConaughey, is that what his name is? Yeah, I think that's what it is. All right, all right, all right. Isn't that like his trademark phrase or something? Anyway, that's totally random. Oh look, we're on 123,000 subscribers. 300, 123, 300, 123,333 subscribers. 12333. Man, it is still 8 p.m. and I'm sleepy. Yeah. Um, he does say that. Very nice, very nice. Okay. You know what I am going to do, folks? I'm just going to go downstairs and go turn on the kettle, and I'll come back up, commentate for a bit, and then I'll go back downstairs and get my coffee. Man, I remember you reached your first 100k on your birthday. Yeah, it was fantastic. The Azerbaijan Grand Prix, it was my birthday, and the channel also hit 100k. Like, it could not have got any better than that. That was a stream. That was yeah, one of the. It was a very good day, actually. Yeah. That reference is from Dazed and Confused. Fair enough. I haven't watched Dazed and Confused. I've just seen it somewhere that's what Matthew McConaughey says. And the race fellas are all boring nerds. Don't have to be boring dweeb types. Whatever happened to the Gordon Murray style of cool nerds? I don't actually know who Gordon Murray is, so I'm going to Google Gordon Murray. Gordon Murray is a South African automobile developer. Oh, he led Brabham and McLaren. Oh, interesting. Oh wow, very cool. No, I haven't seen this. Um, who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, I'm just gonna go downstairs. I'll be back in a second. All right. Yeah. So that is gone and stuck the kettle on. So I'm gonna have a bit of coffee in a bit. Um. All right. What else is? Oh, I'm pretty sure that was the first words he said in his first movie. If that makes sense. F1 Gamer, how is it going? Well, past 3 days have actually been quite interesting. I would not have thought my voice and my throat would hold up as good as this. After what I'm coming up now on, how many hours has it been? 25 hours of commentary in the past couple of days now. Yeah, coming up to now. I'll end the day probably on 30 or 29.5. But my throat and voice going pretty well. I'm a little lacking on sleep, but that can be dealt with a nap. And what else? I know my times are wrong. The data hasn't updated properly. It'll update in 10, 15 minutes. And how's everything else going? Everything else is going pretty well, actually. Not much to. Yeah, voice is fine. How is the back end? I don't know what you mean back end. I mean my back is fine. My posture probably isn't the best considering I've been sat in this chair for about 5 hours. But you know, I'm coping. I'm not too old just yet, so my back is going to be fine at least for the next 20, 30 years, hopefully. But I don't know. Yeah, hope everything's going well for you guys. I mean, I don't know. Quite a lot of you have been watching the stream for ages. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, what are you guys up to? Like, are you listening to the stream or are you doing some work or yeah? What about you, MCG? You've been on the stream for a while. Are you I don't know. Are you doing some work while listening to this or just watching the stream or what? Yeah. Rumor has it, the better your chair, the worse your back. Interesting, because you don't have to use your muscles as much. Interesting. I've not heard about that actually. But that does. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Um, yeah. Um, wake up routine for the last 3 days. Well, wake up routine. What? Set an alarm for 5:30. Probably wake up a little bit earlier than 5:30 just because I know my alarm's going to go off at 5:30. Even though it's not even my routine that I wake up at 5:30. I never wake up at 5:30, but for whatever reason I'll still wake up like 2-3 minutes before my alarm, or I'll know that I'm basically awake. It's like one of those dreams where you know that you're kind of half awake so you can do what you want in your dream. But yeah, so have that and then wake up, question my existence, question why am I awake at this time, being like, oh, I shouldn't have signed up to streaming the first hour of the first early hours of preseason testing, and then go have a shower for 5 minutes and some warm water, and all of that just goes away because it's warm water and it's super nice. Come and set up the stream, go have breakfast, and then start commentating. Really, yeah. You're a composer here, waiting for the music to strike. Yeah, fair enough. You got the mental block. What's it? Writer's block. I'm sure composers will have composer's block. Supposed to be studying for your Java programming exam tomorrow. That seems fun. Isn't Java what Minecraft was programmed in? Because it's called Minecraft Java Edition, so I'm guessing that's what it is. Do you think Mercedes was sabotaging Lewis's qualities? No, I think that was stupid, and nobody should believe that Mercedes was on purpose sabotaging Lewis. That just makes no sense. Right. When will it begin again? It begins in 16 minutes, as it says up on the screen. How many days is testing today? It's 3 days, and today is the last day. You're here for the last 4 hours and 15 minutes of testing. I'll be streaming for another 4 hours 15. Just started dating someone, still thinking how to break the news that I'm a huge F1 nerd who even watches pre-season testing. I reckon you just tell them. Yeah. What else can you really do? Um, Speaking of dreams, last night I dreamt of being on the front row of Ferrari dominance with Leclerc and Hamilton, and we both won championships. Well, that's a pretty cool dream to have. That's a pretty cool dream to have. um, no, my dreams are the most random things. I can't even remember any of them, but yeah, here we are. Why is there slime on the front wing of the McLarens? I don't think it's slime. I think it's more like what's it called? A Flovis. Yeah, Flovis. That is exactly what it's called. Also, folks, once again, I'm just going to post a link to the Australian Grand Prix stream. If you haven't already, go ahead and just click the link, hit the reminder button, hit the like button on that stream as well. It really helps out the YouTube algorithm, especially since we're 2 weeks out. Yeah, if you press the like button 2 weeks out on a YouTube live stream, the YouTube algorithm really cooks, and the live stream is going to do amazingly. So if you guys could hit the like button on that, that would be fantastic on the Australian Grand Prix stream. I'm just going to go downstairs, get my coffee, and I will be back in just a second. Any news on that bare patch on the RB side pods? I mean, maybe they're testing a new front wing today. So maybe the new front wing helps with that. Or if not, they will have just sent images back to the team at the factory, and the aerodynamicists at the factory will have started working on a new design. Yeah. All right. I'll be back in just a sec with my coffee. All right, I'm back. Cheers for not just all leaving the stream immediately. But yeah, here I am. Okay, a Brit drinking coffee. Now I've heard it all. Yeah. No, I mean I have some tea as well. But actually I could have had tea as well. Oh well. Yeah, tea might have been a little bit better in terms of the whole. I want to go to sleep a bit later, but I clearly wasn't. My brain clearly wasn't working very well. Oh well. 10 minutes now till we get underway for the second half of testing. Yes, and Bono Brox, that is the correct thing. C1, C2 are the hard, C3, C4 are the medium, C5, C6 are the softs. Only Williams and Ferrari have the softs. No one else asked Pirelli for them, and yeah. No way, I'm leaving the stream. I've been a channel member for a while until I became Brake recently. Oh, no worries, no worries. But thank you for helping out Thank you for helping out the channel. That's much appreciated, and glad to have you still sticking around. Clearly decided you needed the coffee before you could decide tea. Yeah. Oh well. Also, I just brought F1 TV Pro. Did that help you in any way? Yeah, I get a small commission off anything that you buy, and it just helps with me getting an F1 TV sponsorship as well. So, yeah, it should come through in a bit. So, thank you very much. And yeah, obviously I've got the F1 TV sponsorship, but obviously if I get, loads of people get F1 TV Pro because of my sponsorship, because of them sponsoring me, then it helps with getting other sponsors as well. So thank you for helping out the channel. They're slower than yesterday because the track temperature was higher. So higher track temperature just means that they were all not pushing as hard, and because they weren't pushing as hard, they couldn't push as hard because their tires would overheat. So that is why the track temperatures are lower. Not track temperatures, the lap times are higher, and they're just waiting for the track temperatures to come down. Okay. Yeah, today is the last day of testing. How does this aero liquid work exactly? Okay, so it's sort of this combination. So it's this oil. As far as I can remember, it's sort of this oil, and inside the oil there are like little particles of whatever color suspended in the oil. So then what happens is the air sort of flows over the car, and instead of just touching the carbon fiber, and obviously the air can't really move the carbon fiber. So what it does is, it just flows over the carbon fiber normally. But if there's that layer of oil with all those green particles, or orange particles or whatever, it will move the oil in the direction that the air is going. So if the air is going slightly up the side pod or slightly down the side pod, you'll see like these trails of particles, and you can basically work out that, the air is going in this direction because we can see a bunch of trails of particles going in this direction. And for example, if there is a little spot where there is no flow vis, then you can kind of tell, there's no air going here. There's like this little bubble of air, and this pocket of it just flows around the pocket. It doesn't actually go into the pocket. Maybe this is a problem, and we can fix that by maybe adding a little bit of a vortex generator or something like that on the floor or on the side pod or something along those lines. That's how they use the is it paraffin? Okay, fair enough. Paraffin wax with dye. Has Max been out with Flovis today? I think so. I'm not 100% certain. I know the RB was like the Racing Bulls was out. I didn't know about Max Verstappen though. Morning, you're all. Anything juicy so far? Just a Oliver Behrman had his engine cover ripped off. Bortoletto had some issues. We had a piece of glass smashed onto the main straight. That was from the pit box. Not the pit box. I don't know what it's called really. The person who waves the checkered flag. They have to stand somewhere. and in sort of this glass box, and the glass from on the side of that box broke all over the main straight, so we had a red flag for that. And apart from that, nothing really all that special. Yeah. Shref, do you think Max is sandbagging? I mean, MCG has already answered that question. That is MCG's on it. MCG knows what I'm about to say. Cheers, but it really is appreciated. All right, we're 5 minutes away from testing now. We'll have Gasly, Stroll, Tsunoda, Hulkenberg, Ocon, Hamilton, Russell, and Piastri making their way out onto the circuit for the second half of the day. And we'll have Verstappen and Albon continuing on for the second half. Also, we will have most likely soft tyre runs towards the end of the day. We'll have low fuel runs from Williams and the Ferrari, from Albon and from Hamilton on the C5s and the C6s. That will be brilliant to watch. And then we'll also have what else will we have? We'll have the soft tyre runs from them, and we'll also have the sort of the C4 runs from the rest of the grid, which is the equivalent soft tyre for the Bahrain circuit anyway, so it's fine. It's just not the softest Pirelli tyre available, but it doesn't really matter because it's still the soft tyre that's used at the majority of circuits around the calendar. Yeah, MCG is more like MVP. You should rename yourself, actually. I think you can change that. You can change your name on YouTube. So, I don't know, up to you. That would be pretty cool, though. Yeah, actually, who do you think is going to get the top time? I actually, since it doesn't really matter, I think it's going to be Hamilton because he's got access to the C5 and the C6. I suspect all of the other drivers, they could maybe have faster cars, but they just don't have the fast tyre. And if they don't have the fast tyre, then how are they going to set the fast lap? So, yeah, I'm going to go with Hamilton, top of the times. Brand new headline, Lewis Hamilton moves to Ferrari, top of preseason testing on his first, immediately top of preseason testing. That would be mind blowing. I'm sure I can see it in the British headlines. They're just waiting for it. They're waiting for that to happen. All right. Here we go then. Alright folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. Hopefully we can hit 2,000 likes by the end of this test session. We are 2 minutes away from the pit lane exit being open, and we're going to have we're going to have the drivers coming out very, very shortly. Oh my god, I nearly so normally if you have two things in your hands and you're doing one thing with one, you're doing the one thing with the other. I nearly started to drink my microphone because I'm drinking coffee from one hand, and I started moving my mic as if it was my coffee mug, and I nearly started to drink my mic. It's been a long day. It's been a very long day. I see why sleep deprivation is so bad. Wait, so can't you see the driver view on F1 TV Pro? You can. You just make sure that you're in the correct country and you've actually got F1 TV Pro. If you've got F1 TV Access, it's not going to work, unfortunately. F1 TV Pro is what you need. And if you have it, then you will be able to see all the driver onboards. Yeah. Could you get more G-force out of an ultra soft test compared to the mediums? Yes, I reckon you could. No. Probably not actually. Because if you look at G-force, when are you really getting the maximum G-force out of the car? That is maximum G-force when you're going through a high-speed corner at the absolute limit of grip. And your limit of grip is mostly defined by your downforce level, not really your tyres. In slow speed corners, of course, the soft tyres would absolutely rinse the hard tyres or any other tyres like that. But the problem is that once you get up to higher speed, your downforce plays a much more critical factor. So I'm sure there'll be a minor improvement going from a hard tyre to a soft tyre in the high-speed corners. However, your downforce levels play a much bigger part once you get up to those higher speed, higher G-force points. So yeah, switching from soft to hard wouldn't make that big of a difference in terms of G-force. But in terms of lap time, of course, it will. Because in the slow speed, you are just so much faster. Are you a Hamilton fan? No, I'm a fan of Sebastian Vettel. Yeah. Oh, here comes Ocon, number one driver out onto the track. He's on a medium tyres. Very nice. Let's hope, let's hope we get some, running from him. Not running. Let's hope we get some fast lap times from him. Okay, let's see if the team radios work. Come on, team radios, please work, please. Yeah, I don't think they're going to work. They will be working, in Melbourne when we get around to there. But for now, unfortunately, no team radios. Almost became an ASMR live stream. Yeah, almost. It almost did. I mean, I don't know. My mic is already pretty close to my face. Like, I don't know how much closer I'd have to hold it for it to become ASMR. I don't really know what the definition of ASMR is, to be honest. But oh well. What does it even stand for? Something like audio sensory. I don't know. Anyway, now that Vettel is retired, who's your current lineup that you're supporting? I support the best racing possible. But if you force me to say a driver, then Alonso or Piastri or Sonoda, like, I don't know, just random people. Is Vettel in WEC? Would be cool to see if he's racing the Valkyrie. No, Vettel is not in WEC. Vettel has taken up some bike racing, just like Valtteri Bottas has. No, he. I think this is a while ago. This is quite old news, but Vettel did do a race in Switzerland under a fake name. But apart from that, yeah. Why not Hamilton? I mean, I just support random drivers. Like, it's not specific. I'm sure you're a Hamilton fan, maybe, but just, I'm not going to support. I could say, other than I could just say I support every driver. Like, it doesn't really matter. I don't know why I support Alonso. I don't know why I support Piastri. I don't know why I support Tsunoda, really. Just do. Autonomous sensory meridian response. Yeah, whatever that means. That's the correct way to say it, Martin. All right. What happened to Perez's last season was so bad they banned him from the paddock? No, Perez is a Red Bull ambassador or something. So he's just going to be doing he's just going to be driving the Red Bull test cars around, not the test cars, the old cars at all of the Red Bull events. But he's not going to be driving Formula One. Yeah, a bit unfortunate really, because if you look at all of Sergio Perez's career, it was not as bad as last season. Like, Sergio Perez, that was a very standout bad season. And yeah, obviously there's a lot of recency bias in sports. I don't know if all of you know what recency bias is, but even if a driver has been really good last year, and then this year they show up and they're suddenly bad for 4 races in a row, they're like, oh, this driver's washed, this driver's terrible, they can't do anything, he needs to be fired immediately. Like, there's a lot of that goes on. And there will always be, because in sports it is every single result counts, everything matters. So there is a reason for that, why that is the case, but also you do have to take into account Sergio Perez's career was quite long. He was very good for the majority of it, apart from the last couple of years at Red Bull. Even 2021 was pretty good. Like, he wasn't consistent where he needed him to be, but he was still fairly good at Red Bull in 2021. And then when they were dominating in 2022 and 2023, it didn't really matter anyway because they were going to win the championship even on Max's points alone. And yeah, so then it was just unfortunate. The car also went in the wrong direction. He told the team, they didn't really listen to him, and it is what it is. Unfortunate way to sort of end out his career. It would have been nice to finish off with a podium or a win or something, but not all things go that way. The pit lane has disappeared from the map. Oh no, the drivers just haven't spawned in. Like, once the drivers actually go onto the circuit, they will reappear on the map. Yeah. How's Alonso doing? Alonso's doing fine. He's done his 50 laps in the morning, and that is going to be that's all. All right. Leaving Perez there, 2 bad seasons, and sacking Gasly and Albon so fast was a bit weird. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Sacking Albon and Gasly so fast, it's just the Red Bull style of dealing with things, which was never going to be the best style, really. I don't particularly know what they were really up to. I've actually forgot. So they had Daniel Ricciardo in 2018. 2019 is when they had Gasly, and then they had Albon for half a year. And then 2020, who did they have driving for Red Bull? They had Max, and then they had someone else. And then in 2021, it was Sergio Perez that joined. No? Yeah, because in 2020, Sergio Perez was still with Force India with the pink Mercedes. So who was driving at Red Bull for 2020? It was Max Verstappen. And why can't I remember this? No, it wasn't Sainz, was it? No. Who was driving? Was Albon there at 2020 as well? Oh, okay. I just thought Albon got dropped at the end of 2019. Whoops. Okay, fair enough. Is today's lap times heavily affected by the wind on the circuit? No, today's lap times affected by the track temperature. It's 29 degrees. Yesterday it was 18, 17. So once the temperature goes down, lap times will go back down as well. And hi, good morning. Sorry if you've said anything interesting happening in the morning session. Behrman had his engine cover break off. Haas took a while to fix it. Bortoletto had some engine issues. They also took a while to get fixed. And apart from that, not much really, not much. Fernando Alonso was spinning up his rear wheels quite a bit out of a couple of corners. What have they red flagged the session for? What are they doing now? What's the possible cause for a red flag right now? And there was a piece of glass that fell on the track, and that caused a red flag earlier. I don't know what caused a red flag now though. No, wind speed should drop as the ground causes less convection. True. Seems reasonable. I don't know. I'm not particularly sure if that's... Actually, no, that probably is true. As ground speed drops, convection will drop. I don't know if that will correlate to wind speed dropping, though. But I guess wind is sort of caused by convection, so maybe. The whole season's worth of red flags in 3 days. Is the driver view turned off for testing? I don't think it is. I mean, you can have a look. If it's not, maybe if it's not working, then you can. Then it'll definitely work for Australia. I can tell you that. But the driver view should be working for testing, unless they've said specifically that it doesn't. I don't know why there's a red flag, folks. I will try and find out, but the FIA are just doing FIA things. No. Oh wait, there's a bus on the track. What? There's a bus in the middle of a track. Okay, this is. Okay, pre-season testing cannot get more random than this. There was a power cut, then there was rain in Bahrain, which is a desert, and now there's just a random bus on the middle of the circuit. Yeah, like a coach, whatever you want to call it. I don't know what the bus is for. I have no idea. Like, I don't know what the bus driver was doing, which directions he was following. Like, where has he found this version of Google Maps that has just taken him inside the circuit? Somehow he's ended up inside. Um, what is going? What? This is what? Okay. I mean, I see why they called the red flag, but how have they managed to just let a random bus get onto the track? Um, yeah, track is clear. Session will resume in a 1 minute's time. The bus is, it's a car. It's not a car. It's a bus, but like it's moved off the circuit. It's not going to come back onto the circuit now after they've been told don't drive on the circuit. But there was genuinely a bus on the track. They just showed a replay. The bus was just driving around the middle section of the track between like turn 9 and 10 and 8 and round about there, I think, or between turns like between the straight of 10 and 11 and coming down on the main straight. Like there's that gap in between, and I think it was there or something. It's just this year's Aston Martin, nothing to worry about. Yeah, yeah, maybe. It definitely won't be next year's Aston Martin, not with Adrian Newey designing it. Then it'll be a rocket ship. All right. Yeah, so we'll be underway very, very shortly. In fact, we are already underway. Sorry, Ocon and Gasly and Hamilton all coming out onto the track. Very nice. Hamilton out on a set of medium tyres. Good to see. 3 hours 48 minutes left. It'll be 2 hours till sunset, and 2 hours, 2.5 hours till sunset, I think, and then we will have the drivers going out, and I cannot wait. Highlight: the bus became the first in testing. I wish I was there. Yeah. They must have been on the track before the session started. It's probably like a bus for marshals or something. Maybe, yeah. That probably makes more sense. But we could imagine anything. We can imagine some random thing, like some people are just coming around to visit Bahrain, and there's a random tour guide, driving a bus around. He's following Google Maps, and he wanted to see the F1 track, so he just put he clicked on Google Maps, clicked turn 10. And he was like, "Oh yeah, it'll just take. If I click turn 10, it'll just take me to the entrance of the circuit. No need to worry." And then he starts his navigation. And he's just driving around. Ooh, this is weird. I can hear all the Formula One cars. I guess they must be very close. And then suddenly he's just on the track. Yeah. All right. Okay. Best tour guide ever. Yeah, exactly. I once entered a centre court in Wimbledon looking for the loo. It seems fair enough. I don't know. Don't know if that's true or not, but I'll believe it. Why not? All right. Let's have a look at these times here. Hamilton 3:12 down the straights, Ocon 3:08 doing the straights. I mean, Ocon's doing similar speeds to the Aston Martin, but I suspect both of them have their engine motors turned down. Lewis Hamilton through the first sector, 29.7. He's on an old set of medium tyres. We're not going to be expecting anything blisteringly quick. We'll see if he can get close to his teammate, though. He's currently making his way through the exit of turn number 8, and... oh, folks, let me just add a little bit of a delay here to get everything synced up. Apologies, the screen's going to freeze for about 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fantastic. Ocon goes across the line. He goes up into ninth place, a 132.1 for him. He already goes ahead of his teammate by 0.2 of a second, but that's fair enough. Track temperature's gone down 5 degrees. Hamilton is 1.5 seconds down on Charles Leclerc. He's already slower than Esteban Ocon, but his tyres are older than Esteban Ocon's, and I think he's probably running more fuel as well. Okie dokes. Here he comes out the final corner, DRS wide open, across the line he goes. It's 13th place for him, last on the leaderboard. We'll see him slowly but surely make his way up. Alright, yeah. George also comes out of the pits as well, very nicely done. And now we've just got Stroll, Hulkenberg, and Piastri left. Very nice. Is Max Max is going to come out again. He's just sat in the pits for a while because, why not? He might just be having his lunch or something. There was actually a tour like that, or at least there was back in the day at Fuji Speedway. JTC cars a lap while the bus goes around and fly by at 310. Oh, really? Wow. I did not know that. Japanese touring cars. I mean, surely the Japanese touring cars are not going 310 kilometers per hour. 310 kilometers per hour is ridiculous. The F1 cars aren't doing 310 kilometers per hour. Surely that's a typo. Of 210. 310 is what the F1 cars are hitting at the end of the straights. Lights out and away we go. All the cars go around turn 1, and a random bus comes out of nowhere in the middle of the track and has become much more interesting. Yeah, it is probably much more interesting, no? Yeah. Alright. Yeah, they have got the Flovers out, actually. Oh, no, they got the Flovers out on the RB, not on the Red Bull just yet. Yeah. We'll see how it goes. Why can't I hear you? I'm on full volume. I have no idea. Because it seems that the majority of people don't seem to have any problems. Some people have put me on full volume and are barely hearing me, but my volume levels are fairly constant to what they were last year, so apologies for that. It's better than yesterday, in fact. Yeah. No, I did modify a couple settings actually after, I can still modify them now, in fact. It's just I'm worried about going a little bit too loud. Because I think you're better off being slightly quiet than you are being too loud, because otherwise you just go straight and blast into people's ears, which is definitely not what you want to be doing. Yeah, I'll experiment with some of these settings here. Hopefully that helps out a little bit. Because there is a way. What you can do is sort of like make your minimum volume a little bit louder, make your maximum volume a little bit quieter, and so then your volume sort of stays in this sort of audible region. But then it also makes your voice sound a little bit weird. So I'm just gonna have a play around with it and see if we can find a sweet spot. Oh, it's okay now. Oh, never mind. I mean, some people are saying it's fine. People can always lower the volume if you're too loud, but they can't increase it if you're too low. True. Well, I'll figure it out. I think maybe OBS has changed the bars on what level was acceptable, because basically on OBS there's a red region, there's a yellow region, and there's a green region, and you're meant to stay within the yellow region, except that the yellow region right now is between -20 and -9 or something. And I don't know, but I think last year the yellow region was between -5 and -15. So the yellow region may have moved when they did an OBS update or something. So technically I'm quieter than I was last year, even though I think that I'm at the same level. Anyway, I mean, we can carry on talking about this. I mean, we are here for Formula One, but after all, they are just doing some boring laps. Lewis Hamilton, 13 laps on his medium tyres. George Russell is 3 laps on his mediums, but he's not going particularly quick down the straights. He's not using DRS, in fact. And Yuki Tsunoda, 3:16 down the straights, nice and quick. But he's on an 11 lap on mediums as well. So, yeah. Could be different types of meters for that level. Yeah, we'll we'll have to see. I might try and aim for it to be -5 rather than -8. It just makes it, and it's also not like a linear thing. Like if I go from 5 to 8, it's not like a tiny increase. It's actually quite a big increase, because it's like, because I think it's something to do with the decibels. Like if something is 10 decibels louder, it's actually like, oh no, it's like if it's something is 5 decibels louder, it's actually like 10 times more energy or something. I can't remember. But it's not like a straight line when you compare it. Because our ears are weird and they don't like perceive noise in a linear way. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, bucket list race weekend you guys want to watch in person? Probably Spa, Suzuka, Interlagos. That's all over the world. But I mean, even Australia as well. Australia seems pretty cool. I mean, just going to Australia itself seems pretty cool. Yeah. I think George Russell. George Russell just waving to Lewis Hamilton as they go by. Very nice of him. Former teammates, of course. Istanbul, yeah. Oh, Istanbul definitely needs to be back on the track. Back on the circuit, yeah. I mean, we can go through the calendar now, so why not? So I think we did this 2 days ago, but obviously we've got totally different people here. So Australia's fine on the calendar. I think China is also fine. Like, it's a pretty good circuit. We get some good racing. Japan's fine. Bahrain's fine. Saudi Arabia could probably go. Miami, most definitely. Get rid of Miami. Go to Malaysia instead. Maybe get rid of Saudi Arabia and go to Istanbul instead. Then we've got Imola, which is fine. Monaco, which is bearable because they're going to do 2 pit stops, which might make things more interesting, but probably not. Spain's fine. Canada's fine. I mean, replace Spain with alternate Spain and Portimao. Barcelona isn't the best circuit of all time, really, and Portimao, I think, is a fantastic circuit. So Spain and Portimao, they're right next to each other. Spain and Portugal, I reckon they could alternate them. Canada, I think it's fine. Like, it's not. We had some great racing there last year with all the rain and stuff. Then we go a little bit further down, and the only other race we really want to get rid of is Las Vegas and Qatar. Those are the only 2 that we don't really want. At least me personally. Cota's good, Mexico's good, Brazil's good, Singapore, Baku, Monza, Zandvoort, Hungaroring, Spa. So if you get rid of Qatar and go to the Nürburgring, and get rid of Las Vegas and go to the Indian Grand Prix, or get rid of Las Vegas and go to the South Korean Grand Prix, that would be pretty good. And there you go. Job done. Fixture calendar for you, Stefano Domenicali. And then all we need to do is bring back the V10s and job done. Yeah. All right. Gasly out on some fresh set of mediums here. He's actually quite quick down the straights. 315 k's down the straights. Green in the first sector. Exits turn number 10. He has a pretty nice exit, in fact. Onto the power he goes. Now up towards turn number 11, all over the exit entry curb, and then hits that apex very, very nice. He carries so much speed through that corner. Hugs the apex for turn number 12, minimizing that steering radius as well. He's only a tenth down on Leclerc. It's a really good lap here from Pierre Gasly. He's on the C3 tyres, not even the C4. His car does seem fairly loaded up with fuel as well. It's not like it's totally light, like quali spec. He's got a decent amount of fuel in the car by the looks of it. And is he going to brake just before he comes across the line? Is he going to lift? No. Purple final sector for Pierre Gasly. Boom. Across the line he goes first. What a lap. Brilliant lap there from Pierre Gasly. He goes a tenth and a half up on Charles Leclerc. Fantastic job. Yeah, replay. You could have Sochi's pretty good. South Africa as well, yeah. Sochi was a little boring. There's quite a few 90-degree corners, but you could still get some good racing there. But of course, Sochi's in Russia, and Russia's currently at war. So, yeah, I don't know about that one. That wasn't a glory run or anything. Yeah, it wasn't really. It seems like it was a fairly standard run. I mean, he's just warming up his tyres. Now he's going to continue on with this long run. At least I think he is. Oh no, he's going super slowly. Maybe he's cooling down his tyres again. I'm not sure what he's doing exactly. People overlook Shanghai, but those long straights into the hairpin kind of thing is really good, especially in these cars. Yeah, no, the super long straight at Shanghai is fantastic. We're having a sprint race here in Shanghai. It's the second race of the season. There'll be a sprint race. It'll be pretty good. All right. Bahrain short circuit. Yeah, Bahrain short circuit. The thing is, I think the Bahrain short circuit is just a little bit too few number of. It's just a little bit short. Like the lap times are approaching 1 minute, which is fine. Like, of course, in Monaco the lap is short. Austria the lap's pretty short. I mean, the lap's fast at Austria. It's not particularly. It is also short as well. Might not be a problem, but I would say the international, like the circuit that we currently race at, is still better than the short circuit, just in terms of ability to overtake and race and stuff like that. Yeah, Adelaide and Melbourne on rotation for sure. They should definitely have a lot of circuits on rotation, especially the ones that aren't like the pinnacle of Formula One. Like, you could definitely. Like, you have to keep Monza, you have to keep Monaco, you have to keep Spa, you have to keep Silverstone. But a lot of the other ones are sort of negotiable. You do want Suzuka, but I reckon Austria, it's been a staple, but you could also do Austria and Germany, alternate Austria and Germany. You could alternate Spain and Portimao. You could alternate Canada and maybe Indianapolis. Alternate Hungary and... I don't know where you could alternate Belgium and the Le Mans short circuit, or Belgium and Paul Ricard. Oh, maybe you want to keep Spa. You could alternate Hungary and Spa, or the Zandvoort and Spa. No, not Zandvoort and Spa. Zandvoort and the Paul Ricard, or Zandvoort and the Le Mans short circuit. Yeah, there's a lot of circuits that they could go to, and it would make the racing much more exciting. Going to a different track, it'll be good for the fans. That you can go to different racetracks. There'll be more fans from different areas that haven't seen Formula One, and I think the US thing and they wanting to have loads of races in America is a good thing, and I think America should maybe have 2 races because it is quite a big country. However, having them in street races and having them in Las Vegas is, I mean, they are appealing to the general population if you think about it. You know, when you, like, Las Vegas is more well known than Indianapolis. Las Vegas is more well known than Watkins Glen. So they are appealing to, you know, the newer sort of fans, the DTS fans. But also, if you are a DTS fan and you see the news being like, oh, there's going to be a race at Indianapolis, you're not going to be like, you probably still be interested in going. It's not like, oh, I'm not going to go because it's Indianapolis and not Las Vegas. So yeah, I mean, of course, we are, I would say, much more dedicated Formula One fans. Not dedicated, but like we are much more into it, and of course that's why we prefer proper race circuits where overtaking can be done. Um, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, still, like we still like Singapore, and it's a good circuit. There's still good battles. We've had good battles at Singapore. I'm not sure really. The Daytona short course. Oh yes, the Daytona course where they do the Daytona 24 hours. That could be a fantastic course. I don't know exactly how the cars would deal with when you have to jump from the oval onto the inside of the oval where it goes from like a 30-degree bank angle or whatever to flat. I don't know how Formula One cars would deal with that jump, like that switch over point, because a lot of the other cars have, they are fairly low to the ground, but they can manage it. I'm not sure how Formula One cars would manage it though. Um, oh yeah, you could alternate the Indian Grand Prix as well. With there could be some other the Indian Grand Prix and the South Korean Grand Prix. Oh yeah, you could alternate Suzuka and the South Korean one. It's quite a few circuits all around the world that could be alternated, but it is what it is. It would be nice to see Portugal back on this. Portimao's roller coaster was very nice, and Estoril. Yeah, Estoril would be cool as well. I haven't actually. I've heard of Estoril. I don't actually know what the track map looks like. So let's have a look at the Estoril track map. Estoril track map. Gasly is improving apparently. Let's have a look. Yeah, he's green in the first and in the second sector. That means he's better than his personal best, and he's already top of the times. Here he comes now. Cross the line he goes. Is he going to improve on his lap time? Yes, he is. Purple in the final sector again, and he goes up a couple of seconds. Fantastic. Oh, the Estoril circuit's pretty good as well. It's fairly similar to Portimao in terms of it's quite a lot of long sweeping corners. But there is the option for a hairpin if you go if you use a different layout. And it's got that long sweeping entry into turn number onto the final corner, and you've got the same sort of double edge turn one where you have to turn one and turn two. Yeah, Fuji Speedway. Oh yeah, you could do Fuji Speedway with alternate Fuji Speedway with Suzuka. Yeah, there are loads of possibilities. It's just what is the priority for Formula One, and the priority is, as we can very clearly see, getting as much cash into their bank accounts as humanly possible. A huge lock up there for George Russell, going downhill towards turn number 8, turning and braking at the same time, and the car was just not having it, and yeah, he's gone straight back into the pits because he's got to get those tyres changed. Oh yeah, there was a race circuit made in Vietnam, the Hanoi Grand Prix. It was made for 2020, and then it never got used because COVID cancelled the race in Vietnam. So they made an entire racetrack, or they at least made part of a racetrack, and the other half was going to be a street circuit, and they never even raced there, which was very very unfortunate. And it'd be quite cool to see if that track could come back at some point. Yeah. Hulkenberg is flying. Indeed, he is green in the first and second sectors. I don't know how high up in the times he's gonna go, but let's wait and see. Comes out the final corner now. Onto the power he goes, and here he comes now across the line. What's it gonna be for Nico Hulkenberg? Yeah, I don't think he was gonna be all that quick, and yeah, 15th place for Nico Hulkenberg. All right, I'm gonna have a quick sip of water, folks. I'll be back in just a sec. All right. Yeah. F1 gamer, I love the Bic Can we have it back? The BIC? What is the BIC? BIC? I have no idea what BIC is. Anyway, let's carry on with the with testing. We've got Piastri still sat in the pits. McLaren are doing it again. They're just sat in the pit lane. When will the final hot lap starts? Well, we've still got 3 hours 25 left of the session, so it's at least 3 hours away, and then we'll get stuff. Oh, the Bahrain International Circuit. Oh yeah, that's a great circuit, isn't it? We are probably going to get the running in. We'll probably get the most of the hot laps in the final 25 minutes. That's when the sun is set, and once the sun is set, everything will be a lot better. Well, the track temperatures will drop, and then the teams will actually go out on the soft tyres. Yeah. I just saw the Vietnam outline. I don't think anyone would actually want to race there. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of an interesting circuit. I would have at least liked to see how one race would have went down there. Maybe there could have been like really crazy good overtakes, but there also could have been a very boring race as well. Because I'm pretty sure they just turned a roundabout into half the racetrack. Like, not half the racetrack, but like there is one corner where you just go around a roundabout, which is wild, really. Is it possible for Argentina in Formula 1? Yeah, I mean, if there's a Formula 1 circuit, if there's an FIA Grade 1 circuit that is safe for Formula 1 cars, then why not? And I'm sure with Colapinto being Colapinto's not in Formula 1 this year, but if he got if he got back into Formula 1, I'm sure there'll be more than enough fans that would be willing to make the trek to wherever the circuit is in Argentina and watch him race. South Africa is trying to host a race. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, we could have a race. There could genuinely be two calendars. There could be a calendar for 1 year, and then a totally different calendar for another year, and just have 3 or 4 of the same races that they go to every year. But yeah. All right, folks, I'm just going to pop off to the toilet. I'll be back in just a second. Stroll is on a fast lap by the looks of it. At least he was attempting one. I think. No, he wasn't. He was 4 seconds down in the first sector. Yeah, I don't know what is going on. I think he's just doing a couple of slow laps. But yeah, I'm just going to go to the toilet. I will be back in just a second. Folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. If you haven't subscribed, be sure to do that. And if you are interested in F1 TV Pro, the link's in the description. You get all the footage, all of the onboards, all of the team radios. And if you get the entire yearly membership, then it's much cheaper for the entire year. So I would recommend that you go ahead and check that out. Oh, guess which moron forgot to unmute his mic when he got back from the toilet. Yeah, I'm a bit of a genius, aren't I? Anyway, so we have got Hamilton out on a fresh set of medium tyres, and we have got Albon out on a fresh set of medium tyres, and Piastri as well. I suspect Piastri's going to come into the pits. And we've got Lewis Hamilton using some DRS, 313 kilometers per hour as he goes down the main straight. So let's wait and see what his lap time is going to be. Piastri is green in the first sector, green in the second sector. Maybe he's going to come across the line, but I suspect he might just go back into the pit lane because that is the McLaren strategy of doing things. And yeah, Piastri is into the pits as expected. And Albon and Tsunoda are on some flying laps as well. Let's keep an eye out on them. Yeah, we've got who? Who have we got? Hamilton slower than his. Yeah, Hamilton made a mistake in the first sector. I suspect he's 6 seconds down. So yeah. Okie dokes. Would love a year A, year B schedule to get more countries involved. I don't really mean to and I don't mean more USA races. We've got too many already. Yeah, I mean we could have more USA races just at a good racetracks. That would be better. All right, stopping by to see how it's going. Anything interesting happening so far? Behrman's engine cover broke. Bortoletto had issues. A piece of glass fell over the circuit and caused a red flag. And that is about the extent of interesting news that that you're going to get from today. Piastri still got... oh no, Piastri hasn't. What am I saying? Oh yeah, Hamilton got a little bit too trigger happy going to turn number one. Got on the throttle too early, and a bit of oversteer. And he missed the apex as well. He missed the apex and then tried to get on the throttle too early. Neither of which worked, and aborted his lap immediately. What do you think about the McLaren this year? MCL hidden performance and hidden speed of performance, or have they got problems? I think McLaren are going to be bang on the same level as Mercedes, Ferrari, and Red Bull. Like, they're not going to be faster, they're not going to be slower. I think that's just where they're going to be, around about the same. Yeah, they don't have problems for certain, and they definitely aren't that much quicker than everyone else, because people would have realised. Some people are saying their race pace is better, but we'll just have to wait and see. Who knows what everyone else's race pace is like. Lewis is on a fresh attempt here. Purple. He's not purple. He's green in the first sector. And now he's making his way through turn number 9. Very nice. Let's wait and see how he is doing. So now, going towards turn number 11, what is it going to be for Lewis Hamilton? He flicks the car in, that's to the left, and manages to make it stick as he goes up the hill towards 12. Gets that run very, very nicely done. Hugs that apex. He's half a second down on Pierre Gasly, who's currently top of the times, as he passes through the second sector line, and now he's heading towards the final sector. Just one corner left to go, and then he's got to open DRS as soon as possible. Brakes as late as possible. Hits that apex, and onto the power he goes. What's it going to be for Lewis Hamilton? He activates DRS and he gets flat to the floor across the line, and it is 7th place for Lewis. 7th place, 8 tenths back from Gasly. Whenever I hear Kimi, my brain gets messed up. I miss Raikkonen. Yeah, honestly, I've been trying to say Antonelli a lot more than I say Kimi, mainly because Kimi in my head also is it's Kimi Raikkonen. You're not going to say. I mean, soon enough I will say Kimi Antonelli, but for now it's going to be in my brain at least Kimi Raikkonen. Apologies, folks, for the folks that got adverts. When I went to the toilet, I accidentally forgot to press the block advert button, adverts came up, so apologies. How about F1 at Laguna Seca? The corkscrew would be diabolical. No, the corkscrew just wouldn't work. The cars just wouldn't be able to go down it because it's too steep, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Could you please tell me why we're not seeing Liam and Carlos? It's because they drove all day yesterday, and the teams now want to give all day of driving to Verstappen and to Albon. So that's why Carlos and Lawson aren't on the screen today, because they're just not driving. It would be funny if Kimi Antonelli said, "Boah, yeah, well," and then at that point he would become a Kimi. He wouldn't be Antonelli. He would turn from Antonelli into Kimi if he started saying "Boah," and started giving like 2-word answers. Yeah. Hulkenberg improving and coming out of the final corner. What's it going to be for Nico Hulkenberg? He is 14th place. Goes up 1 place. Ooh, a nice lap there from Piastri up into 11th position there. He's done that on hard tyres though, so only one can imagine what he can do on the mediums. Russell improves, he goes up into 3rd, ahead of his teammate Kimi Antonelli. And yeah, that was definitely a hot lap, because Russell immediately slowed down after and started playing with some dials on his steering wheel. Another wild idea, F1 at Mount Panorama. Same problem, Mount Panorama. You just have the same... Wait, no, Mount Panorama and Bathurst are different, no? Or are they the same thing? I know Bathurst would be too steep. I think Mount Panorama would also be too steep. But they aren't the same thing, no? Bathurst and Mount... I can't remember, actually. I'm surely they're different things. Otherwise, why would they be called... Oh, they are the same, okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, it would be too steep as well. Same thing. Ocon up into 6th. Very nice. Yeah, we're getting a lot more quick laps coming in through now, as expected, really, with the temperature dropping a little bit. And with 3 hours left to go of testing, the teams will start lowering the fuel loads, putting on the softer tyres, and getting ready to go qualifying. Mount Panorama, the circuit, Bathurst is the race. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, because normally it's just called the same thing. You know, it's like the 24 hours of Le Mans. It's called the Le Mans circuit. 12 hours of Spa circuit. Hamilton going extremely wide at turn number 10, having a bit of a lock up there. And then, Mount Panorama. Yeah, most of the other circuits at least that I remember, are like Suzuka, 12 hours of Suzuka. So I don't know. Maybe is Bathurst the place name? Like, is Bathurst where Mount Panorama is? Yeah, I don't know. Or is Mount Panorama? I thought Mount Panorama would be the mountain that they like sort of go up for the Bathurst race circuit. Bathurst is a city name. Okay. Emilia Romagna and Imola. Okay. That makes sense. Brilliant. Hamilton gets into the pits, takes off his gloves, and he's getting ready to get out of the car, I think. All right. Yeah. The highest speed we've seen is 322. It was one of the Williams with a slipstream in tow. Yeah. Piastri improves on his time. Still not enough to gain any places, but improves overall. 29.6 for him in the first sector. Nice and quick. Stroll up into 17th. That gets ahead of Sonoda. I don't know what tyres Stroll's on. It just hasn't loaded. Not even a question mark. Just nothing. I think that might be because Stroll wasn't originally on the list. That's probably what's causing the problems. I guess we're just not going to know. Ooh, Gasly, purple in the first sector. Looked like he's trying here. Let's go. All right, here we go with Pierre Gasly. This is a fresh set of C3 tyres. He now goes towards turn number 9. Tricky braking zone. We saw Lewis Hamilton lock up, go wide here, but Pierre Gasly deals with it very nicely. Hits that apex, does not unsettle the car too much. Onto the power he goes, opens the DRS flap. Now, charging all the... And he's up into seventh gear. Over the curbs he goes onto the entry. Carries 120 miles of speed through that corner. Now he goes towards turn number 3, braking a straight line, 2/10 up, hits that apex absolutely perfectly all over the curb on the exits, just within track limits as well. And now here he comes to the final corner, the final challenge, slams onto the brakes, clips the apex, and then smoothly onto the throttle he goes. Perfect exit from Pierre Gasly, and across the line he goes. Purple in all three. Oh no, it's not purple in all 3 sectors. Okay, but still. Half a second up on Charles Leclerc. I thought it was going to go purple in the last sector, but apparently not. No, nonetheless, a very, very good lap. Half a second up. Finally, Pierre Gasly making something exciting. Hopefully, for the next 3 hours, we have at least one person setting hot laps. I mean, maybe he backed off. Did we have the... I'll have to look at the top speed. Look at his current speed, see if he's backed off while he was accelerating towards the line. I mean, what's the point even in sandbagging? He just take his best third sector time and just add that on. I mean, I don't know. It's fun. But yeah, we got watching the replay of here Hamilton. Hamilton, I think, was just a little bit too focused of hitting the apex. He didn't realize that his car was positioned too far to the right of the track, and he started braking on the curb, which was just not a good way to go about braking. Yeah. Oh, and he was also... Oh no, it wasn't. George Russell round the outside of turn number 10. Wow. I mean, he was just overtaking a Sauber. And I don't think the Sauber was really paying attention of Nico Hülkenberg. But we've got the replay from Hülkenberg. Hülkenberg sees him in the mirrors and he's like, right, okay, let's not worry too much here. He's still going around the outside. And then... yeah, he had to overtake Dunn at turn number 10. Interesting one. And then slows down again. And then Hulkenberg overtakes him. And he's like, a little interesting. He just overtakes him and then lets him go past again. Little strange. Anyway, Ocon is improving. He's on the C4 tyre. Is this a fresh set of C4 for him? It's a fairly fresh set of C4. And across the line he goes. What's it going to be? He's 8/10 back from Pierre Gasly. He does improve, but not enough to gain any places. All right. And we got one of the McLarens, not one of the McLarens, obviously the only McLaren that's driving around, Oscar Piastri, pulls into the pit lane after doing 6 laps on the hard tyres. Whereas Red Bull currently sat in the pits. Max hasn't even come out since the break. It's been an hour since the second half of the... It's been an hour since the second half of the testing has started, and nothing... No, he's not even come out. All right. Here is Pierre Gasly, the fastest overall time, a 1:30.282 on a C3 tyre with quite hot track temperature as well. Look at that, 26.9, and the sun hasn't even set yet. All right. Thank you everyone for tuning in. By the way, if you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. It definitely helps out the channel, and hopefully we can get a couple more people watching the stream. That'd be fantastic. I will be streaming for the Australian Grand Prix as well. So if you guys haven't already pressed the reminder button for that one, I'll just post a link into the chat now, and you guys can go ahead and press the like button and the reminder button on that one. That would really help out the channel. We've just got one of the Astons pulling into the pit lane. A Stroll is pulling into the pit lane. And I'd just like to remind you that Williams and Ferrari have a set of C5s and C6s, the softest tyres Pirelli has got to offer. So right at the end of the stream, they are going to be bringing out those C5s and C6s, and we are going to see some blisteringly quick lap times. Hopefully, they don't slam on the brakes just before they come into the pits. But yeah. Stroll had a very odd understeer moment. He just he turned in. The car wasn't obviously rotating as he would have liked, and then he just did a full 180-degree lock of the steering wheel, as if turning the steering wheel was going to help more with understeer. Very, very strange. Yeah. All right, we got George Russell on fresh medium tyres, and let's see what he can do. 314 through the speed trap. Here he goes up the hill, shifts up into 8th gear, moves the brake balance forward in preparation for this corner, rotates the car so much. The wind still as strong as ever, but George Russell keeps it under control. Just a tiny little twitch on the exit there, and he is a quarter of a second up on Pierre Gasly's time. He's on the C3 tyres here. It looks like he's got a lot less fuel in the car than he had previously, so this is looking very, very good for George Russell. Now heading towards turn number 9, rotates the car, brake, where he overtook Nico Hülkenberg. A fantastic line through that corner. A little bit of a twitch again on the power when he exited turn number 10. Once again, DRS is wide open as he heads down the straight. It takes a slightly different line to Pierre Gasly, but now still very, very quick through turn number 11, and now charging up the hill, still on the inside line. What's his middle sector time going to be? It's his personal best. It's not quicker than Gasly, but he's still 2/10 up overall. Now, if he can get a good final sector, he will end up more than a quarter of a second up on Pierre Gasly. Here's just the final corner. Hits the apex, onto the power, he goes all over the curbs as well. And the car looking as stable as ever. Across the line he goes, and 2/10 up on Pierre Gasly. Very nicely done there. All right. Here we go then. Russell, the first one to reach 128. I mean, we're still in the 130s. The temperatures have got to come down, and the fuel loads are going to come down, and we got to we need the C4 tires to come out before we hit the 128s. But it can be done, and it will be done. All right, we've got 2,500 people tuned into the live stream. Thank you everyone for tuning in. And finally, we're getting some hot laps. This is going to be nice and exciting. Oh, and they're working on something at the Red Bull car. They've got the car up on stilts, and they're working away on it. Seems like there are some sort of issues going on for Max Verstappen. That's why he's not coming out onto the circuit. There were issues for Liam Lawson yesterday with water pressure, and now issues with Max Verstappen's car as well. It looks like they've got an iPad out, and are they looking at how to repair the car, or are they? I don't know exactly what they're doing, but they're underneath the car. It looks like the floor is still on it. Are they taking measurements? I'm not sure exactly what they're doing, but there's a lot of work going on underneath Max Verstappen's car, and that is why he's not out on the circuit. Yeah. Interesting. In Verstappen's case, they allegedly removed the floor panel. Okay, so they're checking stuff under the floor. Well, the stuff that's above the floor, obviously, but interesting one. All right, let's see what the Ferraris are doing. They've got the tires on Lewis Hamilton's car, and soon enough he'll be going out. Come on, Lewis, give us some C4 tires. That'll be super exciting. Merc 276. No, it was 276 because Russell didn't use DRS on his most recent lap. It wasn't that isn't his fastest lap. He was using DRS on his fastest lap, and that was 3:13 k's. Hulk using DRS? Yeah, probably is, isn't he? What's his top speed? 3:15. Yeah, for sure. Definitely using DRS. All right. George Russell coming out of the pits on the same set of medium tyres. Interesting. Right. Albon, he's out on a long run. Piastri, what tyres is he coming out on? Set of hard tyres are a little boring there from Piastri, but we've still got 3 hours till we end testing, so we've still got time for the sun to set. It'll probably set in an hour and a half. Yeah, it sets in an hour and a half. Currently track temperature is 26.6. I expect they'll start doing the short runs when it's 18.8 or something like that. Ooh, Hulkenberg a little wide out the final corner. But he comes across the line, is 2.3 seconds down on Russell's time. Not ideal through the final sector, and ends up improving slightly. Not too much though. Did we see the C5 or C6 tyres in testing? No. Only 2 teams have even got the C5 or the C6, and that is Williams and Ferrari, and they haven't used them yet. I was expecting Williams to use at least one of them yesterday because Sainz didn't do any hot laps yesterday. It was just long runs, but no, they decided to save both of them for Albon. So Albon's going to be doing the long runs, not the long runs, the short runs on the C5s and the C6, which is going to be fun to watch. Yeah. All right. Yeah, Piastri's on fresh hard tyres. I mean, sure, let's see what his lap's like. He's using DRS still. 311 k's down the straight, so clearly a lot more fuel and probably a lower engine mode. All right. As he makes his way through the middle sector, let's wait and see what he can do. George Russell, we got to replay another lockup from him going through turn number 8. He's struggling a little bit through that corner. It is a bit tricky. It's on the downhill. You got to shift the brake balance backwards, otherwise you will end up blocking up like George Russell. Piastri is improving, of course. Improving the first sector. Let's see what he can do in the middle sector. That's the harder one with the medium tyres because you get a lot less grip. Have you seen the new F1 Manager update? It looks good. Yeah, it does look good. However, I don't play F1 Manager, so we shall see. Alpine have cooked this year, maybe they've cooked. However, I don't think they've cooked good enough to get up into the top 4 teams. They might be a good midfield contender though. Potentially getting consistent Q3s. Lawson drove yesterday. Verstappen's driving today. Oh, come on, Piastri. Have you backed out of this? I think he's backed out of it. Oh, I don't know how slow his final sector was actually. Maybe that was on purpose. I'm not sure, but it looked like he was a little slow coming out the final corner. Maybe it was totally normal though. I can't really tell. Oh yeah, Piastri scored points every single race last year. Every single race that he finished, I think he scored points, which was a fantastic stat there for not Pierre Gasly, sorry, Oscar Piastri last year, which was very, very consistent. Part of the reason why McLaren went on to win the constructors. If Piastri was nowhere near as consistent as where he was, then we would have seen a much closer fight for the constructors as well. Verstappen, it looks like Verstappen's getting his balaclava on, so sooner or later he's going to be coming out onto the circuit. Oh, Lance Stroll totally overshoots the final corner. I don't know exactly how he's done that, but he's suffering quite a bit from understeer. Yeah, no radio, unfortunately. The team radio isn't working or for the whole of testing. Apologies. All right, we've got Lewis Hamilton out on a fresh set of mediums. Let's go. All right, are these C3s or C4s? Hopefully they tell us where is Hamilton on the leaderboard. They are C3s, not C4s, unfortunately, but still should be good. Car looks pretty light, I can't lie. It's not very sluggish or anything like that, so this should be good. Look at that first sector, 29.1 from Lewis in the first sector. Now he's heading towards turn number 10. Brilliant. And now opens that DRS flap, sends it down sends it down the back straight. Here we go, and flat out on the power as he heads up the hill towards turn number 12. Once again, braking in a straight line here. The bottom of the car sparking away. The ride height looks a little low on that Ferrari, but he's still powering on. And now he's got to deal with the final corner. It's a little bit tricky. You do not want to be touching that exit curb, otherwise you will just bounce everywhere and lose all of your traction. Hamilton stays away from it nicely, and onto the power he goes. He's going to now come across the line. What's it going to be for Lewis Hamilton? It is third place. Very nice. Still half a second back from his former teammate George Russell, but they are, of course, on different run plans, different fuel levels, different engine modes, and still a lot of time left to go till we get to Q3 in Australia, when we find out who's really the fastest and who's really the slowest. All right. Which drivers do you support? Well, I support Sebastian Vettel, but in the absence of Vettel, I'd support Alonso, Piastri, Tsunoda, and I also support Good Racing. That's the main one. But yeah, Hamilton having more porpoising issues as he was going through turn number 12, which definitely was not helping acceleration. The car just slamming into the bottom of the ground again and again. That really needs to get resolved sooner or later. It looks kind of cool at night, everything's sparking away, but the constant bouncing is not ideal. I don't think RB is screwed this year. Red Bull are, just because Verstappen has some issues and Lawson has some issues, they'll iron out the engine issues, or they'll just revert back to an older version of the engine, which was fine. Because, well, they basically had no reliability issues last year. I don't even remember if Max DNF'd due to engine issues at any point during the season. And this should be good and good fun to watch. All right, Hamilton's on a slow lap. Maybe he's going to come around and do another quick lap. That might be good. That'd be interesting to see. All right. Maybe the water pressure issues have returned. Yeah, I mean, it is the same engine after all. They haven't switched engines, I don't think. I mean, maybe that would have been more time efficient to switch the engine rather than to, try and fix it, then turn it back on, check if it works. If it doesn't work, then you disassemble the engine, then try and fix it again. And rinse and repeat might take a bit longer. Piastri a little wide going into turn number 1, misses that apex. He's on the hard tyres after all. A little bit less mechanical grip that you can get from those tyres compared to the softs. And that's why he probably missed that apex. Going through turn number 4 now, hits that apex nicely. Still another twitch because of the change in wind direction. And now half a second down on Russell, just in the first sector alone. It looks like he's got quite a bit of fuel in the car. The car looks quick. But yeah, the hard tyres, the C2 hard tyres, and also some extra fuel in the car is not helping his lap time whatsoever. All right. Ocon improved, yeah. Once again, Ocon improves. Very nicely done from him. And 7th place is currently where he is now. Piastri in 8th place does not look like he's going to be getting much quicker. The middle sector, not the strong suit of the hard tyre. Do you think Merck can win in Australia? I don't know. Oh, he does improve actually in the middle sector. Nicely done there from Piastri then. And he's 8 tenths down. So if his final sector is as good as Russell's, then he'll be 5th. But I don't know how likely that is. Right. Is it easier driving in the morning or the afternoon? No, it's definitely the afternoon because you have lower track temperature. Right. Yeah. Ooh, purple final sector. Wow. Up into 5th place goes Oscar Piastri. I was not expecting that. Very, very nice then. Here we go. More issues on the RB car as well. It looks like they're gluing some stuff back together. There's a floor issues or something, I'm not sure. But the RB as well, also up on stilts, and the mechanics underneath working on it. Both Honda-powered cars are having some issues. That is interesting. We haven't seen Honda have many reliability issues since they started working with Red Bull all those years ago. Well, not that many years ago, but still. Yeah, no sort of reliability issues with Honda, and now they're having water pressure issues. And the RB is also up on stilts. I don't know what the RB is up on stilts for, but a little odd. Gasly's improving though. Green in the first sector. He's on a fresh set of mediums. Once again, C3 mediums, not C4s. Opens that DRS flap and heads towards turn number 12. Turn number 11. And yeah, he's got this line nailed down perfectly every single time. Breaks the same point, turns in, hits that apex, and just continues on. Oh, he is 1 millisecond behind George Russell's second sector time. So he's just got to beat George Russell in the final sector. He had a pretty bad final sector on his last lap. He was slower than his personal best. So as long as he can do this one perfectly, then that should be good. And he'll get up ahead of George Russell. The gap between the two drivers currently a quarter of a second. Here comes Pierre Gasly. He's 14 milliseconds ahead of Russell. Very nice. And we've got Lewis Hamilton on a lap as well. This is on his old medium tyres. He's already done one hot lap on these ones, but still nonetheless, still room to improve. Some fuel has been burnt off in the car as well. And he's green in the first sector, and he looks like he's green in the second sector as well. Here he comes across the second sector line. He's 4 seconds back actually. He's backed off. Oh well. Unfortunate. Verstappen, though, he's out on a fresh set of hards. Let's see what he's going to do. He is green in the first sector, of course, because he's in 9th place. He's definitely going to improve after that. And we've got one of the... Hamilton pulls into the pits. So we've got Verstappen here crossing the second sector line. He's a second back from Pierre Gasly in the first two sectors. So... yeah, that's going to put him not that much higher than where he is right now, to be honest, if he comes across the line with this. Yeah, I wouldn't say Max is flying. He's on hard tires, but relatively, I'm sure it's pretty good. 1.6 seconds back, and does not even improve on his previous best time. Half a second slower, in fact. Yeah. Alright, I'm going to have a quick sip of water. I'll be back in a sec. But folks, the testing session is really spicing up now, and we're going to have a lot more action. And if you are interested in F1 TV Pro, folks, you have heard me say this about 1,000 times, maybe if you've been watching the stream for a while, but the link is in the description, and You get all of the footage, all of the onboards, all of the team radios, and you'll get the entire season long if you get the yearly thing, and it's cheaper as well if you get the yearly thing now at the start of the season compared to the monthly one. So, yeah, go ahead, check that out. Track temperature is dropping, 26.1 degrees. Air temperature is 17.2. That's also 1 degrees down. And we're getting sunset in 1 hour, 15 minutes in Bahrain. And soon enough, track temperature is going to be dropping. The floodlights are going to be on. And we are going to get some real qualifying taking place. Well, not real qualifying, but we're going to get some quick laps. Okay. All right. Yeah, Ocon, I don't know what Ocon's doing really. We got Verstappen out on his hard tyres. He's doing slowly, quite slowly actually. I don't know if he's going to do another second run on them. We've got Gasly and we've got Albon out on the track. Gasly's out on his mediums, which he might do another run on, and we've got Albon on a set of hards. Fresh set of hard tyres. Alright, Verstappen comes out the final corner. He's shifting up all the gears. He's opening his DRS flap. It looks like we're going on board with another hot lap for Max Verstappen. Here he comes, barreling his way down towards turn number 1. 311 kilometers an hour. His engine mode is clearly turned down at least a little bit, but he gets onto the power quite nicely. All over the curves on the exit of turn number 3. Opens that DRS once again as he heads towards turn number 4. The wind has picked up even more, but Max Verstappen deals with it absolutely perfectly and stays just millimeters away from the gravel trap, and is down in sector 1, unfortunately. I'm not sure by how much, but yeah, clearly needs clearly those tires aren't working that well, and also his pace. Oh, a lock up into turn number 9. Yeah, not ideal. Not then he's backed out of that lap. They've deployed a yellow flag. That should be fine, but yeah, lock up there from Max Verstappen. He's not going to be happy about that one. Maybe some warm-up procedure needed. Maybe just tyres wearing out. Maybe just his own mistake. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, just watching the replay here. I think I don't know, he just hadn't scrubbed off enough speed in the early part of the corner, and then was trying to scrub more and more speed off, but while also turning, and well, that's just a recipe for locking up, to be honest. Yeah. Anyone running C5 or C6? They will be. The Williams and the Ferraris will be running the C5s later in the day, and the C6s as well. Apart from that, no one else has even asked Pirelli for some C5s or C6s. So, yeah. All right. Yuki Tsunoda jumping into the car now. So whatever issue that they had with the whatever issue that they had with the car has clearly been fixed, and he'll make his way out onto the circuit very, very soon. Okie dokes. Folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. Hopefully we can make our way towards 2,000 likes by the end of the stream. To get to 2,000 likes, we'll need another 250 likes in the next 40 minutes. And then another 1,000 likes in the remaining 2 hours. That'll be brilliant. Yeah. All right, some action actually kicking off now, and I suspect we'll be getting a lot more action as we get later and later into the session. The floodlights have started to turn on as well, which means that we're going to get some, which means the sun's setting soon. All right. All right. Why is Max not pushing? Because he's on a set of hard tires. I don't know. He's cooling them down, waiting to find a good gap. I'm not sure. Um. All right, here comes Alex Albon. Down the main straight he goes. What's it going to be? He's currently in 11th position on a set of hard tires and 287 down the straight. Yeah, he's not using DRS. Do you think the current testing pace results the team's actual pace or some of the sandbagging? They are sandbagging. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Be sure to hit the like button, folks. Really does help out the channel. And if you are interested, in watching the actual race, which I presume you are, considering that you are also considering that you're watching pre-season testing, then there's a link to the Australian Grand Prix stream on the pinned at the chat. So if you go ahead and click that, it'll take you to the Australian Grand Prix stream. Go ahead and press the like button on that, the reminder button. It is going to be a very, very exciting race. Yeah. Oh, here comes Lewis Hamilton. He's out on a fresh set of softs. This is going to be good. All right, Alex Albon comes across the line. That's a long run there. He's 4 seconds off his own personal best. 85 laps racked up for Alex Albon. Fantastic job so far today. Max Verstappen out onto the track as well. He's making up for lost time after being stuck in the garage for some issues. Looking good, looking good. Oh, did you say mediums? Did I say yeah? Okay. I probably said softs. Yeah, I should probably. Lack of sleep. I'm just gonna blame it on that. I mean, it probably is that as well. I just want him to come out on soft. That would be more fun. All right. Yeah. Here we go then. We are going to get a quick lap from Lewis Hamilton. I don't know if it's the C3 or the C4. I think it's the C3. I'm not 100% certain though. But anyway, he comes out the final corner, full foot flat to the floor. Is his foot flat to the floor? Or is he not? Yeah, it is actually. Yeah. He's opened the DRS flap up to 311, 312 before he's slamming onto the brakes for turn number 1. 5G of braking force there when he slams onto those brakes. And it's a C3 tyre, it's not the C4, folks. So don't expect anything blisteringly quick, but let's see what Lewis Hamilton can muster up in that Ferrari. Gets onto the throttle. It takes a little bit of a time to get fully onto the throttle, and he's a 10th down on his previous best. However, he's a 10th down on Gasly, sorry. But the one thing that you do have to remember, if he goes slightly conservative in the first sector, he can push harder in the middle sector and in the final sector. So let's wait and see what he can do. Hits the apex of turn number 9 brilliantly. Just a little twitch as he gets onto the power on the exit, and now here he comes towards turn number 11. What's his minimum speed? His minimum speed 90 miles per hour as his minimum speed up through the hill towards turn number 12. And he is 7/10 down. Not ideal there for Lewis Hamilton. Not ideal whatsoever. I don't know if he's backed off, but he's going to continue this lap, and it's not going to be all that quick. Across the line he goes, but yeah, he's 4 seconds back, 4/10, sorry, slower than his personal best. And yeah, just once again watching the replay, the bottom of the car, I think, still scraping a little bit against the floor. Yeah. All right. Let's see what is going on the track now. Not too much, really. Not too much. We have got Hulkenberg on a fresh set of mediums. Albon's continuing on with some long runs. Russell is out on a fresh set. He's only 14 milliseconds behind Gasly in terms of lap time. So let's see what he can do now. All right. All right. Yeah. All right. What was I saying? Let's see what George Russell's doing then. He is on a flying lap, 311 k's down the straight. He's on mediums. I once again think those are the C3 mediums. Let's wait and see. First sector slower than his personal best, but once again, as we know, you can back off in the first sector and improve overall. So let's see if that happens. Does anyone know why Red Bull and Williams only have one car? Everyone only has one car available for testing. It's just that all of the other teams were having both drivers driving today. Red Bull and Williams only have one of their drivers driving today. So they only have Verstappen driving for Red Bull, and there's only Albon driving for Williams. The reason that's the case is because yesterday it was only Lawson driving, and it was only Sainz driving for those respective teams. And everyone else still did the switch. So yeah. All right. George Russell didn't improve that much in the middle sector, but purple in the final sector, and he is still 2/10 back from his. He's still 2/10 back from his other lap. But if you include that purple final sector, I'm sure that puts him as a net higher position than net quicker lap than Gasly. If you include everyone's fastest sectors. All right. Piastri's leaving the pits. What tyres is it going to be for Oscar Piastri? Hopefully a a set of mediums, so hopefully a set of C3. Actually, yeah, C3 probably. We want to save the C4 for the rain, not for the rain, for the sunset, post sunset driving. Russell drove to prepare the sector stitch sandbag move. Yeah, it's fine. Like, just get a reasonable amount of a reasonable amount of tire warm up, from the first and second sector, so your tires are kind of overheating in the final sector, and then really go for it in the final sector. That is the aim. I think that's what he's done. So they're going to stitch up the laps, and they're going to look at what their theoretical best lap time could have been. All right. I think someone will definitely do a glory run for sure. I mean, Williams have got the C5 and the C6 for a reason, surely. They're going to put Alex Albon on literally next to zero fuel, and then send him out so he gets to the top of the timing sheet, surely. Max Verstappen, he is a 10th and a half down on Gasly, but he's only on hard tyres. So he's managing to keep up with Hamilton and Leclerc, and he's doing it on hard tyres as well, so nicely done. He did miss the apex a little bit at turn number 8, and now he's changing some of the brake balance settings as he heads towards turn number 11. Nicely done. All right. His middle sector not quicker, and he is still, and now he's 9 tenths back from Gasly. Yeah, the middle sector is where it hurts the hard tyres the most. Just being so far back. All right. Here he comes in out the final corner. What's it going to be for Max Verstappen? Currently in 9th position. He opens the DRS flap, and he crosses a line with a lap time that's not that much slower than the other one. It's only 20 milliseconds slower, 22 milliseconds slower. Not bad. Hi, how are you today? Just arrived. Did something happen? No, not much really. Issues for Behrman and Bortoletto. We had a red flag because some glass was dropped on the track. But apart from that, pretty standard stuff. And I think MCG, you asked earlier if Red Bull are using Flovis. They're using Flovis now, but they're doing it much more around the suspension arm, and are analysing the flow around the suspension. Where does it go? Yeah. Did Hamilton do long runs? Yeah, I mean, he's done 21 laps now. He's only done like 3 hot laps, I think, 3 proper hot laps, so then the rest must have just been long runs. He must have done 1 long run and then started on the shorter ones. And now he's probably going to do some more long runs before, and then once the temperature drops and the sun sets, he will... once the temperature drops and the sun sets, he will be ready to go on some soft tyres. No, they weren't looking at least the bit of Flovis that I saw. There was Flovis on the suspension arms, but I don't think they need to look at the floor again. They've already looked at it once, and it already happened to be picked up on camera, which I'm sure they weren't particularly happy about. So I don't think they're going to do it again, because they will have taken cameras, they will have taken photos of everything, so they don't need to do it again. When they were looking at the floor, yeah, they were underneath the car doing something, but that could have been the engine, that could have been the floor. I'm not sure if they had actually taken the floor off. Yeah. From now on, I think everyone won't finish their hot lap. No, I'm sure someone will. We've still got another 2 hours, 25 minutes. That's a lot of stuff that can happen. Alright, maybe they were expecting more suction. Yeah, maybe it could be related. True. But they've brought Max back into the pits. They're going to take some photos of the Flovis. In fact, the Flovius has ended up making its way down towards the side pod and floor area anyway. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so we've only got Sonoda, Albon, Piastri, and Ocon out on the circuit. Piastri's on a long run, Albon's on a long run. Russell's just come out, he's on fresh mediums, that should be good to look at. Sonoda is also on a long run. Yeah. So we're just waiting around for long runs to finish, and then we'll get some quick runs. Yeah, did Max talk about the car in the interview? Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what else he would really talk about in an interview after preseason testing, but yeah, and he said the car was quite good. He was happy with it, so it's definitely better than last year. All right, let's see what Russell can do then on fresh medium tires. Yeah, okay. Not long now, not long. Yeah, wow, that car wasn't, and then just swears. Yeah, no, I don't know what will happen. Um, oh look, here they're showing George Russell's gap to Hamilton. Yeah, they go on and compare. Well, they're just gonna be comparing former teammates, surely. But let's see what Russell can do. He's using DRS down the main straight. Ocon comes out of the pits on a set of oldish medium tires. Yeah. All right, 314Ks for George Russell down the straights, but he's backed out immediately because he's made a mistake going through turn number 1. All right, so he'll be on recharge mode. Maybe we'll get another lap soon. I'll just be back in a sec, folks. I'm just going to get some more water. All right. Yeah. So Russell is crawling around now. He's going to be building up his tire temperature, and cooling down his tires a little bit probably. I don't know, getting his temperatures into the correct window before he goes out again. Yeah. Also, thanks for streaming this. I can listen and peek at the stream a bit during my work shift. Fair enough. Thanks. Yeah. I mean, actually, there's 2,500 of you here. What are you guys actually like? Are you watching the whole stream? Like, just this is the only thing that you're watching, or are you or have you got the actual testing alongside, or are you like listening to this while doing work? It would be quite nice to know. Yeah. So do let me know. All right. Let's see what George Russell is doing. Down the straight he goes, and he is 310k. So he's 4 kilometers per hour slower. going down the straight than he was the last time he did a hot lap, which is a little bit interesting. Right. All right. Let's have a see. Watching while iRacing, fair enough. Let's see. I've got actual testing, option 3. I'm at work, but also playing. Fair enough. Sitting at work, listening to a broadcast on your headphones, listening while watching with a small window in the second monitor. Very nice, very nice. Okay. What else have we got? Listening to stream while we're doing work, driving from work. Is F1 TV worth in the UK? In the UK, probably not so much. If you want access to the data and you're like interested in it, then go ahead. F1 TV Access is what you get in the UK. You can't get F1 TV Pro, unfortunately. F1, you have to get Sky Sports or Now TV in the UK. So yeah, this is the perfect background. I'm doing calculus while listening. Oh, very nice. I watched this first, and then the video highlights the interviews later in the day. Very nice. Listening, studying while listening. Fair enough. Take it home to the stream is perfect company. Working in digital accessibility and listening. This is the first season where Haas wasn't at the back of the field. I mean, Haas won't be at the back of the field. They weren't at the back of the field last season either. Like at testing maybe, but not in not actually in the full season. So yeah, listening while at work. Nice. I'm listening to this while debugging some annoying SQL syntax error. Fair enough. That seems pretty annoying. Just wondered. I'll just keep watching you every weekend. Fair enough. Yeah, I will be commentating. I'll be commentating the Australian Grand Prix. I'll be doing the practice, the qualifyings, the races. Well, there's one race only and the one qualifying, but yeah, I'll be doing all of those in 2 weeks' time in March 14, 15, and 16. So get your calendars on the ready, because the first race of Formula One of the 2025 season is almost upon us. Piastri is 5 seconds down on a lap on C3 tyres. I think he's just got so much fuel in the car. We just miss F1. Can't wait to get started. Yeah. Why not? I agree with you. All right. Hamilton's out on a set of fresh medium tyres. Maybe we'll see some more some pace from him. It'll be nice to see if he can, if they're the C3 or the C4. But still, there is 2 hours left, so we have to wait until the sun gets set before we get the really fast tyres. Since I'm in America, I wake up and turn it on, then get ready for work, and I'm at work listening for about an hour before it ends. Fair enough, yeah. Makes sense. Okie dokes. Right, well, we'll see what Lewis can do. Tsunoda is currently still on his hard tyre run. Ocon is on his medium tyre run, and Piastri is on his medium tyre run. Brilliant. Yeah, really not all that much going on. Alright, DRS opens for Lewis Hamilton, and he is 210 kilometers per hour down the straight. So either engine turned down or more fuel in the car. We shall have a look. Yeah, he's yellow in the first sector. Looks like he's 2 tenths down in the first sector. But right, well, he's going to continue on with his lap regardless. Let's wait and see what he can do. A little twitch on the exit of turn number 10. He opens that DRS flap. And now here he is, now heading towards turn number 11. What is it going to be for Lewis Hamilton? Car rotating pretty nicely. He's on the C4 actually this time, so these tires should be better. Except that if they overheat a little bit too much, then they're not going to help that much. He's 6 tenths down on Pierre Gasly's time. Fair enough. And he currently right now is 5.5 tenths down on Pierre Gasly's time. So we'll see. I mean, the C4 tires, it might be a little bit still too hot for the C4s. Yeah, he's 7 tenths back from Gasly on that previous lap, 1 tenth slower than his personal best. Right. Yeah, I mean, everyone's still on a lot of fuel. Yesterday we were down in the 129 point something, and now we're on the 130 point something. Like clearly, the engine modes have been turned down, or the fuel is not. There's way too much fuel in the car. Yeah. 40 minutes to sunset, folks. 40 minutes to sunset. Alright, Yuki Tsunoda comes out the final corner. How long is this hard tyre run going to continue? Probably until lap number 20, I'm guessing. Yeah, I mean, you can run on the hard tyres for a very, very long time. So I suspect you might be able to pull this one off. Can you spot the fuel levels with the driver's POV cam? No, not really. They don't ever put fuel level on the dash. Firstly, because they don't need it. Like, you've got to imagine, they only have a delta fuel level. So what they'll do is, for example, if the team underfuels the car by, for example, they put like half a lap less fuel in the car, then all it will show is maybe minus 2 kg. So it predicts how much fuel is going to be used per lap, and then it tells, oh, you need to save this much amount of fuel, and then we'll make it to the end of the race. So that is the that's the situation. That is the situation, really. It's essentially what's going to happen. So we'll never really be able to tell, because when they're doing their practice runs, they don't set up a delta being like, this is how much fuel you've got left. Yeah. I'm sure they just get told over the radio, or before they get in the car, it's like this many laps of fuel. Or maybe there is a number on the dash, but we just don't know which one it is. Because there are so many numbers on the dash. Yeah. Hamilton getting a toe. I mean, Tsunoda's giving a toe to Hamilton now. Hamilton's giving a toe to Tsunoda. Sorry, is that what I said? I don't know. Maybe it's what I did say. But nonetheless, we'll see what he can do. 311 k's down the straight this time, so maybe better fuel burnt off, and he goes 1k quicker. Piastri makes his way out. I don't know why Piastri's jumping around on the circuit. I don't know what is going on there. But yeah, Hamilton lapping away. He's catching up to Pierre Gasly. Is he going to get out of the way? Hopefully he does. 29.2 in the first sector. I don't know what is going on with Piastri's GPS. Today is the last day, yeah. Well, the softs will come out. The softs will. It's just right at the end of the session. Right, we'll see what Hamilton is doing, but I don't think it's going to be particularly quick. Yeah, once again, yellow in the middle sector. Piastri testing new engine warp drive. Indeed, indeed. All right. Ender pearls. Oh yeah, facts. Ender pearls were not were allowed. Yeah, he comes across the line once again a tenth behind. A tenth behind his previous personal best. So, maybe it's just the C4s overheat a little bit too much, and you can't get all the grip you want. But I also feel like it's a bit of extra fuel in the car. Because when he was doing the lap on the C3, the car did look pretty agile, and it didn't really look that way. Ooh, folks, we have got Max Verstappen out on a fresh set of medium tyres. I was about to say fresh set of softs. No, fresh set of mediums. And, well, I'll double check if it's the C3s or if it's the C4s. Max Verstappen. Oh my god. Let me have a look. Let's have a look. Is Max on C4s or the C5s? He's on the C3, sorry. He's on the C3. And he's about to start his flying lap. So let's see how this goes for him. Here he comes then down the start finish straight. DRS is wide open. And the timer starts ticking. He's up into 8th gear, 315 kilometers per hour. Slams onto the brakes, does he? Makes that apex quite nicely. Back onto the throttle, all over the curb on the exit. This looks like a great start to the lap from Max Verstappen. Yeah, looking good is Max. Oh, and look at that. Purple from Max Verstappen, a tenth and a half quicker than Pierre Gasly. Here we go, boys. Here we go. We're finally getting some proper laps. And we're probably going to dip into the 129s finally. After being in the 129s for the majority of yesterday, we're down to the 129s as track temperature has now come down to 23 degrees. DRS is once again being used. Max being super aggressive with his line into turn number 11, carrying so much speed through there and still managing to stay well within track limits. Braking a straight line for turn number 13, rotates the car nice and early, gets onto the power as well, super duper early. Just a little bit of a bounce over the curb. Otherwise, it has been fantastic from Max Verstappen. Just the penultimate corner, and just the final corner, sorry. He hits that apex onto the throttle, onto the power, well away from the curb, and comes across the line now in third place. What's happened here? Did he back off or interesting. I thought with a purple first sector he was going to break it. He was going to be at least first, but no, he's a 10th back. Interesting. Well, I thought we were going into the 129s. I guess I've just jinxed it. Unless he backed off, we'll just have to watch the onboards. Like, you can never tell. They don't even have to slam on the brakes. They just have to press the throttle 50% of the way rather than 100% of the way once they exit the final corner. Yeah, they might stitch the sectors together. Who knows? Yeah, except they're all playing sandbag. They're all sandbagging, except at one point they are going to set lap times faster than this. Like, they are going to dip into the 129s, I can guarantee. So they might as well just set some quick laps now and then also set some quick laps later, because they're going to look at the cars anyway. Like, all the teams are going to be looking at everyone's cars to see if, is there anything that I can copy that might be but good. Yeah, I don't know. I meant to say at least second. I didn't know how I said at least first. Yeah, I just mixing up my words. Alright, Verstappen back into the pits. Stroll's out. We still will never know what tyre Stroll's on because he's wasn't properly inputted into the FIA system this morning, which is unfortunate, but oh well. Not the end of the world. Shinoda finally comes into the pits after 18 laps on his hard tyre stint. Ocon, after 17 laps on his medium tyre stint, is he also going to come into the pits or is he going to continue on? He continues on after 17 laps on his medium tyres. And Piastri's done 21 laps on his mediums. Don't know how much longer he's going to stay out. Yeah. Right. Piastri's still continuing onwards, actually. Still continuing. Very long stint there. Gasly's got 4 laps on his medium tyres, and he's in lap times 3.8 seconds slower than his personal best, so he's doing a long run as well. Piastri's driving this car. It's basically on skates at this point. It's sliding around everywhere. He's done 21 laps, 22 laps. Oh no, 22 laps on a set of medium tyres, and he has to be so careful with the throttle because it has lost all sense of grip. All of those 4 wheels. Yeah. I don't actually know what the lap record around Bahrain is. Maybe it might just be last year's Q3 time, which was like a 1:29 point something. All right. Hamilton's out onto the track on a set of fresh mediums. Ooh. Okay, well, is this going to be lower fuel? Hopefully it's going to be lower fuel. What tyres is it? It's C3s once again, actually. So we'll see if the C3s are still, how the C3s perform. Yeah, that should be good. No, it's C3s, unfortunately. All right, and what else have we got going on? Esteban Ocon on his long run, and Piastri is still skating around on his really worn-out medium tyres, but all eyes now on Lewis Hamilton on his fresh set of mediums. I mean, he might be doing a long run for all we know, but yeah, it'll be nice to see another quick wrap. And we'll see if he can get himself up into the top of the times. He's half a second off Pierre Gasly, 4 tenths off Max Verstappen. So let's wait and see. All right. So let's see what Hamilton can do then. Here he is coming across the start-finish line. Has he got DRS open? Yes, he certainly has. Now let's see what his top speed is. It is 313. Okay, so slightly lower fuel, slightly higher engine mode. And here he goes through turn number 1. A little twitch, but he manages to keep it under control and flat to the floor as he heads up the hill. The clouds are coming over Bahrain, and also the sun is getting close to set as well. So here comes Lewis Hamilton now. Not purple, green in the first sector, which is very nice. Bahrain quali are 127.2. Hamilton 2020, fair enough. Well, yeah, the 2020 cars were ridiculous, and they had to make the 2021 cars slower so then the tires didn't keep exploding. I'm pretty sure Das allowed it to go quicker, was it? Oh, maybe. No, I don't know if Das was Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. I'm not 100% sure. But let's have a look at his middle sector then. He used DRS through the middle, through the back straight. And now green in the middle sector as well. Looking good for Lewis Hamilton. Now he comes out of the penultimate corner. And he's just got the final corner left now. Turn number 14. It's a little tricky, that corner, because you've kind of got two different exits. You've got an exit, and then the exit curb also changes direction right at the very end. But Hamilton deals with it nicely. Foot flat to the floor, DRS open, and he improves only by 1/10 of a second. I would have expected more, but his last sector still wasn't that great. Maybe he's sandbagging, just backing off the throttle, but I really can't tell because we don't have the onboards to see if he's lifting off the throttle. Yeah, exploding tyres. I think it happened. No, in Silverstone 2020, the cars were going too quick. Kvyat in the AlphaTauri had his spontaneous puncture. Tyre disintegrated, went straight into the like he was going through Maggots and Beckett's, and the tyre just totally disintegrated, and he had to come in, and he had a big DNF crash. Right. 2020 AlphaTauri, that happened. Danny Kvyat. I do think that is correct. Anyway, Piastri is he's come out on hard tyres now. Okay, he's done his stint on mediums, and we've got Gasly on 8-lap old mediums. F1 Gamer, you can dig up that comparison tool. We might be able to see. Let me have a think. Can I get that comparison tool to work? I will. Let me have a think. Okay, I'll see. Why is nobody doing softs? Nobody's doing softs because why aren't they? Oh, because it's not cold enough yet. They need the sun to set, and they need track temperature to drop, and then they're going to come out on softs. We will see soft. Don't worry. By the way, I think you should use slow mode 20 seconds. I think you should not use slow mode 20 seconds. 5 seconds is better in my opinion. Yeah, maybe. I mean, the problem with using slow mode on 5 seconds is still that loads of people can spam. Like, you can theoretically get 4 times more messages through. But I do see your point. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's a bit of a difficult one, really, to get the slow mode correct, because you do want people typing in the chat and interacting. That is kind of the point of the stream. But obviously there comes a point when there's too much chat. Like, I wish there was a way that you could sort of split it up into, like, I don't know, maybe you could pick Hamilton fans, or not Hamilton fans, but you could say like McLaren fans in one sort of chat box, Ferrari fans in another chat box. That would be quite nice. So you can split it up, but you can also keep control of everything, and then you could have a questions one, which I could just keep looking at. Yeah, that might be quite good, but I don't think YouTube is going to do that. Well, I mean, they might, but not if I ask. They're going to need some big old YouTubers to ask. Right. What's Pierre doing in P1? Pierre's just got pace. That's what's going on. No, Pierre's the only one who's not scared enough to sandbag. Everyone else is scared of sandbagging, but the Alpines know they've got nothing to lose, so they might as well just go full send. And that is what Pierre Gasly's doing. He's on a bit of a long run, really. 4 seconds slower than his previous time, but any unique specs seen on a car? No, I mean, Red Bull did bring a new front wing, but past that, not much. Yeah. All right. Verstappen's out on track. He's on another fresh set of medium tyres. Interesting, interesting. Are these... What tyres are these? These are once again C3s as well. Okay. Well, we'll see what he can do on his second attempt. I suspect they'll be slightly lower fuel, but I'm not 100% sure. And that'll be good fun to see what he can do. Glory runs are for sponsors. Indeed, indeed. You can make a minimum work so that things like Go Max or spam like that come through. It would help a meaningful discussion. Yeah. I mean, I think meaningful discussion is also a bit of a stretch. Like on a stream chat, I don't know. I don't know how meaningful of a discussion that you can have, at least because it's so inefficient to type and with a chat always scrolling along, like you can't really have a meaningful discussion. I don't know, like if you ask me a question, maybe I can answer it in a meaningful way, but yeah, I'm not particularly certain, to be honest. Just experiment, really, see what people like. I could just do a vote later on in the year when we have a lot more people in chat. We may get that purple final sector. Maybe, yeah, maybe. And then we can stitch the sectors together and see how much quicker he's going. I think he got a 22.5 in the final sector. When on his, like, quote-unquote fast lap. But, like, he backed off, maybe. Because he's yellow in the first sector. Oh, look, they've MCG. You were right. So in the bit of the side pod where they had those, where they had that spot of no Flovers going, they've added more Flovers now, and they're just testing that out. He's a 10th up in the middle sector actually overall. So Verstappen a 10th up. So he backed off a little bit in the first sector, gained a 10th in the middle sector, and now he's just got the final sector left to go. What can Max Verstappen do? Here he goes then across the start finish line. What's it going to be for Max? It is first position. He goes 2/10 quicker than Pierre Gasly. Nicely done. Yeah, it looked like a bad first sector, but you don't push too hard in the first sector. You save your tyres a little bit, and then you can go harder. How long have you been at this, F1 Gamer? I have been at this at 7 hours, 36 minutes, and 44 seconds. That is how long I've been. That's how long I've been yapping away on YouTube. Yeah. And I've been doing. I did 10.5 hours on Wednesday and 9.5 hours yesterday. And we're going to hit 9.5 hours today as well. Long day, long day. But it was a very nice lap there from Max Verstappen. And he's done that in a set of C3s as well. A 129.844. And it also looks like that blank spot has gone. That blank spot on the floor or the side pod area, it has disappeared. So, interesting. You sound more exhausted than earlier when I was here. Well, I guess I am more exhausted, surely. I think that makes sense, no? Yeah, right. I just got enough F1 TV commentators found you subscribed. Great to hear someone actually talk about the action. Yeah, I mean the F1 TV commentators seem to just be holding a podcast. I mean, fair enough. Like quite a lot of the time, I do also just go into podcast mode and just talk about whatever. But when there's action going on, you got to talk about it. After all, the F1 TV commentators do know that a lot of this action doesn't really mean much. But you might as well hype it up a little bit. Funny how someone said Glory runs are for sponsors and Williams throwing their fastest yesterday stat everywhere. I mean, that was kind of the point I expect. And they've also got a set of C5 and the C6 tyres today. Like, I'm not surprised if they're going to be doing that again today. The question is, will they actually be able to get the top fastest time? All right. Why does Max have so few laps? He had a session. He had an issue earlier in the session. So yeah, something wrong with his engine, and the car was up on stilts, and they were checking stuff out. I think it was the engine. I'm not sure. It could have been the floor, but yeah, that's why he hasn't done that many laps. Yeah. All right. What do you do apart from YouTube? I do university. That's what I do. Yeah, I'm a student. All right. Um. Yeah, let's have a look. What can Oscar Piastri do? Still lapping away here. He's got an overtake done going into turn number 1. Nice overtake there, Piastri. Um, he's on those C1 tyres, the hardest tyres Pirelli has to offer. Yeah. When is F1 Gamer going to do gaming? Probably never. I picked the name in 2020, and I never changed it because I thought, my channel was doing well. I hit 10k, and I was like, oh, if I change my name now, then people aren't going to recognize who I am, and they're not going to come to my streams. So then I didn't change it when I hit 10k. I didn't change it when I hit 20k. Didn't change it when I hit 50k. And here I am now at 100k. Still thinking, if I change my name, people aren't going to come find me. Which I think is true to an extent. Like I can see. Like when people click on my videos, it says what they searched into the search bar to find my video, and quite a lot of people type F1 Gamer, and then just click on me, or they search F1 Live F1 Gamer or something like that. We got someone had a bit of an issue. I think that turn number 1, but maybe I could change my name. I don't know what I'd change it to really. Maybe F1 commentary, like live F1. I'm not sure. I do have the F1 2021 game, but what am I really going to do with that? I could get the most recent game. Could do a bit of F1 Manager, but with the university going on, and the engineering going on, it's a bit tight for time. Call it F1. That is a fantastic name. I think that is actually brilliant. Yeah, I do say quite a bit, especially during testing. I mean, normally, if you watch me commentate a Q3 session, there's not going to be that many going on because there's always stuff going on, one thing after the next, one thing after the next, one thing after the next. However, in a testing session, I apologize for you guys having to listen to this, but there are so many just like what now? I've run out of things to talk about, kind of thing. Yeah. Don't you have classes today? No. I've got a nice. It just happened to be that my week's break from classes was lined up with F1 testing, so no classes today. There's a plan before the winter stop to show us around the track for the new F1 sim game, just to add some visuals for on the stream. See, that is going to happen. The thing is, okay, so I remembers that, and I also remember that like 2 weeks ago. However, I wasn't. I don't have my sim racing setup with me when I'm at university. It's at like my parents' house. So when I go back there, which is going to be in a couple of weeks' time, it will be after the Chinese Grand Prix. But I will have visuals for the rest of the Grand Prix of the season. So the Australian Grand Prix and the Chinese Grand Prix will not have visuals. However, the following ones probably will, because I will be back at home and I'll be able to do some recording of some footage, and that is how it goes. Yeah, I also used to have it like that, where I'd use the word like over and over. Oh yeah, I would use the word like as well, like loads of times. especially when I'm trying to like explain something that I'm not particularly like I haven't got the most clear picture in my head. Like if I'm trying to explain how Flovis works or something about aerodynamics, like I don't have the most correct concept in my own head, and because I can't really figure it out properly in my own head, I use the word like about 1,000 times while trying to explain something. Yeah. All right. We've got what else? Who else have we got out on track? We have got Oscar Piastri on his long run on his C1 tires. We got Yuki Tsunoda coming out of the pits. What tires is it going to be for Yuki Tsunoda? We'll have a look shortly. Nico Hulkenberg is on a set of mediums, 5-lap-old mediums for him. Esteban Ocon, 7-lap-old hards. George Russell, 4-lap-old mediums. And we've got Lance Stroll on unknown tyres because he wasn't inputted into the system correctly. Yeah. I think Williams bagged Santander as a sponsor, a Spanish bank that banks science. Probably why Williams did a lot of glory runs yesterday with science. Maybe that might be true. Will they use softy? Yes, they will. Sunset is going to happen in about 20 minutes, folks. 20 minutes, and we'll have sunset in Bahrain. And then the track temperature is going to start dropping. It's already started dropping. It's 22.5 degrees now. It was 30 earlier in the day, and we're going to get down to 18 degrees probably. 18, 17, maybe even 16. Yeah, Lance is not using tyres, guys. Let's be real here. Lance Stroll is a good enough Formula One driver that he doesn't need tyres. Tyres are, he's above the tyres above the concept of tyres. He's above that level. He's transcended the level of tyres, and he just levitates, bro. Yeah, he levitates like the Dua Lipa song. He's levitating on the way to Mars or something like that. How does track temperature affect track times? The track temperature. Basically, what happens is the warmer the track temperature, the more likely the tyres are to overheat. And the more likely the tyres are to overheat, the slower the drivers have to drive. So with a lower track temperature, the tyres are a lot less likely to overheat. And since they're a lot less likely to overheat, that means that the drivers can push harder, and if they can push harder, they can go faster. And that is why lower track temperatures equals quicker lap times. This is the commentary that I come for. Exactly, folks, exactly. Why would you listen to professional commentary where they're like, actually, I want to talk about all of the professional aspects of a Formula One team, when you could talk about Lance Stroll levitating, and Lance Stroll levitating, and I don't know, Dua Lipa songs, and why not? Let's see what else is going on. I mean, I still think it's slightly suspicious, I mean, if I was the team principal at Aston Martin, and I knew that I was going to do some quali runs at the end of the day, then I would have want Fernando Alonso in those quali runs. So I think it's slightly suspicious that Lance Stroll was suddenly ill in the morning, and he just couldn't take part. So Fernando Alonso had to take his seat in the morning, and then suddenly, as soon as Fernando Alonso had agreed to take part, in the morning, Stroll was suddenly feeling better, and he can take part in the afternoon. That seems slightly suspicious to me. Yeah. Professional commentary is Sky TV glazing Norris. Well, maybe. I mean, it's Sky TV. Sky TV's British. That's what they're gonna do. If you watch the Dutch TV, they're gonna say everything amazing about Max Verstappen. You watch the Italian TV, they're gonna say Ferrari's the best team in the world, and they're gonna win the championship by 1 million points. So yeah. If you watch the German commentary, I'm sure they'll be saying Nico Hulkenberg is the best driver on the grid. And yeah, if you watch the Australian commentary, then Oscar Piastri is going to be the best driver in Formula One. It's just the way things go. It's just the way things are. It just happens to be a lot of British people in the sport. All right. Here we are then. We have got Oscar Piastri on those hard tyres, still lapping away on the C1s. 1:35 is his lap time, 5 seconds off his personal best. I mean, the hard tyres, the C1s are particularly slow, and he's already done 15 and 13 laps on them, so they are pretty weared out. We got George Russell on 7 tyres. 7 tyres? So no, 7 lap old tyres. Yeah. RPM is last year's news. Today we have F1 Gamer. Exactly. Okay. We got 1 hour 38 minutes left of the session. Sunset is about to happen in 10-15 minutes time. And yeah, if you go to Spanish TV, they go about how good Alonso is, and they just need a good car for Fernando Alonso. I mean, Alonso is a good driver. I agree, but I'm sure Spanish TV go a little bit over the top because well, that is their job. And the thing is, people who watch Spanish TV are just going to be are most likely going to be Spanish, and they're also going to be supporting Fernando Alonso, so they don't really care. They'll be like, oh yeah, I agree with this. And that's why nobody really complains about Spanish TV being biased, because they all themselves are also partially biased. What do you think about MBS, the F1 director? Well, let's just put it this way: I don't have particularly many good things to say about him. Yeah, even when he said like we should bring back V10s because that's what the fans want, that I'm pretty sure was just a PR release to make him stop looking bad for the whole swearing issue. Yeah, sack him. That's what I think. That sounds like a good idea. Get Sebastian Vettel in to be the FIA director. Yeah, maximum. Oh no, get Fernando Alonso in. Maximum penalties for everyone. Equal engines. No. We shall see. But I presume it'll be. I'm sure the FIA would be run much better if it was Seb Vettel running it. Would you support Susie Wolf? Well, look, Susie Wolf, great. She's a great person to look up to, great role model, fantastic for the sport. However, she's related to Toto Wolff, and I just see too big of a conflict of interest there. Even for Sebastian Vettel, like he was formerly a Red Bull driver, formerly a Ferrari driver, still a little bit too many links. Like you want someone sort of separate from Formula One. And you still want a racing driver, of course, but you want someone who's not going to be too biased, too affected, and hasn't got too many connections within the sport. And since Susie Wolff and Toto Wolff are married, that is way too big of a conflict of interest. Yeah, if I was the FIA director, I would say maximum swearing. Only swearing is allowed. You must swear in every sentence over the radio. That'd be fun. If you don't swear, you get a penalty. No, I think I'm reaching the point where I'm kind of losing my mind. We've been streaming for 8 hours, pretty much 8 hours straight. I've been sat in the same chair for pretty much 8 hours, and I just can't wait for the soft tires to come out. Tsunoda's still on the C2s, lapping around. He's not using DRS too much, and he really is conserving those tires. The 5.5 seconds down. I mean, how many laps has he done on those tyres? He's done only 4 laps. He just looks like he's on a full fuel run. So starting the race out on C2 tyres, that's essentially what he's simulating. Argentina is saying they're going crazy because Gasly is much faster than Doohan and they're praying for his downfall. Oh yeah, I know for a fact that Argentinian TV is going to be so much. They're going to be all over Franco Colapinto trying to get into that Alpine seat. That would be, I mean, I can only imagine what an Argentinian Grand Prix would be like with Franco Colapinto driving. I think that would be even more crazy. He'd get even more crazy support than Sergio Perez in Mexico or Max Verstappen in Zandvoort. It would just be on an absolutely different level. I'm living in Germany. Nobody says Hulk's the best. Okay, I agree. Hulkenberg hasn't still got a podium. However, when Seb was competing for the championship in 2018, 2017, I suspect there was quite a bit of, when penalties were dished out here and there, there was a little bit of bias involved, as there always is. All right. Let's have a look then. Hamilton is out on an outlap. C4 tyres for Lewis Hamilton on a fresh set. Here we go. Track temperatures down to 22.2 degrees. We might get some drop in lap time here from Lewis Hamilton. He's half a second back from Max Verstappen's lap. So let's wait and see what he can do. All right. Do you think Zhou deserves a reserve driver seat? Yeah, I think for sure. Why not? He's a pretty good driver. Managed to keep up with Valtteri Bottas fairly reasonably. Maybe even a Formula One seat. There are so many drivers that are just on the borderline of being capable, but maybe not. Maybe they are. Maybe they needed a little bit more time. But alas, that's how Formula One is. All right, here we come. Lewis Hamilton. Why does it say pit out? I thought he was already out on the track. Interesting. Oh, Piastri, 326 Ks down the straight. Very nice. I mean, he's got a toe. That's exactly why he's done that. But amazing. 326 with a toe and slipstream and DRS from the Haas of Ocon. FIA principal Gunter Steiner. Oh, that would be amazing. All right. Here comes Hamilton then, out of the pit lane. Once again, doing another lap. I think he's just modifying his front wing angle, maybe. He probably wasn't happy with the front wing angle, so then he went into the pits and got it changed. Piastri is here behind Ocon. Ocon was doing a 135.9 on his previous lap. Piastri a 135.3. So Piastri is 0.6 of a second faster according to their previous laps. Now let's wait and see what Piastri can do. Will he be able to overtake Ocon? The next lap he's going to have the slipstream. He's going to have the DRS. Ocon will also have DRS, but we shall wait and see what happens. Here they go then, out of the final corner. And Oscar Piastri opens that DRS flap. So does Esteban Ocon. Does he? Yeah, I think Ocon does as well. Both of them use it. Here they go. Piastri gaining. Does he dive to the inside? He sends one to the inside. Ocon sees it coming. And no contact there. Very nicely done. Oh, and Oscar Piastri slipping and sliding. Here comes Lewis Hamilton. What's his top speed down the straight? No DRS for Lewis Hamilton down the straight. It looks like he's not going on a push lap. Ocon tries to come back at Piastri going through his turn number 4. We're getting nice and racy here. And Piastri seals the deal and continues on into the distance as Ocon is a slightly slower over per lap. All right, we've got Alex Albon starting a flying lap. Let's see what he can do. He's 314 Ks down the straight on a fresh set of medium tyres. Passes through turn number 4. What's it going to be? Is it going to be a green sector for him? Yes, it is. Very nice. Green sector here for Alex Albon. Now he goes through turn number 8. Pretty easy to lock up there. George Russell is his rookie friend. He's not rookie friend, his friend from when they were rookies. has been locking up there quite often today, but Albon makes it through nicely, and now he's heading towards turn number 11. And Piastri breaks his top speed record. He went 3:28 actually through the speed trap the second time around, so he got a little bit closer to the slipstream. Yeah, all right. Let's see what Albon's doing then. Now heading towards turn number 12. Green in the middle sector as well. Looking good there from Alex Albon. Currently 1.6 seconds behind Max Verstappen. We'll see how close he gets to... how close he gets to winning. Oh, and winning? How close he gets to Verstappen. Yeah. All right, opens DRS, comes across the line. 4th place for Alex Albon. Wow, very nice. A 1:30.2 from him. Brilliant. So I guess we shall see what will happen. Yeah, I guess we'll see what he can do in the next couple of laps then. Yeah. All right, let's see. I've been watching the entirety of these 9-hour streams for the last 2 days. Uzi, well, thank you very much for watching. Have you enjoyed them? And have you been watching them the whole time, or have you been doing anything else as well? Also, folks, if you are interested in getting F1 TV and haven't got it, now is a great time to get it. You're going to get access for the entire year. You'll get all the onboards, all of the footage, all of the commentary, and all of the team radios as well. So go ahead and check it out. Link is in the description. And also, if you haven't already, there is the link to the Australian Grand Prix stream. It's pinned at the top of my chat. And go ahead and just click the link, hit the like button, hit the reminder button on that stream, because it is going to be a fantastic race. I can just tell already from the end of last season, from the start of this season, it's going to be mind-blowing. So go ahead, click the like button. It really helps out the channel, especially if you do it 2 weeks early, like if you were to do it now. And yeah, all right. We have a Max Verstappen using DRS. He's got a fresh set of softs. Let's see what he can do. He's already completed 64 laps today, 314 Ks through the speed trap. Now towards turn number 4. The wind has picked up a little bit, but Max Verstappen deals with it perfectly as ever and does not even touch the gravel trap. Very, very nice. And he's 9 milliseconds down on his previous personal best, so still fairly quick. And let's see what he can do through turn number 8. Hits that apex nicely straight onto the power. The car twitching around a little bit, but that could theoretically still be faster. And car rotating very well as he gets onto the back straight. Now opens that DRS wide open, and it is the C3 tyres still for Max Verstappen. Still the C3s, not switched onto the C4s just yet. And Alex Albon improving once again. Very nice from Alex Albon. This is his second lap on these tyres. And purple middle sector from Max Verstappen. He is 1/10 up. All right. Now let's see what he can do in the final sector. Don't back out, Max. Let's just continue improving. He's 2/10 ahead of Gasly as of now. He's going to come out of the final corner. What's it going to be for Max Verstappen? He gets right onto the power, all the way onto the white line. Here he comes across the start-finish line, and he's now 2.5 tenths up. He had still a slower than his personal best final sector as well. Only half a tenth up, half a tenth improvement over his previous lap. Let's see what Alex Albon can do. He's green in the first and in the second sectors, and here he comes 3:15 through the speed traps, ever so slightly quicker than Max. And onto the power out of the final corner. What is it going to be for Alex Albon? Across the line, he improves by 25 milliseconds, but not enough to get ahead of George Russell. All right. We got 2,900 people watching. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. We've got the final hour and 24 minutes of pre-season testing, and we are about to get the soft tyre runs coming through because the sun has set now in, well, okay, technically hasn't set, it's set in 3 minutes time, but yeah. And then track temperature is already dropping. We're down to 21.8 degrees. And as soon as that sun drops over the horizon, we are going to drop all the way to 18 degrees. And that is going to be super duper fun, especially for the drivers on the C5s and the C6s. So notice still doing long runs at the last. They must be happy with the setup. Yeah, I mean, he's... The long runs aren't especially just for the setup. He's just they're just trying to gather as much data as possible on different fuel loads, different setups, I presume. So they should be fine, really. They've still got another hour and 25 minutes to do some soft tyre runs or some medium tyre runs. F1 Gamer, someone needs to go back through the stream and put the 3 purple sectors together. I mean, someone will already do that. It's just a stat called best sectors, and then you just add all of them up. It'll be theoretical best time. They'll publish it tomorrow on the F1 News app. They'll put the theoretical best lap times for everyone, and then they'll try and make some conclusion off that. Oh, you need to push a little to find the flaws. Oh yeah, fair enough. No, that does make sense. Maybe they did find all of them. Who knows? I'm sure the setup isn't perfect, but there'll be some other little things to change. All right, is there a link for F1 TV? Yeah, there's a link in the description. If you open the description, there is a link for F1 TV. And if you and the link for the Australian Grand Prix is pinned at the top of the chat. Team colours are like Power Rangers this year. Yeah, I mean, what colours? What colour Power Rangers are there? There's red, there's green, there's blue, there's yellow, there's pink. We've got pretty much all of them. No, I don't know why we had a yellow flag there. I think that was Piastri having an issue. Was it? Yeah. I don't know if you have a yellow, but we have pretty much every other colour. I mean, it's just Power Rangers are just all variety of colours, and the same here, same for Formula 1 cars. Still quite a bit of work going on in Fernando Alonso's car, or not Fernando Alonso, Lance Stroll's car as of now. Yeah, only 34 laps for him and only 49 laps for Alonso. Yeah, not ideal. Aston Martin not racking up as many kilometres as they would have liked to. Of course, Bortoletto had some issues, and yesterday Liam Lawson had some issues, and today Verstappen also had some issues. But out of any of the teams that haven't had issues, Aston Martin are really lacking in terms of lap count. I don't think I'll be the fastest like the timing sheets say. Maybe. All right. Let's see what else is going on the track. We have got Ocon on hard tyres, Piastri still on hard tyre run, Hamilton on a medium tyre run, Russell on 18 laps on medium tyres, nice job from him, Gasly on a medium tyre run as well, and Tsunoda still lapping around on his hard, 14 laps. The track temp is now the same as yesterday, question mark. Track temperature is 21.7. No, it's still not dropped enough. Yesterday we had around 16, 17, so it will drop. We've still got an hour 20. But now, sooner or later, we're going to start seeing the C5 and the C6 from the Williams. I really hope they bring them out. I mean, I don't know why they would have asked Pirelli for them if they're not going to use them. So soon enough, they will use them, yeah. Yeah. Ferrari implode mid-season if they're competitive. If they aren't as fast at the start, maybe they'll actually win. Who knows? Who knows what will happen? Ferraris did come under quite a bit of pressure in 2018, and it wasn't the best environment, I don't think, when Seb Vettel was there trying to win that championship. So who knows? Who knows what will happen? We've got 2,900 people tuning into live stream. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Hope you all are enjoying the coverage. And yeah, it'll be brilliant to see all of you folks for the Australian Grand Prix stream. That would be huge. Be fantastic. All right. Do only Williams and Ferrari have soft tyres? Yes, that is correct. Only Williams and Ferrari have brought the C5 and the C6 tyres. Everyone else has only got the C4s, and I think even Alpine and McLaren, or Alpine and some other team, don't even have the C4s. They just have the C3s. So yeah, it's a little strange, but oh well, it's fine. We just won't see some quick runs from them. Alright, Alex Albon is on some fresh mediums. Let's see what will happen. Folks, just give me a second. I'm just going to go have some water. I'll be back in just a minute or two. Alright, I'm back, folks. So, let's have a look. Is anyone coming out on a reasonably quick set of tyres? Track temperature is still 21.7 degrees. The sun has now set. So, we should be getting... the temperature should start going down soon enough. Alex Albon is on a set of fresh medium tyres. 316 k's down the straight. Ooh, looking racy here from Alex Albon. And here he goes, barreling up the hill, towards turn number 4. He's got the C3 tyres on, not the C4s, the C3s. So still a little bit of margin left on the table to go even faster. And he is only 60 milliseconds behind from Max Verstappen. Great start here from Alex Albon. Now he's just got to nail the middle and the final sectors. Of course, Max Verstappen was his best sector was the middle sector on his previous lap, so it's going to be tough to match. But we'll wait and see what Alex Albon can do. If he's got a little bit less, it's a bunch of oversteer on the exit of turn number 10. Has he backed out of the lap, or is he continuing? He is continuing on his lap, but a whole load of oversteer, just ever so slightly early, and then also touching the curbs, which probably unsettled the car a little bit. Let's have a look what this sector time looks like. He comes across second sector. He's half a second down on Max Verstappen as of now. It's already slower than his personal best. Yeah. Folks, the data is refreshing. I'm pretty sure it's fine. And here comes Alex Albon out of the final corner. What's it going to be for him? I don't think he's going to improve that much, if at all, to be honest. And across the line he comes. Oh, purple in the final sector, and he does manage to improve by a very small margin. If not, I think, did he just improve by 1 singular millisecond? But a purple in the final sector is still very, very good. Let's see. Williams have 0 downforce. I don't think so. I think they're going pretty well for the downforce that they have, and they have. I don't know what the 0 downforce means. They're doing pretty well. Oh, he tied with his PB. Fair enough. So you got the exact same lap time twice. Very nice. And we've got Lewis Hamilton still on a medium tyre run, not ideal. And then we've got Oscar Piastri on his hard tyre run, Ocon on his hard tyre run, Tsunoda on his hard tyre run. Soon enough, all of these hard tyre runs are going to come to an end, and they're probably going to go out on another set of runs, like long runs, and then in the final half an hour, we're going to get the soft tyres, the low fuel, the qualifying pace, which we so desperately want to see. Yeah, it doesn't really matter, but it's all good fun, you know. I get to practice a bit of my commentary, in my hyped up commentary, because a lot of this has been very quiet. Like, oh yes, everyone's going on long runs, and the pace looks good, but the rear of the car keeps stepping out for the Aston Martins, and it's not ideal. But then you need the hype commentary as well when you're all excited, and I can't wait to start doing that again. After all, yeah, it is testing, but I get to practice my commentary, which is quite fun, because commentary is fun. How long will it go on for? We've got 1 hour, 12 minutes, and that is the end of pre-season testing. And then in 2 weeks' time, we will be in Melbourne at Albert Park, waiting to go qualifying for Q3. And it is going to be a sensational season, folks. Sensational season. McLaren's race pace is insane, but everyone else could be sandbagging, or McLaren are just absolutely destroying everyone. Who knows? Who knows what will happen? But McLaren did have a couple of issues with their upgrades towards the end of last season. They weren't working as expected, so maybe that carried on throughout the winter. Maybe they fixed them throughout the winter. Who knows? Isn't there a practice race this weekend? Or am I thinking of Indy? I think you're thinking of IndyCar. There's no such thing as a practice race, at least in Formula One. Yeah. All right, we've got George Russell on a fresh set of hards, and we've got Nico Hülkenberg coming on a fresh set of mediums. Nico Hülkenberg. I don't think I did that properly. But anyway, fresh set of mediums for Nico. Let's see what he can do. Have Sauber made some big leaps over the winter, or are they still going to be hanging around, getting knocked out in Q1? All right. Yeah, Russell's not using DRS yet. I suspect because he's going out on another long run, really. Yeah. Also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. We are, 75 likes away from 1,500, and we are, well, that will be 3/4 of the way to the target, and we are 3/4 of the way through testing. So, yeah. Go ahead and hit 3/4 of the way through this 4-hour block. So, yeah, go ahead and press the like button, and hopefully we can reach 2,000 likes by the end of the stream. All right. F1 Gamer, do you have a discount code for F1 TV? Unfortunately not. I asked them for a discount code so I could give it to you guys, but they said they don't give out discount codes. So apologies there. Yeah, but the link in the description is if you could use that link in the description, that would really help out the channel. It very much is appreciated. And yeah, if any one of you are thinking of getting F1 TV Pro, then the link is in the description of my channel. Well, description of the stream, and it helps out the channel, and you get all the onboards and everything else like normal, all the onboards, all the footage, all of the commentary, everything live. Cannot complain, really. So yeah, if you're getting F1 TV, if you could use my link, that would be tremendously helpful. All right. Here we go then. Nico Hulkenberg starts a flying lap, not using DRS unfortunately, so it looks like it's going to be a long run. Oh, boo, boring. All right. What else have we got going? Pierre Gasly is on a long run, and then we've got Oscar Piastri on a long run. We've got George Russell on a long run, and we've got Esteban Ocon on a long run. Woo! 5 drivers on track, all of them on long runs. All right, folks. Let me know, who do you think is going to be the first driver to come out on a set of C4s to go for some quick laps? Is Alonso going to replace Stroll? Oh yes, he is. Oh my God, yes! The team have done it. Stroll's plan has been foiled. I believe it. Alonso is replacing Stroll. Okay, so, if you were listening to the stream about half an hour ago, I was saying how it seems a little bit suspicious that that Stroll got ill in the morning, and then he suddenly became better. Or maybe Stroll just is still not feeling very well, and Alonso's just got back in the car. It is allowed. It is allowed. It's just that the teams tend to do the switches, after lunchtime, because then they don't lose too much time during the session. But now, I guess Stroll still wasn't feeling particularly well, and he's got out of the car, and Fernando Alonso's back in, and guess who's going to be doing the quali sims for Aston Martin? It's going to be Fernando Alonso. All right. This is going to be good. Fernando Alonso is going to set the timing sheets alight. I mean, I think I'm just exaggerating a little bit. And as someone said in the chat, bro is losing it, and I totally agree with you. I am losing it. But you're here to enjoy to enjoy the spectacle of me losing it with on stream. Cannot complain, can you? Albon is on fresh mediums. Yeah. Oh, okay. We'll see if he's doing a long run then, or a short run. Let's see what Alonso's doing as well. Alonso going down the straight. What was his top speed? It was 287. Not using DRS. Not doing a lot. Not doing a quali run. He's on a long run again. We really have to see what's going to happen in Q3. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be amazing. Right. DRS. Who is using DRS? It is Alex Albon using DRS. 316 Ks. Once again, better than his personal best. Let's see what Albon can do on a flying lap again. Currently in 4th place, and he is 3.25 seconds, 3.25 tenths away from Max Verstappen. Let's see what he can do. Slower than his personal best. Backed off, unfortunately. It looks like he made a mistake. All right. What is a quali sim? A quali sim is when the drivers have low fuel and they have quick tyres and fresh tyres, and then they go do a quick lap as if it was quali, simulating qualifying conditions. All right. Yeah, Albon's backed off, so we'll probably get another quick lap from him sooner or later. And the tyres that Fernando Alonso he's on the C3 tyres. They're not question marks, they are the C3s. Okie dokes. Be sure to hit the like button, folks. Very much does help out the channel. And if you aren't subscribed already, be sure to do that as well. Hopefully we can make our way towards 125k subs, and hopefully towards 2,000 likes as well. That would be fantastic. Okay, we've got an hour and 4 minutes left of the session, and let's wait and see what the drivers can do. Albon once again coming to the start, the final corner. Let's see if he's going to start a flying lap or if he's going to... yeah, he's starting a flying lap. Very nice. Okay. Heading towards the circuit. Yep, he opens that DRS flap, and let's see what he can do then. The engineering team is happy at Fernando and not Lancy. Yeah, I'm sure they are. So I'm sure they'll get slightly more accurate data of how quick the Aston Martin really is if they've got Fernando driving it. All right. Here comes Alex Albon. What's he doing through the first sector now? Is it a personal best? No, slower than his personal best again. Only by 86 milliseconds. He's a tenth down on his personal best. He's still on the C3 tyres, not on the C4s. Track temperature is 21.1 degrees. Still hasn't reduced that much, really. Yeah, it might only drop to, I'd say, about 18. 18's a bit high, a bit of a big expectation, really. We might even see 19 by the end of the session, and that's it. Yeah, alright, here we go then. We've got Alex Albon on his way towards turn number 13. And his middle sector is improved. Very nice, very nice. Let's see what he can do now. He's just got the final corner left. He's not going to get a toe off Hulkenberg. He's a little bit too far ahead. He clips that curb a little bit violently, but it seems to be all right there for Alex Albon. And here he comes across the start-finish line. What's it going to be? He once again improves by 1/10 of a second, but still not enough to get ahead of George Russell. All right. Yeah, no rain today, unfortunately. Anything interesting happened? No, not much. Albon improved his time by 1/10 of a second, and that's about it. Yeah. All right. All right, I'm going to have a quick sip of water, and we've got the final hour of pre-season testing, folks. I'm also going to quickly just go to the toilet, so I'll be back in just a second. Okay, here we go, folks. Here we go. This is it. 1 hour, 27 seconds left. And we've got the final hour of preseason testing. The final hour of preseason testing, we all know what that means. Right. Williams have big sponsors this season. They need to look good early and build up the hype. Indeed, they do, and that's why they've got C5 and C6 tyres today. That at some point they will be bringing out, hopefully, and the Ferraris do as well. Lewis Hamilton is driving for Ferrari in the afternoon session, and maybe, just maybe, we're going to see some quick runs from him as well. Right. Yeah. So let's wait and see what happens. But final hour now. Thank you everyone for also I'd like to say a big thank you everyone that has tuned in for like the past 3 days. It has been an absolute pleasure commentating to you guys. Somehow, you've kept me sane while yapping for 9.5 hours straight. Yeah. That that is very nice of you, and it's been a pleasure commentating to you guys. Hopefully you've enjoyed, and hopefully, I'll see you guys around for the Australian Grand Prix. Yeah. So yeah, the C1, C2, C3, all of that. C1 is the most durable tyre, but it's not as grippy. C6 is the least durable tyre, but it is the most grippy. And also, the bigger the number, the more prone it is to overheating. So C6 is really prone to overheating. So you can really only get one, maximum 2 laps out of it, or maximum 1 or 2 hot laps out of it. Yeah. Is the stream ending? No, not yet. Just because I'm saying thank you a little bit early, but no. We've got 58 minutes left of the season, not of the season, of the pre-season. Yeah. Do you know if F1 TV will have a discount? Did they have a last year? They did have one last year, but I've talked to the people that run F1 TV, and unfortunately they're not running a discount this year. They are running a 7-day free trial, but yeah, a 7-day free trial is really nothing if you're going to be paying for an entire year. So yeah, I would say if you're thinking about getting F1 TV, you might as well just get it now, because it's not going to get any cheaper, and it could get more expensive, but yeah, I don't know if it will get more expensive, but I know for a fact it's not going to get cheaper because they're not bringing out a discount, and if they are bringing a discount, it might be all the way till the mid-season break, so in August. So right now it's February, so that's like 6 months away. Max is on fresh mediums. What tires is Max? No, it's still still C3 for Max Verstappen. Yeah. Oh, and the C1, C2, C3, all of those are just the Pirelli official names for them. Still in qualifying and in the race, it's just going to be the soft, medium, and hard. Yeah. I mean, it's not that expensive, but I don't know if I'll buy it. Fair enough. Well, it's up to you. And if you do, if you could buy it through my link, that would really help out the channel. Brilliant. Okay, so we have got Hulkenberg on a 8-lap old medium tyre run, and then Fernando Alonso on 4-lap old hard tyres. Albon's on fresh mediums though, so we'll see what he can do. And Max Verstappen is also on fresh mediums. He's using DRS as he comes down the main straight. So let's see. Here he goes. Into turn number 1 goes Max Verstappen. Gets that apex done very nicely indeed. And now he's heading up the hill towards turn number 4. Will you be doing free practice of FP3 and Austria Grand Prix? They're probably scheduled at late night in the UK. Yeah, I will be doing them because it's the first race of the season, so I'm definitely going to be doing those. All right. Purple first sector from Max Verstappen. Let's go. Oh, Albon has just taken that away from him. Oh my god. By 0.5 of a second. 317 Ks down the straight for Alex Albon. Damn, that is some serious speed. No slipstream as well. All right. Well, look in your mirrors, Max Verstappen. Alex Albon is coming. Albon's on the C4s, though. Verstappen's on the C3s. So, it is what... I think Williams are partially doing glory runs, but it is still... we'll wait and see. Verstappen down 0.5 a second in his in the middle sector. Has a terrible middle sector. Let's see what Albon is. Albon is a 1/10 of a second up on Max Verstappen. Very, very nice. All right, here comes Max Verstappen out of the final sector. He gets onto the power nice and early, shifts up through 5th and 6th, opens the DRS flap, and across the line 0.5 a second slower than his previous personal best. Let's see what Alex Albon could do. Boom! Pole position. It's 1.5 tenths ahead of Max Verstappen. I know it's not pole position, guys. I know we're still in testing, but I'm just going to call it pole position anyway because it's much more fun. Yeah, he's on the C4s and 115 laps today from Alex Albon, an absolute machine. And he's still just putting in lap after lap so quickly. Alex Albon domination could bore fans. Exactly. All right. Yeah, the C4s are definitely working. Track temperature, air temperature is 16, track temperature is 20. And it is looking good there for Alex Albon. Today's F1 game a preseason testing hype. Indeed, it is. Indeed, why not? I mean, if I've been waiting for this for the past 30 hours of commentary. I've been waiting for this last hour, when everyone goes out on soft tires, and Verstappen had a lockup. Verstappen had a pretty big lockup going into turn number 10. That's what it was. Understeer combined with just too much braking, and that's where he lost all of his time. All right. Here we go then. 53 minutes left. The final 5 to 7 minutes will probably be used by the FIA for all of their systems checks. They're going to do the virtual safety car, all of those things, red flag tests. So really, we've only got 45 minutes left of the session. We'll see what they're going to do. The mechanics are making their way out, and they're lifting the cars up onto the jacks, and he's making his way into the garage. I think they're going to do some more refueling, change some tyres, and then we'll be out. Max changing brake bias. Yeah, I mean, he probably will have to change brake bias. The drivers just change it off their steering wheel. It's not too big of a deal. Yeah. All right. I know these times don't mean anything, but Williams are surely better than last year. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it just looks like that. No, we'll only really find out. I mean, Williams were on an upward trajectory, so you can kind of assume that they'll carry on. But you never really know. Is he getting out of the car? We'll see. I mean, Alex Albon has been also pushed into the back of the garage as well. So I don't know. I haven't seen the inside of the garage. We currently got George Russell. They're currently showing George Russell on screen. So unfortunately, yeah. Redemption arc, maybe. All right. We're looking at this, and the stint 1 lap times. Norris day 2 versus Piastri day 3. Piastri's lap times kept going up a little bit. Norris's stayed around about constant. Who knows? I mean, maybe that's tyre wear. Maybe Norris is slightly better on his tyres than Piastri is. Maybe slightly different track conditions. Who knows? It's a little bit difficult to compare, but I'm sure the teams have the proper analysis tools. They'll know everything that was going on in the cars. They'll know the fuel loads. Whereas us just looking at some graphs of some lap times is not the most useful thing ever. The speed trap is just before they hit the brakes for turn number 1. Yeah. All right, Yuki Tsunoda. Oh, Yuki Tsunoda. He's green in the first sector, actually. Yeah, improving, actually. That's what can he do in the middle sector? He's improves once again. He's 2.2 seconds off the back of Albon, but still improving. Seems like he's got a decent amount of fuel in the car as well. He's done 66 laps today, which is fantastic considering he's only been driving for half the day. Oh, Lewis is out of the pits. What tyres is it going to be for Lewis Hamilton? Is it going to be the C4s? Let's have a look. Lewis Hamilton is coming out on the C4. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so back. We are back, and we are going to have some fantastic laps here. All right. Sooner or later, we're going to get Albon coming out on C5s. That's going to be incredible. And Lewis has got C5s as well. Andy's got C6s. So cannot wait for this action. The P1 lap time for yesterday was a 129.3. Yeah, 129.3 something. So with still 3/10 slower. Still margin for improvement. Dude, 9 hours. You have so much energy. I mean, if you listened earlier in the stream, I probably didn't have as much energy, but here I am. This is the moment I was waiting for. So all of my energy has just arrived. I know, but I want to know where section they read that speed. I don't know exactly what you mean, Franklin. The speed trap is they read the speed as they go down the straight towards turn number 1. Yeah. All right, here comes Lewis Hamilton. Oh no, no DRS. Hamilton isn't using DRS as he goes down the straight, folks. So he's not doing a long run by the looks of it. Oh, I mean, he's doing a long run. Sorry, by the looks of it, not a short run. We still have 40 minutes left. Yeah, both Verstappen and Albon are sat in the pits. They're changing tyres on the McLaren. They're just doing pit stop practice, and they're coming out now. Who's coming out of the pits? It is going to be Oscar Piastri. Very nice. Is Williams actually fast, or are they on low fuel load? It's both, really. I think Williams have improved as a team, but yeah, maybe they are also running on low fuel. See, I have this little hypothesis of why Williams are doing quite well. Firstly, of course, they do want to make their sponsors look good and everything, because they've got quite a lot of sponsors from Carlos Sainz. The other thing is, though, if you remember, for the last quarter, the last third of last season, they just had so many crashes that they basically couldn't manufacture new parts. They just had to keep on making spares to make sure that they had enough for the race. And so I think towards the end of the season, the team did have an upgrade package, or maybe even 2 upgrade packages, that they would have put on the car, but they just didn't have they didn't have enough money to manufacture, because they would have went over the budget cap if they bought all of the carbon fiber to actually manufacture the upgrades. So then what they had to do was just save all of the upgrade files away, store them on some computer, and then wait for the new season to come around when they got a new budget, and then they manufactured all of the upgrades combined, and then they've made a huge leap. That's what I think could have happened, but that's just a hypothesis. We'll have to only James Vowles will be able to tell us what actually happens. Right. Imagine Max at Aston in 2026. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. All right. Let's see who is out on the track right now. We've got Russell on a long hard tyre run. We've got Piastri on a long medium tyre run. Oh, Piastri's just into the pits. Gasly on a medium tyre run. Alonso on a hard tyre run. Tsunoda on a medium tyre run. All right, and Hamilton is also on a medium tyre run. All right, folks. Yeah, it's been it's been a pretty good stream so far. We've got the final 45 minutes. Track temperature still 20.9. I don't think it's going to reduce that much further. Air temperature 16.2 degrees. All right, I'm going to have a quick sip of water. I'll be back in just a second. All right, Max Verstappen is sat there in the garage, ready to go racing now. Ready to go qualifying or testing, whatever you want to say. Yuki Tsunoda is continuing improving. He's currently in now 18th position. He's last out of everyone, but he's improved in the first and in the second sectors. And he's only 2 milliseconds behind Behrman, so let's see what Tsunoda can do as he comes out of the final corner. Ooh, all over the curbs. Probably not the best exit he's got out of the final corner, but across the line he goes, and it's up from 18th up into 17th. Marginal improvement nonetheless. He goes from 4 milliseconds behind Behrman to 4 milliseconds ahead. All right. Lewis Hamilton still lapping around on those mediums. 43 minutes left. 43 minutes. Folks, if you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. It really does help out the channel. And yeah, hope to see you guys for the Australian Grand Prix in 2 weeks' time. Yeah, hope to see you on the F1 Gamer channel. In 2 weeks' time. Ooh, Max Verstappen is leaving the pit lane. He's currently on question mark tyres. What tyres are they going to be? C3 tyres for Max Verstappen's outlap. C3. Oscar Piastri, he's on a reasonably quick lap. Oh, Oscar Piastri's on a bit of a push lap as well. 310Ks down the straights. Okay, 310Ks. I mean, I think that might be a bit of extra fuel, or maybe the engine turned down. Who knows? Been listening to you since 2 a.m. EST in Florida. Well, that is some serious dedication, man. Appreciate it. All right, here comes Oscar Piastri through turn number 7. All right. We'll see what tyres Verstappen's on. It still hasn't told us. Oh no, it says it's C3s, yeah. All right. Here comes Oscar Piastri across the line up into 6th place for him. However, considering he's probably going to be 3:15 down the straights, in reality, not 3:10. Yeah, I expect he would have been a little bit further up the order. And he's probably got a bit more fuel in the car, if I'm being honest. The car doesn't look like the most agile thing in the world. And he didn't have the best run through the middle sector either. All right. Here we go then, folks. Alex Albon also on his way out of the pit lane. He's on 3-lap old medium tyres, and it's the C4s. Max Verstappen starts his flying lap, DRS wide open. Now towards turn 4 he goes, brakes at the 70-meter marks, rotates that car through turn 4, the crosswind not affecting him whatsoever. And now through turn 5 and 6, that rhythm there through these 2 corners is absolutely key, and Max Verstappen definitely has the rhythm. And then he rotates the car once again, hits that apex perfectly on the downhill braking zone, and now steering and braking at the same time, brake balance backwards, a bit of flow vis on the car, and hits that apex as well. Onto the power smoothly, Norris gets out of the way, Piastri gets out of the way, DRS wide open, and Verstappen's up in the first sector, and he's driving quite nicely there through turn number 11 and turn number 12, hugging those apexes, minimizing the distance the car travels, and he is 11 milliseconds down on Alex Albon. He is on a 1-step harder tyre. He's on the C3s, Albon's on the C4s, so there is quite a big difference between the 2 cars. But nonetheless, here comes Max Verstappen out of the final corner, onto the throttle he goes, opens that DRS wide open, and across the line, it's first place by 1/10 of a second. Very nice. Very nice indeed. All right. So now it's your move, Alex Albon. It's your time. It's time for your second run. Can you go ahead and beat Max Verstappen's most previous lap time, 1:25.566. Your teammate yesterday, Alex Albon, did a 1:29.34, 0.2 quicker than Max Verstappen's time. Surely you can go ahead and match that lap. Here you go. Down the straight he goes. What's the speed going to be for Mr. Alex Albon? 287 k's. What is he doing? A long run? Oh my goodness me. All right, Albon's on a long run. Oh well. Okie dokes. Well, 38 minutes left now. Hamilton still yet to come out on anything resembling a soft tyre. Yeah. Okie dokes. Also, folks, yeah, F1 TV, if you are interested, the link is in the description. Go ahead and check it out. You get all of the footage live, all of the team radios live, all of the commentary as well. All right. Here we go then. What's it going to be for Alex Albon? Yeah, he's just continuing on with this long runs, isn't he? Don't think he's using DRS. No, he is not. George Russell comes out of the... Oh no, George Russell still has been lapping. He's done 22 laps on that set of hard tyres. Wow. I mean, those tyres must have absolutely no grip whatsoever. But yeah, the commitment from George, nicely done. How many tyres do they have to test? I don't know actually. They have quite a lot from Pirelli. Like, they're not running out, I would say. They've still got a couple more left, fresh ones, to use right at the end of the session here. Yeah. All right. Alonso is out onto the circuit, pit out on a set of hard tyres. Oh. I mean, the thing is, there is still 36 minutes left. Like, you can do a proper long run, and then you can come back into the pits and still do your soft tyre run. So it's not the end of the world. In comparison of all 3 days of testing, who is the fastest? Comparison of all 3 days of testing. I have no what. I don't know. It's either, well, if you look at the timing sheets, it's going to be the Williams, no? Surely. But in reality, it could be the McLarens, it could be the Red Bulls, it could be Ferraris. Yeah. Russell finally into the pits after doing quite a bit of time on his hard tyre run. And we've got one of the... Russell goes straight back out as well. He's changed tyres, has he? Yeah, changed tyres on a different set of hard tyres. Interesting. Oh, you guys have got an advert. I have blocked the adverts, so I don't know how that has happened. But yeah, it's just YouTube things, really. Apologies for that. All right. Fernando Alonso comes out the final corner, set of hard tyres. Don't think he's using DRS. No. He's just doing a standard long run on hard tyres. Alex Albon has done 6 laps on his mediums. Alright, I think there's more wrong with Lewis's car because he's pitting many times. No, they're just pitting all the time because it's testing. Like, that's just the way they do testing. They come in, change the front wing angle, go back out, come in, refuel, and put in modify the rear wing angle, go back out. Like, yeah, pretty minor thing. Okay. Yeah. Ooh, Sonoda's getting a nice toe off Russell here out of the final corner. 72 laps from Sonoda so far. 73 laps now. Up into 12th place for Yuki Tsunoda. Nicely done there. Was Sainz's time yesterday on hards? No, Sainz did his on mediums. He was doing quite a few laps at the start on hards, but he ended up doing his quickest lap on the mediums. Anyway, we were seeing Alonso and did Stroll get sick again? Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I suspect Stroll just got ill, or no, wasn't feeling well, and then got out the car again. Okay. Yeah. What is going on here? Really? Not really all that much. Stop watching Sky Sports. Go here. Commentators are busy praising papayas, even though Williams Red Bull Visa Cash Up Road shown on the screens. So I can't wait. Are you saying that I'm good or the Sky Sports is good? I can't even tell. Shame Carlos Sainz isn't here. Yeah, I mean Carlos did all of his laps yesterday, so. Alright, Piastri's out on a fresh set of tyres. It is the C3 tyres for Oscar Piastri. Okay, this is good. This is good. Oscar Piastri is out on a fresh set of C3s. Hopefully he's using DRS, and hopefully his top speed isn't 310k. Hopefully it's more like 315. No radios for 3 days, for all 3 days is a massive shame. Yeah, I know. It's very unfortunate, to be honest, because it would have, it would have added so much. Like, we would have been able to see everything that the drivers and the engineers are communicating. It would have been fantastic, but unfortunately, no cooperation, really. No cooperation from the FIA. Oh, I don't know if it's the FIA's fault or someone else's fault, but yeah, no data, so it's unfortunate. Oh, he's saying you're unbiased, I think. Okay. Interesting. Sure. Right. George Russell, he's on hard tyres. He's using DRS now. Chasing down Alex Albon. He's on a bit of a long run on his mediums. And here comes Oscar Piastri out of the final corner, onto the power, up into 6th gear, upshifts into 6th, opens DRS as soon as humanly possible. And now he is barreling down the straight towards turn number 1, slams on the brakes at 100 meters, 4 Gs of braking force there, hits that apex absolutely perfectly, and then clips the apex of 2, has a little twitch, but still is foot flat to the floor as he rises up the hill towards turn number 4, all over the entry curb, and then clips the apex again, not caught out by the crosswind, and then he is 0.4 of a second down on Verstappen's time. Not ideal there for Piastri, and he's doing 310s. Yeah, he's doing 310 down the straight as well. So it's either a low engine mode or an extra fuel, or I think it's a combination of both. Yeah, I mean, he is doing a quick lap on on the medium tyres, but still, it's not all that quick. Improves. It's still improving. Tsunoda should hopefully get out of the way as Piastri heads towards turn number 13, and purple in the middle sector. Wow, okay. He improves. He beats Verstappen's middle sector by 1/10 of a second. Now let's see what he can do in the final sector. Where's that going to put him? Probably up into 3rd place. Let's see. Here he comes. Pretty good exit out of the final corner. Accelerates, opens DRS, and it is 3rd place for Oscar Piastri. Very nice. Very, very nice. All right. Now it's time for Hamilton to come out of the pits. Come on, Hamilton. Set a soft. Go on. Give us some action. 30 minutes remain of this session. Let's wait and see. I mean, Gasly's still up there in 4th in the Alpine. It's pretty good going from Gasly. Yeah. At F1 Game, I read somewhere that McLaren are starting to get impatient with Piastri. It seems kind of unfair to him. I don't see why they would be getting impatient with him. Piastri's doing a great job. Yeah. Piastri is the third driver today to enter the 129s. That is correct. But still, they aren't close to Carlos Sainz's 129.3. The data is frozen in a sec. You know what? I'm just going to give it a quick refresh here, folks. It's been running basically all day. Hopefully, everything's good. Maybe it's taking its own time. Just bear with me, folks. Hopefully we get the data back soon enough. Let me cook, bro. Let me cook. I'll get this fixed. Oh no. Right. Well, as of now, nobody new has actually come out of the pits, I don't think. There we go. All right, we're back. At least the timings are back. I don't know about the... Okay, the timings are back. The T-track map, not so much. Give it a second, folks. Give it a second. It will refresh. Because see, this is the thing. The timer up here at the top, that is still changing. So you know, it indicates it's still running in the background. None of these are updating, however. And also the map is also not updating. Technical difficulties. Okay. Right. Let's have another try. I'm just going to pause the timer for a second as well, and hopefully that helps with things. It looks like the timer is even pausing. I told it to pause, but not ideal, folks. Not ideal. I will let you know if anyone's come out on the track. Nico Hulkenberg has, but he's on a set of hards. This is not a problem with my internet. Oh, come on. This has happened because you said the FIA is responsible for the team radio shutdown. Okay. It's definitely not my internet because the stream is still working. Right, let's just refresh the data once again. I mean, why is it doing it right at the end of the session when we need the data the most? It decides to crash on us. I mean, I'm not particularly pleased with that, to be honest. I'm not particularly liking the commitment whatsoever from the data. It should have tried harder, to be honest. Yeah, everyone else using the data is also having the same issue. Apologies, folks. They're hiding. They're making everything secret. We can't find out who's the fastest. Okay, well, I think there's not much I can do apart from just keep pressing the refresh button to hopefully keep it ticking down and stuff. Right, let's just keep refreshing and hopefully that works. But I'll carry on with the commentary. There's 25 minutes left. We've got Fernando Alonso, Nico Hulkenberg out on just long runs. Ooh, that's a spin from Esteban Ocon. Ocon spun at turn number 1. Yellow flag has been deployed. The screen has gone black and it's not even updating this time. Oh, there we go. Is it continuing to tick down? Yes, it is. This, however, is still not updating. Right. I'm using multi-viewer. It's the same thing that everyone else uses, and I'm pretty sure even if I go on the official app, it will still not be working. Yeah. Let me have a look of the official app as well. Yeah, I reckon a 5-second penalty to Ocon should fix this. Yeah, a 5-second penalty to Ocon should be good enough. Yeah, the official F1 data as well has just hung. That's why. There's no way to get around this, apart from just waiting this one out until it gets fixed. It will be very annoying if in the final 25 minutes this is what the data is doing. But I'm going to carry on with the commentary, folks, because you guys are here for the commentary, not only just the data. And hopefully the data comes back to us and starts working again. The official app is like just the Formula One app that you get off the Play Store or the App Store or whatever. But let's continue on then with some runs. We've got Ocon on an out lap, Hulkenberg out on the track, Alonso out on the track, Russell, Gasly, and Albon as well. We'll see what Gasly's doing. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know why this is happening, but it is what it is. All right, let's continue on then. So we have got anybody on a fresh set. I wish I could tell you, but they don't show how many laps each tire has done on the screen. It says Verstappen's on an out lap, which can only be a good sign really. 23 minutes remain. Hamilton still sat in the pits. No sign of that soft tire. Don't know what Albon's doing either in terms of tires. He has just gone into the pits, in fact. F1 game, do you reminisce of Vettel's Red Bull years? Yeah, I mean, sure, except that I never watched him in the first place because I was too young. Yeah. All right, we're watching a replay here. Alex Albon, huge lockup going into turn number 10, and that's why he aborted his lap and went straight into the pits. Yeah, he was on the C3 tyres, big lockup, and not enough grip, and into the thing he went. All right, let's carry on refreshing this. Hopefully, sooner or later, it's got to start working. Because I'm sure the teams use the exact same thing for the GPS. Yeah. I started watching F1 in 2018. 2018 Spa was the first race that I watched. Piastri's on an outlap, Verstappen's on an outlap, Tsunoda's on an outlap, Ocon's on an outlap. Okay. Yeah, still frozen. Okay, but we'll just carry on. I know a lot of you aren't even looking at the data; you're just listening to the commentary. So apologies for that. Getting disrupted by we're having some technical issues here. But Alonso's on some hard tyres, just lapping away, doing some long runs. He's currently in... we've got another yellow flag on the track. What's that for? Another spin. Is that smoke? Oh, no, it's just a spin. Just a spin from Max Verstappen. Is he on the C3 or the C4s? I think that's the C3s for Max. He did a big old burnout after that spin as well to really light up those rear tyres. Oh, the data's back. The data is back. Oh, very nice. Okay. Well, let me just add the delay in, and we should be good to go. The data's going to freeze for about 17 seconds. So it's 17 seconds. Just to get everything synced up, and then once everything's synced up, then we'll carry on as normal. But yeah, Verstappen. Huge. Well, not a huge spin. Just spun around, trying to get onto the power in the first corner. Yeah. Oh, it's still not synced up properly. 27. Alright, it's going to freeze for another 10 seconds, folks. Apologies. Alright. Now it is lined up. Okay, they're getting the C4 tyres ready for Max Verstappen now. Verstappen hasn't got any C5s, hasn't got any C6s, so the C4s is the best that he's got, and they're getting some ready for him soon enough, which is going to be a good sign. Funny enough, they're not in tyre blankets. I think they want them to be as low temperature as possible, to allow for, to make sure that they don't overheat. I think that's the thing. Oh, and none of the tyres are showing up now. They're all showing up as question marks. Interesting. We got Sonoda. He is 7/10 of a second down on Verstappen. He's really improving now. He was quite a bit further back, but this looks like to be a reasonably quick lap. Seems like he's on the C4s as well. Can't exactly tell because the tire's spinning around so quickly. But up into 7th place he goes from 12th position. Very nice. Okay. Hamilton's only done 47 laps. That's what's concerned you. I don't think it's really an issue. They've done quite a few laps on the previous other days, so they should be more than fine. They're lowering Max Verstappen's car down now, and they're putting the C4 tyres on, and he should be ready to go in no time. Gasly's out. He's on the medium tyres, 4 laps old. How have you been holding up with Formula 1 for the past 3 days? I don't know. I have no idea. We have 18 minutes left. That's basically just a Q1 session left. Yeah. And yeah, we've been going 9 hours, 10 minutes today. Extremely long. I feel like there wouldn't be enough time until the season opens to make any changes. No, there won't be. They won't have enough time to make any sort of changes to the cars. Yeah. How did I stream for 9 hours? I pressed the start streaming button, and then I didn't press it until well, I'm gonna press it in probably 18 minutes. Will we see any C4, C5? Well, I'm expecting Albon to come out on a set of C5 tyres, and then he do a lap, and then go in and come out on a C5, C6. Yeah, the last 5 minutes is going to be red flags and stuff, so they've only really got 12 minutes, which is basically a Q3 session, so you've got 2 runs. They need to get a move on. Really. Piastri and Tsunoda in this lap. Okay. Right, yeah, they're picking up Piastri's car, taking him into the garage, probably last set of tyres, and sending him out. Let's see what George Russell, Ocon, Hulkenberg and Gasly doing. Russell 12 laps on his hard tyres. Gasly has done 5 laps on his medium tyres. We've got Ocon, who has done 8 laps on his mediums. Mediums. And we've got Hulkenberg, who has done 9 laps on his hards. Yeah, Albon has done 126 laps. It's insane the number of laps that Albon has done. Absolutely wild. You're making me yawn. Yeah, I mean, yawning is like a contagious thing. No, like you see someone else yawn or you hear someone else yawn, and then everyone else yawns. Interesting. But anyway, William is doing long runs. I mean, I don't know. They are currently sat in the pits, so I don't know how they're doing long runs from sitting in the pits. We shall wait and see. Russell into the pits as well. Oh yeah, surely everyone's coming into the pits now. They're all getting ready for their final quali sims. They've bolted on the C4s for George, but they're just picking him up and then bringing him back into the garage. Ocon comes out. Okay, what tyres does Ocon come out on? He's not. Surely he's not coming out on hard tyres that are 22 laps old. That's the tyres that he came into, surely. Oh no. Ocon, let's see. Once he crosses the first sector line, we'll have to wait and see what tyres it's going to be. Oh, he has crossed the first sector. Oh, okay. So he actually has come out on 22 lap old hard tyres. Very strange. Right, 15 minutes left. Only 10 real minutes of running. Is everyone just sat in the garage just waiting for someone else to go out now? Are they not going to use the C5 and the C6 tyres that they asked Pirelli for? Yeah, what's going on here? What's going on here, Formula One teams? Are you doing a Monza 2019 situation? Wait right till the end because you want to hide all your pace, and then nobody actually gets to set a lap time. What is going on? Hulkenberg, he's 3 seconds back from Verstappen just in the first sector alone. He's on some hard tyres, doing some long runs still. We got Ocon lapping around, still on some old tyres. Albon, it says it was just using DRS. I don't know. And we've got Gasly on 7-lap old medium tyres. Okay, yeah. Alright, well, not long now, not long. Till we finally get these these short runs that we've been waiting for. Alex Albon pits out. Alright, 4-lap old medium tyres. I think those are the C4s from Alex Albon. He's coming out on. Ocon comes out on 7-lap old mediums. Tsunoda comes out on fresh mediums, fresh C3s. Albon's on C4s. Ocon's on C4s. Okay. Right. Well, here we go. Hamilton, is he going to come out? Is he even sat in the garage? I don't really know. Why does Leclerc have more laps than Lewis? Because Leclerc drove more laps than Lewis. Yeah. I don't know why Lewis has been sat in the garage. He's been sat in the garage for quite a bit. Okay. This is it then. Final couple of minutes. Tsunoda's on C3s, I think. Yeah. Alrighty then, here we go. Folks, if you haven't hit the like button, please be sure to do so. If you haven't subscribed, be sure to do that. If you're thinking of getting F1 TV, haven't got it, then the link is in the description. And if you are going to get it sometime in the future, if you could use the link in my in the description of my channel, that would really help the channel out. Alonso is moving as well, very nice. He comes out on hard tyres, really. And then, of course, there is the link to the Australian Grand Prix stream, which would be a huge help if you could press the like button on. Yeah. Here we go. Alexander Albon. He is on is he on a flying lap? No, 295Ks. He's not even opened DRS. I mean, maybe he's doing a low fuel run and just not opening DRS. That could be the strat to hide your pace. Where's Hamilton? No clue. Nowhere to be seen. I don't even know if he's sat in the car or if he's in the garage or if he's gone home. Like, yeah. Okay. Verstappen's out though, and so is Piastri. That's good to see. We'll see what tyres they're on soon enough. All right. This is good. Good news. Good news. I reckon soon enough Hamilton will make an appearance. And surely Williams do want to do some glory runs as well, just to get to the top of the timings for their sponsors' sake. Or maybe we'll see Piastri finally reveal the pace of the McLarens and that he's going to go 2 seconds faster than the competition. Only time will tell. But they haven't got long before all the red flag testing starts, so yeah, better get a move on really. Russell's also making his way out the garage. We'll see what tyres he's coming out on. Albon though, he comes across the line and he is a 135.4. Wow, okay, that's he really backed out of it in one of the sectors, I'm guessing. Tsunoda, here he comes across the line, currently in 7th place, and across the line he goes, does not improve on his personal best. Oh no, sorry, he does improve on his personal best, but still stays in 7th place. All right, here comes Max Verstappen, and let's see what Oscar Piastri can do as well. Max Verstappen, is he using DRS? No, he is not. Is Piastri using DRS as he comes down the main straight? Yes, he is. Okay, at least we can get a bit of a read on Piastri. Verstappen is still hiding his pace, not using DRS coming down the main straight. Don't know exactly what's going on there. Piastri, though, still 310Ks. Still 310Ks. I mean, that's not particularly quick, really, for the McLarens. Their engine mode is very clearly turned down. And yeah, Hamilton has to pit to secure that Stroll doesn't return to the track. I don't know what you mean. But Piastri's still improving, though, in the first sector. Of course, his previous first sector as well was when he was driving at 310 down the straights. So, yeah, we'll see how that works out for him. Is Max's best lap without DRS? No, Max's best lap is definitely with DRS. He's just not using it on this occasion, so he's not going to be anywhere near his best lap because, well, he hasn't been using DRS. All right. Esteban Ocon as well on a bit of a flying lap as well. And here we are, final 8 minutes of testing. All drivers on track, except for Hamilton. Yeah, Hamilton, pretty much everyone except for Hamilton. Across the line goes Piastri, goes slower than his previous best by 44 milliseconds. And Verstappen is 6 seconds off the pace, so he's clearly backed out. Ocon improves up into 8th position. And then we have got... Then we've got Alonso and Gasly. They're both following each other like twins. I don't know what's exactly going on there. Oh, Russell is on a flying lap. Yeah, we can follow Russell then, why not? He's got turn number 11 left to go. Stays well within track limits. I don't know really how hard he's pushing on this lap. Yeah. Ooh, purple in the middle sector, clearly pushing reasonably hard. So maybe they're the ones that have got the pace. Who knows? But what is Albon going to do now? Is he going to dive into the pit lane? Is he going to continue onwards? We'll have to wait and see. But Russell gets a slightly bad exit, just driving all over the curbs on the exit of the final corner. But still comes across the line, beats Max Verstappen by 21 milliseconds. Extremely close margins there. And look at that. The top 6 teams, all different. Top 7 teams, all top 8 teams. Top 8 teams, all top 8 positions, are 8 different teams. This season is going to be very, very busy. Very, very close. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, really. But purple in the second and the third sector from George Russell, nicely done. Everyone was thinking, McLaren's got loads of pace, but here comes George Russell out of nowhere, not even on C4 tyres, on C3 tyres, when he's done that. So, yeah, 6 minutes left now. Hamilton's still in the pits. It doesn't look like Hamilton's making his way out anytime soon. Yeah. Oh, a Ferrari done for the day. That is very unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know why they asked Pirelli for C5 and C6 tyres if they weren't going to use them, and the same for Albon as well. Yeah, nice quali laps. I mean, some of them were quali laps. Clearly, George Russell's was reasonably close to quali. Alonso, though, is still on hard tyres, still lapping away on 79 laps. Albon's on doing a medium tyre run, basically. Yeah. It doesn't matter considering last year's pole was a 29.1. Yeah, I mean, the cars are most definitely faster. And they are quicker than last year's testing times. Last year's quickest testing time was a 1:30.1, so we are 0.6 faster. But last year, I remember people actually did do proper quali sims at the end of quali, and this year we've got 4 minutes left, and it doesn't look like anyone is bolting on a set of softs and going out. So Verstappen's still got Flovis on his car. I don't know if that's just because they haven't cleaned it up or if they're still looking for stuff. But yeah. Okie dokes. Yeah, 4 minutes left of this session, and we've just got George also coming out onto the track now. Albon as well, just lapping around on his tyres. And yeah, Gasly coming out on a set of mediums. It's going pretty well. Bortoletto done for the day. Yeah, Bortoletto was finished in the morning. Hulkenberg's still driving around the Sauber. He's doing a long, hard tyre run. Ferrari doing far better in endurance than in Formula 1. Yeah, for sure. All right. Yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. Will I try streaming WEC? Probably not. I mean, I could do WEC 24-hour stream. I've done 10-hour streams, 24-hour stream for the Le Mans. I would probably go crazy actually. But I could do WEC. It's just that I don't know much about WEC, and I have to learn quite a bit so I can actually properly commentate rather than just making stupid jokes all the time. Yeah. Oh, we're getting a quick run here from Max Verstappen right at the end, or not? Is that what's happening? I mean, it looks quick, but he's not using DRS, so we don't really know how quick he's really going to be. Sonoda and Ocon have just left the pit lane. You definitely need a team for that. Yeah, for 24 hours, I think definitely do need a couple of other people to do it. I mean, that's why in endurance racing you need a couple of other drivers. They don't just get one driver to do a 24-hour race. That would be insane. Whereas Carlos did all of his testing yesterday, and Albon is doing all of Williams' testing today. So that is why he's not on the screen. And yeah, Albon's still lapping around. Gasly's still lapping around. It looks like they're not doing the red flag procedure or whatever. Yeah, there are no softs in Bahrain. Only 2 teams ordered a set of them. Exactly, yeah. It was Williams and it was Ferrari. I would have expected them to at least try them out, but I guess if they tested out the C4s and they were overheating, then the C5s wouldn't have made much sense to go out on them. But yeah, all right. That is about it, really. It's much more about the abrasiveness. The track's not warm when they run in the evening. Yeah, who knows? DRS is open for who? I'm not sure, but let's have a look at the top speeds. No, none of the top speeds are looking particularly good either. Oh, Russell did DRS, okay. I mean, he did DRS, but look at his top speed, 302 kilometers an hour. That is most definitely not DRS levels of speed. Yeah, definitely not DRS levels of speed. All right. So that is it, folks. That is the end of pre-season testing. Thank you everyone for tuning in. It's been a pleasure commentating to you guys. I don't think anyone is going for a quick lap anymore. The main big thing is if you guys could hit the like button on the Australian Grand Prix stream, that would do huge wonders for the channel, and it would really be appreciated if you could do that. So there's a link already in the pinned comment in the chat to the Australian Grand Prix stream, and I'm going to end this stream. It will also redirect you if you don't want to click on the pinned comment. So yeah, if you could do that, I will see you in 2 weeks' time for the Australian Grand Prix. I'll be doing the free practice sessions, the qualifying sessions, and the races. We will have the team radio, all of the team radio messages flowing through in and out of the teams, so that will work as well. And I look forward to commentating with you guys then. It's been a pleasure for these last 3 days. my throat and my voice have done some endurance testing, and I should be good to go for the rest of the season. And yeah, that's all from me, fellas. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and I will see you in 2 weeks. Yeah, just the final thing: hit the like button, and I will see you. Hit the like button on the Australian Grand Prix stream, and I will see you in 2 weeks. Hello, Spectre X. Nice to see you here. And yeah, thank you everyone that's typed thank you in the chat, and everyone that's liked the stream, commented everything. That is fantastic. See you in 2 weeks' time, and bye bye.